Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Pep Talks. Let's eradicate the Kung Flu. I'm literally coming. Pep Talks. Pep Talks.
Who the heck is Pep Talk?
They want our women. They want our children.
Pep Talk.
Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the
Pep Talk.
Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
Pep Talks.
I'm literally coming. I'm
Pep
literally coming.
Pep Talks.
We found weapons of mass
Pep talks.
destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Yo. Yo, yo, yo. Hey, it is Taco Tuesday, isn't it? Maybe, that's, you know what? That must be fake, guys, because I was just asked, what do I want for dinner? Tacos. Oh, actually, I could. I think I could. Well, we got the stand. How's everybody doing? Welcome, welcome. Oh, man. It was a weekend for me. I went and bashed my head on a door. Pretty stupid, right? Make it sound like I did it voluntarily. I did one of those things where I reached into a room and didn't think about it, and I tried to back out too quickly, and I completely whacked my head on the back of the door. So yeah, feeling a little just a little woozy. Probably got a little concussed. So definitely been on the observation of that. But hey, Kaz, how you doing? Mitesh, yo, how you doing, man? Charlie, how you doing? Squishmallow, I'm glad you like the new emotes. Yes, guys, over on Twitch, I got to put in some work this weekend and create some new emotes for everybody. So, actually, even I did the tiered ones, guys. So, if you guys have a tier 1 or tier 2 subscription, you guys will be able to enjoy all the new fun. I also have some freebies for the, your standard followers. So, yeah, check them out over on Twitch. Hope you guys enjoy them. Man, overall, after that little hit to the noggin, it's kind of weird, man. Oh boy, I hope that that's not playing into what happened on Saturday. So, if you guys were not able to watch Smoke a Tide Pod stream, which I must say went really, really well. Also, how dare you? How dare you? You must have... You betrayed me. I'm just kidding, guys. If you guys missed it, you guys can check out the VOD over on his channel. Here, let me link his channel, actually. And then, yeah, I just gotta say, I had a lot of fun. Like, that was probably the most fun I've had on just since I started this, as far as doing like a little back and forth podcast. One thing, though, I want to address is the tarot reading, hence the title. We're going to go off on a little tangent here, because usually I'm not into the tarot thing. I'm really not. It's been one of those things where, like, my aunt's into it, and, like, I've always had somebody that's, like, either in my family or a friend that's into that kind of stuff. So they're always kind of passively mentioning things. I think, like, I was trying to think back, but I'm not sure if I've really, like, had a reading. Like, I'm sure I have, but I just don't remember it. But man, this was the first time that I had, like, an actual reading of my my tarot fortune. So I waited to ask any of these questions to you guys, and if we need to, we can consult the ye old internet. But all right, I don't know much about tarot. I'm gonna be completely real. I had to look up pretty much everything that was read to me. So here, if you guys don't know, here is what my my tarot reading was. Here, let's pull up Ace of Wands, and then it was Ace of Pentacles, which I didn't know what a pentacle was. Which is always fun when you're just like, oh, yeah, I got the Ace of what now? Oh. Cool. And then I got the devil, which, then I got the tower as my, throwaway card. What up, Anna? How you doing? I'm going into what happened this weekend over on Smoke a Tide Pod stream. It was a blast. I had a great time. I highly recommend you guys checking out the VOD. If you guys were not able to see it live, we were able to watch a little, well, ish. He put Reefer Madness on in the background for a little bit, and then we also had some Charlton Heston's The Bible, which I am all too familiar with. That is the exact series that we used to play in my freshman year when I had the laziest doctrine teacher ever, which, God, she just reminds me of like a very like hardcore Christian version of Nancy Pelosi. Like she looked and sounded just like her too. Either way, before I go on that tangent, before we even get to politics, I do want to discuss this tarot thing because again, I know nothing about tarot, or I got to be real, guys. I'm a skeptic. I'm very, very skeptical on pretty much all this stuff. I'm not into this. So, all right. Well then, Anna, this is going to be a real fun segment. Oh boy. Because from just the baseline of what I had explained to me, it was like 2 aces and then like just very bad card and then another very bad card. So, my first draw was the Ace of Wands, which you may know what it means, but I'm going to make sure that everybody else here does. And for me, symbolizes new beginnings, creativity, and ambition, particularly in areas of power, personal power and fulfillment. So, before you go over the cards. Okay, yeah. So, before I go over these cards, okay, I just went to, what was the question and what were the spread positions? The spread positions were all facing up, so that I guess was making it a little bit easier for me to understand personally. I see, that's where I'm confused. There wasn't really a question. Like, he did a cold reading on me and then just kind of just went for it. Was asked, like, just saying, man, you're like, do you feel like you're doing good? And like, so this is also where I'm just so stupid on this. Was that like a thing reading my future, or is that just an overall, hey, this is what's going on in your life, and this is what you can kind of expect out of it? Like, I don't know how this works or what to expect out of this. You know, like, for example, a 3-card romance spread, maybe 1 you to them, 3 the relationship. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I see, like, how would they do that? Like, that's where I was a little confused too when he actually did it. Tarot is not fortune telling. I know it's not fortune telling. Well, okay, I kind of know it's not fortune telling, but okay, what is it? What is here? You know what? Screw it. I'm gonna go for the basic Google answer. Tarot. Tarot is a deck of 78 playing cards used for divination and self-reflection. It's a tool used to gain insights into current situations, potential future outcomes, and personal growth. Cool. Okay, so this would actually... See, now this is where it started freaking me out a little bit. And like, I'm being completely real, man. Like, I kind of almost had one of those Joe Rogan moments where I'm just like, whoa, man. It kind of tripping me out. You gotta, like... But then my wife immediately... ever the skeptic she is, immediately just went, yeah, that's the whole thing with tarot, though. It's like very general. I'm like, yeah, but even being general, out of 78 cards, for those to be it, it's kind of like, especially for my first one ever. Like, okay, so I have a hard physics background and it passed my vibe check. It did. Okay, all right. Well, if it passes your vibe check, then see, this is where it's fucked up. Okay, so without knowing exactly what the question was, here, I'll just go over what I got. So I got the Ace of Wands facing upward, or the clubs. And he straight up asked me, he was just like, because the guy who was on the podcast is literally training to be a witch doctor, I guess. I don't know. I'm not sure how much of that was a joke, because it seems like he's really into this stuff, so I don't really want to, you know. But, yeah, I got the Ace of Wands, and he was asking, like, so, new beginnings, creativity kind of thing, and I immediately was like, well, this. Like, yeah, okay. All right, so we got one there. I was like, and then he was, like, talking about, like, bold action, and I was like, well, see, this is where I was confused. Is it a bold action I need to make, like that this is something telling me I need to make a bold action, or is this something telling me you've already kind of made this bold action, this is where you sit? See? This is where I'm confused. Aces are about renewal and new sources of what the suit represents, in this case, wands. Okay, so the wands are... That's where the spread positions are important. Shit. It's fun to pretend and to believe in these things for a while. I mean, pretend. Again, Mitesh, I'm being completely real. Like, I'm the ultimate skeptic, so this is one of those things that if it passes my vibe check, then yeah, sounds like the things that are written on fortune cookies. Ish. I mean, again, it's more like just the odds of everything kind of... Because, like, no matter what, humanity is, I don't want to say like linear, but like everybody's experience can be broken down into, you know, a finite amount of things. Like math can be applied to it, I guess. So that's where I kind of look at it. I'm like, all right, you know, a 78 card spread base, and like with that spread, like the way that each card is, you know, facing when drawn, all like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know too much about it, so I'm gonna sound like a fucking idiot when I talk about it. Most I've done is a 10 card spread. I did a 4. And it was like, we did a 3 card, like we did, I felt like we did a 3 card, and then they did a 4 card, like there was a whammy card. Like they literally called it like a, God, I forgot what it was like a surprise. It was supposed to be like, you pay for the surprise card. I don't know. I feel like those statements are open to how we want to interpret them, so we'll interpret them to fit our situation. Yeah, I mean, I watched Penn and Teller on this, and that's kind of what they were talking about. 3 cards plus a clarifying card or a flyer. That's what it was. Yeah. That's what it was. Because, yeah, here, I'll just give you my spread, and then you can make of it whatever you want. So it was Ace of Wands up, Ace of Pentacles up, Devil up, and then the Tower card up. The Tower card was the one that even had it, like, because he was trying to be funny, but then immediately he was like, oh, you're going through some shit, aren't you? I'm like, yeah. He's like, oh, I kind of feel bad when I got to give some bad news. I'm like, well, what's the bad news? Have I already gotten the bad news? Again, this is where I'm like, how much worse can it get for me? That's why when I hit my head this weekend, I'll be honest, it scared the shit out of me. So pentacles or coins are about wealth. What? Me making the goal? That's not exactly wealth when, you know, like that's paying for something that's pretty much all, like, trust me. I'll be lucky if I have any money left from that to actually, like, to do anything with. So, let's be real. I'm probably going to end up paying out of my own pocket for a lot of the expenses coming up. Dude, this sucks because it all became so real. I'll just say this real quick before the 420. Yeah, this weekend was kind of about planning. I also realized I have another memorial that I'm part of, so I don't have to pay for that one though, so that's good. Man, the final goodbye. I'm not ready for it, guys. I'll be real. Sorry if I sound a little shaky. I actually really miss my mom today, so and with the tarot stuff, and then again the head hit, it was like, oh shit. I feel like those statements are open to how we want to interpret them, so we'll interpret them to fit our situation. Oh wait, shit. My bad. Okay, here we go. 420. Shit. Give me a second. What's up, Kirk? How you doing, man? We are talking about the wrap-up from this weekend. Oh, man. Well, from Saturday. Not sure if you were able to watch Smoke a Tide Pod stream on Saturday. I had a great time, but we did a tarot card reading, and it kind of fucked with me a little bit. I'm not gonna lie. Like, not usually into that type of stuff, and when it started hitting a little, like, on the nose, you know, I started going, oh, shit. I missed it. I can't figure out how to rewatch it. Oh, shit. Really? Here. I know it's on his stream. It should be there for, like, another week, so... Here. Here's the link to his channel. Yeah. Yeah, it's the one for... Yeah, it'll be marked for Saturday. Okay. If I may interpret the cards, please do. By all means. You are not overstepping here. All right, so the aces of Wands and Pentacles are about your stream, new sources of growth and strength for you, like in your community. The Ace of Pentacles may describe a new resource like money you make from streaming. I think the two aces relate to your stream. The Devil is the challenge you face in processing the passing of your mom. Oh. And now how about the Tower? Because the Tower, I'll be honest, like, I was kind of okay with that spread right up until he threw that Tower in. And once I started, I spent my entire weekend reading up on that stupid thing. I was like, this could be bad. Because it said, like, he used the word catastrophe. And I don't know. The Tower usually represents tragedy and collapse. It's like the worst card in the deck. Was it upright or... It was upright. That's why I was... Yeah, that's why I was scared. Represents tragedy and collapse. It's like the... Yeah. That's when I was reading up on it. That's what I got out of it. Ain't good. But if the Tower was a clarifying card to the Devil, it's describing just how hard it hits that your mom is gone. Okay. That's... Alright, that was actually one interpretation that I had of it, and I really... I think I have such a hard time believing cards and stars. I was told I was going to have a financial boost and lost like 10K. I mean, to be fair, they said, like, if they were talking specifically about finances, that's one where they could just be like, you know what? I got it backwards. Which is a bad one to get, gotta say. But it's much more about how the imagery of the cards and what you see in them. If it was your first interpretation, it's probably the right one. Okay. Well, that's... Oh, you know what? That makes me feel a little bit better. Because I'll be honest, like, as it was going on, I kind of hit that point where I was like, yeah, like, it was almost, but it's kind of like Mitesh was saying, where it's almost like you're looking for the meaning and you're applying it to things that are already happening. So, but that's also where I say the math applies, you know? Because it's not, it could have been any of the other cards where, like, and I kind of feel like none of them would have hit like that, where I was like, well, literally, it's talking about me. It's talking about my stream. It's talking about, like, how, yeah, I am I'm getting close to being able to, like, just do this for a living. Like, that's crazy, man. And honestly, I'm one foot in, one foot out of the other situation. So, God, that would be nice. Tower card could mean you have a delinquent DVD rental from Tower Records. You don't rent DVDs. You bought records from Tower Records and concert tickets. God, Dude, the concert tickets, that, oh man, I remember, it was the Follow the Leader tour with Korn. I got tickets to go see them from Tower. Like, I waited in line for those. That was so cool. I'm ignorant to think the whole tarot thing is tailored towards women, LOL. It's not. A lot of dudes that I know are into tarot. That seems weird. I don't know. I disagree on that. I like how people are just like, oh, you're getting close to possibly doing this for... like, nah. Oh, shit. Speaking of. I forgot to mention... Alright. But also a personal one, like the community you cultivate. Oh, cool. Wait, I have 2 tarot decks, a traditional Rider, Weight 1, and Oracle deck. It's the Ace of Coins right there. You're beginning to build this financial resource. Yeah, it just seems like all the ladies in my life talk about it. I've never heard a man say anything. All they talk about are burgers and football. It's kind of true. You know, it's reductive, but it is like, man. I mean, me and my friends talk about this stuff, but I don't know. Oh, what the hell happened over on YouTube? Hold on, guys. My stream settings got all messed up. Really? Oh shit! Did it just cancel stream? I'm live on Twitch. I guess physics. Oh wait, no, you're on YouTube. Okay, thanks, Mitesh. Actually, thank you for answering that. Essentially, oops. Huh, weird. I guess physics and these things can be helpful in helping your brain untangle your own emotions and thoughts by using these triggers. The thing is, it's not necessarily a like I used to be a little bit more hard, like as far as my hard skepticism towards tarot, but now I'm not sure if it's my mom's death. I'm not sure if like it was because my first reading was so personal, but I'm a little more open-minded to it. I don't know. Like Elaney, hey, how you doing? You were first time. Hey, hi. How y'all going? How are you? I hope you're doing well. Also, I think nice to meet you. Either that or I know that we've had some screen name changes lately, so this is why I don't have any male friends. All they do is talk about dumb shit and always for some reason think I'm with pointing at girls in public and commenting. Yeah, dude. Yeah, that shit's wild. Nice shout out. Shout out to Kirk. Follow him. Great music, great guy. Yeah. That's sorry, man. I mentioned I hit my head, right? Man, speaking of, like, it does hurt. Like, I had a little bit of the nauseousness today. I was just like, or nausea. Oh, man. It's because the boys will bully you for saying you are into tarot. Yeah. I mean, this is the benefit of always being, like, with a nerdy crowd, I guess, is because, like, we're really going to make fun of tarot when, you know, we play with, you know, little toy army men and roll dice to move them. Yeah. You really got a lot of ground to stand on. Then again, everybody, I don't know. I've always had this opinion about every dude where they just like they get so deep into these hobbies. Golf is a big one. Oh, golf. I can't stand golf. I'll be honest. I like playing it occasionally, but realistically, I don't know, man. Like, I just don't get it. And it's not like I haven't played enough of it, trust me. Somebody tried to tell me that. They're like, you haven't played enough golf. I'm like, I hope you're kidding. It's also just, you see all the fucking pretentiousness on at those places. It's just, not for me, man. This is, but yeah, man. It's weird. Now that you said that, I kind of have like a similar thing. I don't have very many male friends. Let's see. I do, but my male friends are in touch with their feelings. So, I don't know. Whatever. Lowering our military manpower by banning certain trans people from the military when we have a huge recruitment problem. Huge W for the Trump administration, am I right? Hey, good take. Seems like we are of the same mind on this one. Yeah, he's pretty stupid. He really is. God. It's funny. For everybody that just hates Trump, that's why I do try to be more objective about it and like admit where it's like, yeah, you know what? I'll hate this stuff when he does it, and also just admit when there is like maybe a random W, but he almost had a W with the Middle East, and then all of a sudden it was just like, you know what? I'm gonna totally fuck this up. It's just like, good job. Banning anime is illegal and unconstitutional. The First Amendment protects art. We will see. We will see, because you know what? I'll get to that video here in a oh, hold on. No, I gotta do my news segment first. Sorry. This is what we call a hook. Yeah, just stay with the program and we'll talk about it, because it is dead. Like, I'm dead serious about this. This isn't a clickbait title. There is a proposition already in the House in Texas to ban anime. It is wild. And they're following it's like the same logic that they use to ban prawn. So I can't meme about banning anime anymore. It's actually happening. I'm in Texas. I haven't heard this anime ban do what? Here, man. You know what? You guys might you might be forcing my hand here. Let's make sure that I got my information right here. Yes, this was 3 days ago. Texas bill passes the House, and broader laws against depicting minors, including AI, animation, and cartoons, leaving consenting to cases brought to the Supreme Court, and they are saying that the impact will be felt in manga, anime, and comics. Now, on its surface, I will actually say that I'm like, well, yeah, see, that that's kind of where I was like, you know, on its surface, I'm okay with this. Now, the thing is, how is it written? That's the biggest thing. How is it written? Because if they're talking... Because this is what worries me. If they do something where, like, they can start... well, wait, they already do that. They already regulate that. What are they talking about? Like, the comics code is is still a thing, man. Like, they have to red bar comics, you know, with too much blood, and like any nudity has to be in a like a sealed bag or whatever, and has to like have a like overt like advertisement on it. Like, huh. I guarantee you it won't. Yeah, see, that's where I'm like, yeah, I don't know, man. Because and if it's Japanese Japanese made, and it's imported via the internet, those rules don't apply to Japan. Well, I know Japan is the one kind of freaking out about this in general, because I know Crunchyroll got involved. That's how I even got this on my radar. Was I saw that Crunchyroll was involved in a lawsuit in Texas. I'm like, why? I was like, oh no. Because immediately I'm just like, is there a problem with their subscription service? Because, that's one of the ones I actually share with somebody. I might have to, a little phone call. Just be like, hey, buddy. Hey there, buddy. They're trying to change the meaning of obscenity. I mean, that's the thing. They're already doing that. Yeah. Wait a minute. See, yeah, Anna, this is kind of where I was going with it, is like they were already like trying to say like trans is technically obscenity. So like having any LGBT representation in comic books would then be considered obscenity. So that's where I'm like, oh, yeah. So soon jiggly physics will become illegal in games. Wait a minute. But then you'll have people like the Quartering and the right-wing YouTubers like losing their collective shit against that, right? Right? They mix that together intentionally. Yeah. No, I know. That's kind of the point. No, I know. Like, sorry, did I just give off that I came to that conclusion organically right at that moment? Uh-oh. Listen, when I said I was trying to audition to be the left's Joe Rogan, I didn't mean that. Like, oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Because Kishimoto has an obsession with Sakura and Sarada when they were 13. Dude, I mean, there's always been that shit. Like, I've always been, like, easy with this one, too, because one of the, like, first harem animes I was ever exposed to was Tenchi. And in Tenchi, it is kind of like, oh, yeah, you know, this is above board. And then, like, you have the Susami Tsunami problem. And I was like, technically, waifu? Oh, shit, that was her name. I just realized that. Waifu? Yeah, shit. The redhead one. Yeah, she was technically really, that was a little problematic. Now I think about it. That whole anime was a little problematic. Lots of PDFs on the right. No shit. Bro, the manga is impossible to read without seeing absolutely unacceptable angles of Sakura's ass. Really? Ugh. This bill isn't about stopping that. What if people just start calling anime cartoons? Well, that's what they actually included cartoons in the language of the bill. I know that it's anime, animation, manga, comic books. When they put comic books in there immediately, I was just like, oh, you guys realize that Saga would disappear overnight, right? Which technically it does on its own, because that's just, I have no idea what the fuck is with Fiona Staples, but jeez. All right, just real quick side rant here. If you guys read Saga, how are you still reading it? Like, how? Like, is it because they go like they'll put out like 2 or 3 and then just be like, all right, we're taking another year break. We're this close to the end. Ugh. Sorry. Man. This underage stuff is... We need a massive task force right now. We do not have enough effort into it. Well, no, but this is where parenting is a big thing. Like, come on, man. Like, can they step in and do some things too? Can they... And then can they, like, also, like, the task force can include, like, you know, a bunch of pissed off dads the way that, like, dude, I mean, there's already an army of these dudes just waiting. Have you not seen the YouTube videos where they go after the, Boogie, not Boogie. Oh, shit. I don't want to put that out there. Boogie is not him. I always forget. Kirk, you know who I'm talking about. That big dude that got caught, but it all comes down to political economy. Parents don't have time. They're too busy with their third jobs. That's not entirely true. Nah, like middle class, like suburban moms and dads. No, dude. You know, like that's one thing I gotta say is, again, I can have this opinion as a child haver. Yeah, there'd be some shit parents out there, man. I know, hot take. Ooh, actually, here, I get to use this now. Ooh. They are banning women's romance novels if you're not... Wait, it's not about underage. You're falling into their trap. This underage stuff is already illegal, guys. Yeah, no, that's what I meant. Like, and that's where I'm not... That's where I'm kind of... I don't want to say I'm not falling in the trap, but again, I understand what they're doing here. Like, I totally understand what they're doing here. And this is like their way of just being like, oh, you see, they're fighting for pedophilia. And that's where I'm also like, I don't want to... No. Pep Talks, they are banning, oh. Why did that just show up twice? Because I backed out of multi-stream. My bad. Yeah, it's illegal, but it's still a massive problem. Well, the massive problems at the judicial level, like, the punishments aren't, like, here's part of the problem. Like, we were just talking about this because of Anna Kasparian saying about the prison system being so overwhelmed. Like, dude, they're letting out, like, those people, and on top of it, when you look at the average conviction, like, and the average time of a conviction for, like, those types of crimes, it's insane. It's insane how lenient they are. Like, to the point where it will make you sick. And you're just like, wait a minute. And then you see... Again, just the drug charges. And then this is where I get confused because every time I've gone to fucking court, they're fighting to keep these people in prison. So I don't know what they're talking about when they're just like, we don't have enough resources. They always do. They always do this. The bill... Wait, rename the bill after... Talking... Oh, yeah. But the answer is not to ban everything sexual. Yeah. By the way, Eleni, are you not following over on Twitch? Because if you follow, then you get to use those cool emotes that I just developed. Zah. Can't tell I'm proud of myself. Thank you. Oh, God. Actually, shout out Smoke a Tide Pod for giving me the means to develop these new emotes and also expand my Twitch. So I'm very happy about that. Which, by the way, guys, if you haven't already gone over to YouTube, take a small little detour over there. Leave a subscribe if you haven't already, and hit that like button because we are trying to maintain our spot in this algorithm, guys. It is fun, but Pep Talks needed a day off yesterday, which, dude, for real, I forgot that there was... Like, why is everybody... Like, every place is just so busy today at Memorial Day. I was like, oh, yeah. So... in other ways in Minecraft... Yeah, I'm trying to be practical here, and also this is weird. This is really... We've had this discussion here about, like... how I feel about the death penalty, and it's just like, yeah. You got the memorial fund, congratulations. Yes. Yeah, we hit it on Friday. Yeah, man. Yeah, it's very, very cool. And also, that's why I gotta say, like, the tarot reading kind of fucked with me. I was like, oh, man, I just had one, like, I just got to feel good for a day. Because right up until then, yeah, I was feeling great. I was like, oh, I can actually, like, do this. I can honor my mom the way that she would have wanted, and on top of that, pay off every stupid... Okay, just so you guys know that certain states, like, they say that they can't come after you for certain debts. Yeah, that's not entirely true, because they can still try to come after you, like, with private law firms and shit like that. Just want to say that. Not very cool. Legend, anyone here have a PS5? Link your Discord. Hey, yeah. Join me and Legend of Sean over on PS5. I will share my name in the Discord. Actually, yeah, here. You know what? I'll link the Discord. Ugh. God. Hold on. I need some water, and then I also need some electrolytes. Ugh. Already dealt with enough PDF BS. I won't be able to keep my cool again. Well, we're not... Make no mistake, that's... Yeah, no. Like... I think he might have gotten banned from YouTube, by the way, guys. For anybody that knows who I'm talking about. Because I also saw that he might have gotten banned from Discord. Unless he voluntarily left. Are we allowed to talk about it yet? I don't know. Ask Kirk on that one. I'm fine talking about it whenever, but yeah, I would like to, whenever we do get the moratorium lifted on that one, I would like to inform the community of what happened. Is it Destiny? Nice one, lady. Dude, okay, so after watching that debate with Destiny the other week, God, I think it was Friday. I have to say, you know what? Whatever drugs that he is taking, he said that he's like neutered on them. I kind of believe him, man. Not that it makes anything that he did okay. I'm just saying that I'm pretty sure that he is not the same guy. There we go. Destiny is my daddy. Man, tarot cards be expensive, like 30 buckaroos for a deck. Yeah. Yeah, that's actually why I don't have one. I almost bought one at Comic-Con. And wife shut it down because she's like, why do you don't do that? I really wish I did. Because I did... Oh my god, I hate to admit this, but I did one of the random ones on the internet. And I got a pretty similar showing. Just minor differences. But the devil was still there. I'm like, $60 for a card? For one card? I mean, it's not unheard of. I got a Pokemon card that's like worth way more than that. So. Oh yeah, Pokemon. Yeah. Oh, I got one. I got one, huh? This bad boy. I should probably have it graded. I'm dumb. Yeah. When I pulled this, I freaked the fuck out. But I didn't record myself doing it like a dummy. Yeah. Because, you know, I'm not a content creator or anything. Black Charizard, yep. And that's the alt. It's the alt card. Yeah. I'm such a dork. Alright, guys. As I said, real quick, though, if you didn't see my tarot reading, it is on Smoke a Tide Pod stream from Saturday. It was called Night Watch. So if you need to look up the title, it is called Night Watch. And yeah, I had a blast. And it looks like I'm going to be doing some more collabs with Mr. Smoke. So look out for that. He's going to be coming on this show. And then I know that we're doing another tour of the mall, so that's what he calls his little space, the Luminal Mall, so it's very cool. Did you play Pal World yet? No. I really have no interest. I know it's cool. I've seen it. It's just, whatever. And I'm not one of those guys where it's Pokemon's better. It's just, whatever. It is what it is. And dude, I barely have the time to do anything. Where is the Kirk interview? When you want to do it, man. Whenever you're free, Mr. HVAC. HVAC music man. That makes you sound like you travel with a an air conditioner that you made into an instrument. It's like, man, I didn't know you like fish. We can share music if you produced it and you own the rights to it. Also, you can share the music in the Discord. So follow in the Discord, and yeah. Can you do a music review stream? I can, actually. I did figure out that there are certain ways that I can do that. So we can do the Discord. The Discord special for members only, which, again, you have to follow in the Discord to even have that. But yeah. I don't know why I just covered my my mouth to burp when, yeah. Wait here. Except for y'all. Manners. Should have them. Is it bad that, like, every time Hassan burps on stream, I'm just like, dude. Just let it out like Howard. I do, but there's one, I don't know, man. That's like one of the remnants of my mom that, like, just, you don't understand how disappointed she would be if, I didn't say, excuse me. It's bad manners. No, I'm trying to emulate Howard, not trying to be Howard. Jesus. But no, yeah, Eleni, we, here, let's see. Oh, I already shared it. My bad. Yeah, we do the music stuff over in Discord and Twitch. Oh, yeah, by the way, guys, let's see. Man, if this keeps up, what the hell's going on over on YouTube? It's like the YouTube algorithm is really pissed off at me right now. If this keeps up, then I could probably just move over to Twitch and watch what I wanted to watch with y'all, which is the Jubilee video. What do you make then? He's effing with you. He's being a cheeky little bastard over there. You get that a lot, man. What do you make, cookies? Cheeky Kirk. Oh, fuck. But no, man. Yeah. If you guys ever want to come on the show, I know that Legend of Sean, we had discussed this like a while ago. If you want to come on the show and discuss anything, I'm gonna start opening up the last hour to more Discords. So Discord chats. Yeah. No, I know. No, and that's where, like, I realized that, no, I really enjoy having you on, Anna, so, like, anytime we want to close out the show, like, I really do enjoy doing that, but if you guys have a topic you want to call in about, opening up the phone lines on Discord. It would actually be kind of cool to eventually have, like, a number that's set to this, so. Do you stream on Kick? No, I do not. Only got so much bandwidth, and I chose YouTube and Twitch because, yeah, why not? I'm making my way. Oh my God, I don't. All right, then. What's her? I almost called her Carly Simon. It's not Carly Simon. Carly Rae Jepsen. Making my way. Yeah, I did. Whatever. I think this might be worth it. To make a Patreon with how many people are willing to be members and how many segments that would be done. Yeah, I think it is. At this point, I, for one, would love to... Yeah, you know what? You loved the deep socialism talk? That was perfect for my end of shift. Nice. Yeah, no, I Anna, I was chopping that stream up for some stuff coming up here, and I gotta say, we had a very long conversation. That one was, I think, 2.5 hours, if I'm not wrong. Might have even been 3. Because that was a 7-hour stream, and we started talking like halfway through it, so. I know if I'd start talking about my views, I'd be hung out to dry after that. You think I'd hang you out to dry? Fair. I'm sitting here just like, I wouldn't do that. And the second you say something, I'm like, oh, he was right. I'm uncomfortable. I don't want to do. Hey, at least I for one, shit. Multi-stream again. Multi-stream is behind by like a minute and a half. Holy shit. Yeah, Sylvie, your message just popped up in multi-stream. I'm going to take care of that right now. There we go. If you're afraid to share your views, do you stand by them? Okay, actually, I could talk about this part about the Jordan Peterson thing. He said something that was super, just like smart dumb, where it's like hearing somebody that's a professor just kind of say like, a belief is when you have something that you stand behind 100% and would die for it. I was like, is that a belief? Really? I was like, that's what constitutes a belief, eh? Interesting. Anyway, I liked Anna talk about her views, very consistent and knowledgeable. Yeah, absolutely. No, I feel like I get a little bit of an education every time that we talk, and it's good for me. That's what I'm looking for, man. Again, I make the ha-has about, well, occasionally. But that Joe Rogan of the left thing really bothered me. I think we're like, what, 4 months in? Like, since that was, somebody made that joke about me, and I was just like, it was the slow Rogan joke. Yeah, that one got me. And that was one of our own. Oh, you guys. Nobody knows how to hurt me like my friends. All right. I'm not necessarily afraid to talk about it. I'm just avoiding conflict here because I care too much about the people here. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're afraid to share your views, do you stand by them? I did it again. Okay. Reset chat. I hope that did it. What the fuck is going on with this? And it's only on YouTube. I just realized that too. It's only on YouTube side. Interesting. Was this like the 4th stream in a row that I've been having YouTube issues? That kind of sucks. Oh, come on. Really? Alright, I gotta let my dog out. I'm not necessarily afraid to talk about... Oh, well, that one was just me double reading my screen. How am I gonna make this work? Damn it! Alright. Here we go. Sorry, guys. There we go. Chat has been reset. Weird. And now it just reset without the Twitch box. Oh, it's driving me nuts. Okay, I don't care anymore. We will just continue stream. Oh wait, only YT was reset on the screen. I fucking hate this so much. Anyway, if you guys are members over on Twitch, make use of those new emotes. I worked hard on them. I'll be right back. Wait. Yeah, stay with Stan. Watch him. Your sister. Sister had to go out. Seems fine now, as long as all the new ones come in. Actually, here, over in YouTube, type 1 in chat if you can help me out. I need to try and time it. So, oh, not bad. Okay, so it was like, what, 4 seconds? All right, one more time. Fuck. It's happening again. Yeah, I noticed this last time. It's increasing. This is annoying. Whatever. I'm so done with YouTube's chat. Hang on, so let's go. Okay. 1, 2, 3, go. Yeah. It's about 4 seconds. Okay. Let's see if I can do this. Speed up chat. Oh! Now I feel stupid. Okay, it's a setting in Streamlabs. Streamlabs, no, Streamlabs totally reset it. Hold on. That should fix it. All right, so now it should only be about YouTube's. It's like YouTube has about 3 to 4 seconds. I had it set to 6 seconds, so that should work now. That explains why I was having the issue, but that does not explain why it was showing up twice. So, whatever. Anyway, so we're gonna talk about the anime thing that is still coming up. Also, Anna, there is a D&D scandal that I got a video about that I want to watch. I definitely want to make sure that you're here for it, though. So if you have to dip out, like at any point tonight, just let me know, and then I'll just save it. We got a Tim Pool thing. Yeah, no, it's good. You might have already seen the video, but it's a good one. I was just like, ooh, this is one I want to watch on stream. You gotta dip it at 6 my time. Okay, then I will. You know what? We'll start with that first then, because it's a bold move there, Cotton. It is. Start with a D&D thing before the news. Ooh. All right, here, you know what? But because you let me know that, here, I can make this work. We got 20 minutes of this and then 13 minutes of that. I can make that work. Okay, so now I don't know if this guy is... Oh, no, he's supporting freedom of expression. Okay, so we might get mad at this content creator because he was one of the guys that I found with it. He explains exactly what the bill is, but now that I'm actually looking at his stuff behind him, so I'm thinking we might have to... Am I wrong to think anime has a lot of sexualization of underage? I don't know. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Like, because I'm trying to think, like the new Gundam series, right? I know that those girls are not underage. Like, they make it explicit, don't they? Wait, are they underage? Because if they are, then that's a problem. How old are the Gundam girls? GQX. Right? 17. Okay, yeah, you might be onto something there. The fuck? It's kind of like Ava. Like, I went back and watched Ava recently and did kind of realize, I was like, which is so weird. Like, this is, like, the funniest time, too. Like, as far as, like, I just started watching Lazarus, which is Cowboy Bebop anime, which that doesn't have that issue, thank God. Well, you know what? I still think that the broader problem here is them trying to lump other forms of, like, pornography and other, like, just forms of storytelling as far as LGBT representation. And that's where, man, this is weird. Because, like, now, if they are actually going after lolly content and they're trying to get, like, a lock on that, I'm starting to see where there's definitely a need for this, because, yeah, like, already, look at his fucking background. Oh, boy. All right. Well, don't know if I agree with this guy, so.
There you have it, folks. It is not a good time to be an anime / manga / comic book fan, especially right now if you're in Texas. Yes, the dreaded SB 20 bill has passed the House, and at this point, most agree it's pretty much going to be put into law. It's pretty much been left the House at this point. It will go back to the Senate, which the Senate will then sign off on all the amendments that were done, which unfortunately none of the amendments were even doing anything to it. Before it will go to the governor, who will then sign it into effect, because yes, this is unanimous. Like, across the board, everybody on the political aisles, both sides, have pretty much said yes, which is not a big surprise. The way this actually worded, it's hard for anybody to really say that they're against it. It's one of those ones where if you say no to this, you look pretty bad. You look pretty bad. So what does it actually say? For those that don't know what the SB...
okay, did Texas actually do something good? Because immediately, I kind of had, like, the... I freaked out specifically because of the way that they were, like, doing their whole porn bill, right? And they were doing their porn bans. And I'm just like, okay, so then they go after anime. Then I was just like, oh boy, slippery slope shit.
What's going to be happening in the future, what I kind of feel like it's going in the direction of. Let's get into actually. I'm totally
okay with the lolly stuff being legal 100%.
Before I get into my usual disclaimers about where my
so do you think that the answer then is to, like, just classify it as, like, actual, like, just SCP, like, flat, and then treat it the same way that if you were
current stance is? Because again, this is a topic that is not very comfortable to talk about.
We know one content creator that would have a problem.
I have to push myself to talk about this because it's one of those things where you look kind of bad talking about it. So you have to be very clear about what your stance is. But anyways, this is the actual point in the bill that's the biggest concern for most people. The bill itself says a person commits an offense.
No, it's definitely not the same.
If the person knowingly possesses,
outcomes, though.
accesses with the intent to view.
But yeah, that's where, like, I'm saying, should it be treated as the same?
Or promotes obscene visual material containing a depiction that appears to be of a child younger than 18 years of age engaging in activities described by Section 4321, regardless of whether the depiction is an image of an actual child, a cartoon or animation, or an image created using artificial intelligence application or other computer software. This is the big part that a lot of people are concerned about. Yes, there's already laws in effect currently that prevents people from having child pornography. The law's already there. But the law itself specifically indicates that it requires it to be indistinguishable from the real thing. That's the key thing there. The current law that is in effect, the federal law that is in effect, protects things like art, statues, animation, comics, all that kind of things. Things that are not real. It has to be the term indistinguishable used with respect to a depiction means visually indistinguishable in that the depiction is such that an ordinary person viewing the depiction would conclude the depiction is an actual minor engaging in the actual conduct. So again,
Yeah, see, I'm not. This is the weird part. I don't think
there's already law in
like
effect
that.
protects
I think
actual
that there should be a law against
children. But what this law
that. Oh no, do I agree? Texas
is doing is
Oh, shit.
essentially going
Oh,
to be
shit.
making it
Oh, no.
criminal to have anything
Guys, it's all crumbling down around me. Next, I'm gonna be wearing a red hat.
visual
Oh fuck.
that will depict that. That's the big problem. That's the big overreach. And yes, as many kind of stated, and I said it in my first
Is that overreach though? Like, guys, what? I don't think that's overreach necessarily. Like that.
coverage of this whole situation, it will probably
I think that's all. Yeah, because when they're saying that it needs to be like a depiction where it's just like it needs to be in what?
be struck down by the Supreme Court because there's already case law in effect. There's already been precedents set by the
I feel like people just put on cat ears to try and get through a loophole. That's kind of the problem. Yeah, no, Mitesh, you're right.
Supreme Court.
Yes, and that is something that is just like.
They hold true to the
And
indistinct.
then you have like nerds that just they try to pull that like that weird thing where they're just like, well, you know, semantics.
Distinguishable
It's like
from the real thing part.
really?
Which, yes, does make you kind of wonder, why are they even bothering doing this? I've heard several people mention the fact that the reason they think that they're doing this is in order to get a lot of graphic novels and whatnot that are being distributed to libraries and schools that depict things like transgenderism,
Yes. Yeah,
identity
and that's
material-
this brought me right back to that.
and stuff like that,
Yeah.
that they don't want in schools and whatnot. And they're using this as a way of sort of kind of purging all that stuff out.
Yeah, but this is where the Democrats in the House, if this is a unanimous bill, then there needs to be somebody that's at least like, okay, we understand what you're doing, but again, slippery slope, bros
Knowing full well
and brodettes.
that if this goes to the Supreme Court, they're going to strike it down. They're going to deem it as unconstitutional. No doubt about it. Again, there's already case law in effect right now. There's already precedents that has been set. But I argue
I understand that these bills can be used as political tools. I get it. Well, yeah, because the thing is, then they can try and like use this as a what do you call it? Like a blueprint for a federal law.
the problem with this whole situation is that there's going to be a lot of collateral damage in the process. That's why I think overall I don't like this. So before I get any further, let's establish what is Andrew's current stance on this whole situation. Yes, first and foremost, I do not like the exploitation of children. Anybody caught with actual child
All right.
pornography, I don't even think they should go to jail. If it's proven, I think they should go to the gallows. Anybody that exploits children, straight to the gallows.
Jesus
I
Christ.
do
I
not
think
like
that
that stuff.
you
It
and
is
this guy-
absolutely disgusting. Additionally, I'm a strong supporter of the First Amendment. I believe the First Amendment is
I'm just trying to be consistent in my death penalty stance. I really do wrestle with that one, though. I'm going to be completely real with you where I'm just like, ooh, because there are just some unsavable people out there.
easily one of the best things about the United States. It protects our right to speak out. It
Do I sound like E.T.?
protects our way to express ourselves. It is the thing that makes creativity flourish. It is an amazing thing. And I want to make sure that does not get stepped on.
I could see this being used to suppress a lot of other media that use or that wouldn't usually be suppressed and doesn't deserve to be suppressed. Yes.
So when it comes
Yeah, that's where again, like if they're just doing a blanket obscenity thing here, then this is again something that everybody should just be like, nah,
to the actual
nah.
expression of art, drawing, creating,
Yeah, the line is blurry the closer you get to the age of 18, but it's obvious in a lot of cases. If that's obvious, then case by case, sure.
That's where I'm very, very adamant about trying to defend. I also believe that is a door that once you start opening it, it's very hard to close it back up. And with something like this,
Yeah.
this can easily start creeping open the door to censoring pretty much everything. Because, again, like I said earlier, it is way, way too broad. This pretty much covers most all animation. It covers most all comics. It covers most all manga. And yes, it even covers a lot of cartoons that you see on television. In America, this is literally anything that will depict anything under 18 that they deem looks like it's under 18, appears to be 18.
Did his song get banned?
Anything that appears to be 18 will then be subject to this law. That is a very scary thing to open up. And again, once that thing is open, it is going to cause irreparable damage. Essentially, because
Guys,
it's so
did his
broad,
song get banned?
it's
I just watched his channel go dark and removed from my favorites.
It's left to the interpretation of whoever is going to take somebody to task. A person goes into a comic book store. They open up one of the volumes
24 hours on his day off, it's fine.
of, let's say, Dragon Ball. And they find
But did he get banned?
Chi-Chi in there. There's Chi-Chi in there. And she got that little, like, bikini armor on. Bam. Lawsuit. This entire store is going to go under. $10,000 fine, 2 years in jail. Bam.
Oh,
right
shit,
there.
dude. No, guys. It happened this weekend?
You're selling this. It's depicting what looks like a child. You're in trouble. They go into another comic book store. They open up Seraph of the End. They open up the Seraph of the End manga, and they see Cruel Tempest in the first pages.
All right. Well, I guess I'm
Bam.
going to do
$10,000 fine. Go to jail. 2 years. You're done. They come back out. Okay, I got rid of Seraph of the End. I'm good now, right? Oh, if you have that Dragon Ball manga too, bam, to jail. 4 years this time. $20,000 fine. That's the problem that we're having here. Despite the fact that many people are going to say, don't worry, this is for, again, material that's going to schools and whatnot that is trying to groom children, as many would say. It is going to be a law in effect that many will use in the future to attack certain people.
Wait a minute, but the Chi-Chi one, didn't they already put pants on her in the American, like, interpretations of that because of our already existing decency laws?
People have a problem with that
Like, I
comic
do
book
know
store
that
down the
there was
street,
something
that guy look
about
at you
like
wrong,
that with
go in there
Dragon Ball
and
where
find
they
something that you deem obscene
like they put hard censorship on every manga that came out here.
that looks
gonna
like
say.
it might be under 18 and get him out of there. And yes,
never heard
this
of
is going to
having
go
pants on.
further than just comic book stores. This is going to go further than the people that live in Texas. This is, I think, going to have ramifications outside of Texas that's really scary. But I think that's where we're going to get into where I think things are going to go forward. Is there anything left to stop this whole thing? Not really. It's going to go back to the Senate. The Senate's probably going to pass it because the amendments didn't really change much. I think they changed some stuff about drugs or something like that. I'm not sure why that was in there. They're going to sign it off. It's going to go to the governor. And again, because pretty much everybody says yay, it's across the board. Both sides of the aisle say yes. He's going to pass it. No doubt. I guess people in Texas can probably contact the governor and say, hey, please don't do this. But I doubt it's going to happen. It's going to get passed. And then from then on, what I think is going to happen is, I do agree with a lot of people. I think it's going to probably force a lot of the schools and libraries to pretty much purge a lot of content that, again, is around like orientation, stuff like that. They're probably going to purge a lot of that stuff out of the schools and libraries. Nobody's going to fight that stuff. Those schools and whatnot are not
Did I get blocked by Hassan?
going to fight that. There may be some. I doubt it. What's going to happen beyond that is the massive question mark. That is where we're going to get into the area where
a big problem with this is that the people who get a hold of the stuff that is actually dangerous won't get caught, but now people who just have innocent art are going to be jailed. That's the problem. Yep.
we're going to have to.
Oh my god, anime conventions are going to literally just like, they're going to send ICE agents to anime cons.
Keep an eye on this stuff. I think there's certain groups, like I seen somebody on Twitter, comic book legal defense. This group right here essentially is keeping
these guys were at Comic-Con. I talked to one of the guys there.
eye out for this stuff. They actually did initially report. I think this was the first person that I seen report that it actually passed. But they're actually, calling out to people to contact them if they see this actually enforced, which this won't be enforced until September 1st. When it does get signed, if it does, it probably is, it will not go into effect until September 1st. Once that happens, keep an eye out for people. Keep an eye out to comic book stores. Keep an eye out to individuals. Keep an eye out. Because eventually, at some point, somebody is going to get attacked by this. Some store, again, probably a comic book store, somebody's going to have a beef with a comic book store or something like that, and they're going to take this law and they're going to throw the book at them. And at that point, something is going to happen. At that point, either the person is going to fold and cave, or the person's going to have to fight it. This is the problem with something like this. This is a problem with something that has so much overreach. I don't know that the Supreme Court can attack it now, but I think it will take until somebody ends up being in the crosshairs of it, gets hit by it, and then has to go through a long trial process to take it to the Supreme Court. And at that point right there, the Supreme Court should slap it down as unconstitutional. That should stop it. By the way, I'm not a lawyer. I am not a legal expert. It's just, this is how I think it's supposed to play out. And again, if that's the case,
has Hassan blocked me?
Additionally, the other reason why I think this might actually not impact things too much, and somebody with deep pockets might actually solve the problem, is that yes, Crunchyroll has quite a bit of existence in Texas. And I think in general, just manga distributors, Yen Press, Shonen Jump, all these different companies that are distributing different type of either materials, apps that you have on your phone that is actually distributing manga. Any
He should have got removed from my list.
digital platform that is currently distributing manga, anime to individuals, which includes
No, he didn't block
in
me.
Texas. And again, with a lot of
That would have been. I would have been like, why?
companies being
Like, what the
stationed
fuck
in
did I
Texas, there's a good chance that companies like
This is my
Sony
advice. Don't have lewd images of kids. How can certain images be innocent? I need more of an explanation to understand how there will be a gray area.
Crunchyroll could end up being the
Well-
first ones to sort of stand up and say, no, stop. There is some cases where deep pockets of Sony,
Okay, so like not the gray area thing, but kind of like what he was saying about like the Chi-Chi one, where it's just like,
even though some people don't like Crunchyroll, there is some cases where Sony and Crunchyroll can be a great benefit. And I think this is a really key point right here. I'm actually surprised that they didn't kind of step into, yes, nudge a couple people in the house and say, hey, buddy, here's a little bit of here's an envelope, don't look inside quite yet. I'm surprised that none of them did that beforehand. But again, that could be the fact that they just didn't believe this will have any impact whatsoever on them. And I do believe that is a short-sightedness. And it could be the fact that they feel like if they do come after
what,
them,
you know what Crunchyroll is?
we'll just
It's the anime streaming
take it
service.
to Supreme Court. The
It's like the anime stream. Really?
Supreme Court will handle it.
I think you would love it.
That could be really the case there. They
Like, they have like all of Japanese Naruto on
could
there.
just figure the Supreme Court hasn't. Because yes, right
No,
here we have
Chi-Chi? Chi-Chi is Goku's wife from Dragon Ball. Like, Ox King's daughter?
yes, characters in That Time I Got Reincarnated Slime look very young. Yeah, you have right here. Yeah, I've been killing slimes 300 years. Yeah, definitely young characters. Handyman Saito. Yeah, that little fairy, Laughing Pawn. She's quite young looking. Oh yeah, definitely. Apothecary Diaries. Yeah, that whole scene where they were in the bathhouse. Yeah, definitely. That'll go on this law.
Again, right there, I immediately go, well, is that one that we should look at?
Like literally everything on
Smoke,
my
how you
screen
doing,
right
bud?
now has young characters depicted in it.
Thank
There's
you for
so much of this
the,
stuff that will
the walkthrough on the emotes. I really appreciate that, man.
be completely illegal. So there could be a case where Crunchyroll can get involved. There's a lot of strong powers that will be affected by this. And I think they will fight back against something like this. Not because they have anything against the idea of, again, protecting actual children.
He knows the scene. I was
But
like,
because there is an element here of money and how the First Amendment protects their right to do this. But again, the thing that I think is the suckiest part about all this is that if the Supreme Court does not shut this down quickly and it requires somebody to actually have to fight a case like this, it's going to be detrimental to one person. That's why I said if it does come to that, keep an eye out, support that individual, because it's going to take somebody to have to go down first. I think the other interesting thing is that it looks like a lot of Japan is picking up on this as well. Even public officials in Japan are seeing this and seeing how this is not a good thing. You have right here, word has reached that the Texas bill called SB 20, which was under deliberation, has passed. There was concerns about its impact on anime and manga. The website below has been updated
here
to
is
pass, which
Japanese.
is the one that we just looked at. Well,
take a seat.
information is still scarce. We will continue to monitor future developments. And I think a lot of the reason why, there's a couple of reasons why I think that political officials in Japan are actually keeping an eye on this. One is that, yes, the distribution of stuff to Texas is a massive question mark there. Can they sell stuff to people in Texas? Technically not. If
Take
they
a
are a
seat.
business outside of Texas selling in there,
席に
that
着
technically
く
would be,
席に着く
willingly distributing to a Texan. Additionally, I think this is sort of a sign for a lot of these individuals of what's to come with the whole issues with the cybercrime treaty that they're currently working on in the UN. Because I do believe that Japan does see United States as sort of an ally when it comes to that whole situation that's going on with there, which I might make a video on that later on. I think I have talked
クッキー cookie
about it a little bit before, but it is very interesting to see that this is something that is, even internationally, people are kind of concerned about. What does this even mean?
What is it? Kutsisuku cookie.
But again, I want to end this video on a
Have a seat. Have a cookie.
positive note. I believe that this is something that Supreme
you get
Court
it, you
will
get it.
strike down. That at some point, this will cross the death.
Oh, by the way, Smoke, I was tripping out kind of hard on that on that tarot reading, specifically the tower.
Of the Supreme Court, and they will shut it
Did
down.
a little
so
research,
damn
had talked it out with somebody in chat here, and now I'm like, oh, well, that's
fast. Because again,
it's not great.
nothing
That's not
overtakes
great.
the First Amendment. The First Amendment is there to protect our rights. And the government itself, yes, every state does have the ability
actually, you might
to
be able to answer. Like, what was? Do you remember what he was actually like drawing on as far as like relationship, what personal? Like, I forgot what it was. Damn it!
make its own laws. But when that law comes in conflict with our rights, that's where things hit the
Wichita
fan.
Falls.
That's where suddenly somebody has to step in and say, all right, kids there in Texas,
Sorry,
shut
I
up,
was watching
sit
this
down,
too.
and let me inform you. And that's what I think is going to happen. But again, I do want to warn people, keep in mind that some stuff could actually happen before that happens. But we'll see. I'm going to keep an eye on it. The first time I see this ends up getting picked up by the Supreme Court, I'll definitely be here to kind of let you guys know. But until then, that is an update for you guys. I hope you guys enjoyed this video as always. Hope you found it informative. Again, I'm not a lawyer. If you are
Those
a
are
comic
between
book
the
store
demons and you.
or somebody that is distributing stuff like this, make sure to do your own due diligence.
Rights are,
Seek out a lawyer. Do your own research.
independent
I'm not an
BS,
expert on this stuff.
advocate
I'm
for
just going
kids,
based
so
on
should
what
be
I'm able
illegal.
to kind of figure out,
Should
doing a
not
little
be
bit of
illegal,
research
yeah.
here. So definitely keep that in mind. But anyhow, with that said, I hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you
You know what? It was a good video. I'll at least give him a like. All right, and here's the one that I promised. Anna, this one is special for you. Because the cancellation scandal goes nuclear over at Wizards of the Coast.
So yeah, there's been a ton of drama in D&D this week, following a major Dungeons & Dragons scandal that has forced the cancellation and recall of a flagship major Dungeons & Dragons product. This is an event that I have never seen before, but on reflection, it probably should have happened a long time ago. And though this might result in the end of a major D&D partner and even a crisis for Dungeons & Dragons fundamentally, it still might just be the best thing to happen for the entire TTRPG community, even if it did hit Critical Role earlier this year and was pretty devastating then. Yeah, do not adjust your television set. And that might sound insane, but hear
I mean,
me out, because
she's kind of underselling just how bad it was.
this entire scandal is a lot
What accent is that?
bigger than most people think. So let's start
I think she's
at the
Irish.
very beginning, which is where you should start when building your very own world with today's sponsor, World Anvil. World Anvil is a set of
cheeky,
world building
got
tools that
yourself a
have to be
sponsor. I'm
safe.
glad for
D&D
you.
5th edition of systems, including for RPG fans. It supports over 106 different systems, including D&D 5th edition, of course, but
Wait.
that's not all. It also even lets you create your very own system.
Really?
And if you're a games master, you can even use the campaign manager and virtual DM screen to run games
Irish
that your
from
players
Minnesota.
will never forget, because your campaign notes are just so coherent and well organized, and not because you attacked them. And for players out there, World Anvil also features the most extensive character management system on the internet. From character sheets to journals to inventory management to
not
campaign
interested in
notes
this.
to even
I
a
hate to
photo
say.
gallery for all of your... But
Here,
best
I
of
mean,
all,
I
you
just-
can right now get 51% off a year
Okay,
discourse,
okay.
or simply
Damn,
click the
you
link
committed
below.
to that 2
You don't
minutes.
want to miss out on this awesome deal, and it helps support the channel, so check it out. And thanks to World Anvil for sponsoring today's
Man.
video.
Okay, that happens to be one of these rare times where I'm like, damn it, I'm gonna check that
This
out.
latest story was catapulted
All right,
into
well,
the
I'll keep-
D&D
I'm gonna make
community
sure that
by
you,
Larian
Dungeons and
Studios,
Discourse.
aka the developers of Baldur's Gate 3, a
Which is a
video game
great
based
name.
on Dungeons and Dragons that made a lot of money and also happened to push Dungeons and Dragons into the mainstream. And that's not
Wow, didn't know D&D was this big.
just because of all the
Really?
bestiality within it, though that certainly helped, but also because the game was just really good. And because of the insane success of Baldur's Gate 3, Hasbro have been busy trying to cash in on its brand recognition.
Yep.
So it was no surprise then when an entire Baldur's Gate 3 model collection was announced by Hasbro's major partner WizKids as part of their Dungeons & Dragons Icons of the Realm model line. Now,
Which are garbage.
Icons of
They're
the Realm
garbage.
is a huge brand for
Like, anytime I see these, the thing is, I always kind of find, I'm like, I just want to repaint the damn thing.
Hasbro and WizKids.
That's a problem.
It's a miniature line that features particularly iconic characters and monsters, and it is often tied into different D&D products and storylines, like the Saltmarsh book or
I got
even
my
the
D&D character
Monster
right there.
Manual. Now, Icons of the Realm get sold in a couple of different ways. In this instance, what we were seeing was a box of 7 miniatures for $50,
My
which
little
is a
ranger.
pretty high price for only 7 miniatures. WizKids justify the insane prices of their miniatures with the argument that all their minis come fully pre-painted, which is true. And yes, paying overseers to whip children into painting tiny figurines ain't as cheap as it used to be. Bloody unions. But still,
Bloody
50
union.
bucks for 7 miniatures is above what most other miniature sellers
Oh my God,
charge.
Mr. Potato
Except for,
Beholder.
like Warhammer
I don't want 'em.
or indie companies like Corvus
want 'em.
Belli and GCT. But also, those companies are all either notoriously expensive in the case of Warhammer, check out my Wargaming channel for that one, or very niche
I used to call people virgins who played D&D as a kid, and now I love D&D and call myself a
and
virgin.
made out of
Well, at least you correct it.
expensive metals and resin in the case of all the indie miniature
Oh,
companies.
but
And
yes,
also,
the thing is, there is this this whole Hero Forge.
miniatures look good. WizKids,
If you
on
didn't
the
get
other
that
hand, are not an
Stream
indie
D&D
company.
game,
They are
you know
a
what,
very big company with one of, if not the
Give me like a week or two to like iron out the finer points of like the campaign that I'm creating for the Discord game. We'll get it going.
biggest tabletop licenses in the entire world, and they are pretty much
We'll get
conjoined
everybody
with
to roll
Hasbro
in.
at the hip, who themselves are
'Cause,
no
yeah, I'm
small
in.
potatoes,
It's
which
time.
is presumably what Hasbro said to all their Irish slaves in the 90s. Haha, yeah, I'm never gonna let that one go. But then this week, they enslaved my people. But then this week, WizKids might have just gone too far. See, people were really excited for these new Baldur's Gate 3 Icons of the Realm miniatures. But then they actually arrived. And the senior cinematic artist at Larian Studios
Got it
started
right,
posting
yes.
about them on Twitter. Because it turns out that these WizKid miniatures, these expensive flagship
Oh shit, I can help build a D&D in the OBS sense? Hell
Icons
yeah.
of the Realm
All right, I will
D&D
take your help on
miniatures
this one.
are
You might
bad.
you're probably going to have to just like hop on and walk me through that.
Like, really
No
bad.
joke.
So here is what they should look
Oh, that was the actual
like
figure.
according to all the advertisements from WizKids. Okay, nice, not
Oh.
bad. There's all my favorite NPCs and Gale. But here
And
is
Gale?
what people got. It looks like that guy in RoboCop. You know the one, the guy that explodes. And here's Gale, obviously known for his receding hairline. I mean, what are they making these minis out of? Marzipan? This one has clearly been in some sort of industrial accident. I hope
What
they've spoken
happened?
to a tribunal.
No, these look especially bad.
So, yeah, these are
what the hell?
the proverbial worst miniatures
Dude, I have a dwarf that looks way better than that, and I bought him like 8 years ago.
ever made, and they were revealed on Twitter
What?
and completely lambasted by absolutely everybody. But then those pictures got shared around, and then more and more and more
Temu
people
minis.
started sharing pictures of the Baldur's Gate 3
the anticipation
Minis
for the
that arrived.
tariffs, they were just like, all right, guys, no need to put any more work into these.
for them. And here's the thing, they're just as bad.
they're
But
so
then
bad.
it got even worse because
That
reviewers
face.
started to, well, review them. And major online publications started covering the story. And it turns out
Because what in the nine hells
that
is
this is the quality of the Baldur's Gate
Nice.
3 official miniatures across
That's
the
like 1972
board.
quality.
And frankly,
Yeah, it is.
these new
Except even the pewter would have taken to the paint
minis
like easier.
are just not
Easy, I have an idea of how to do one, and after we chat a little, I can walk you through it. Got a Steam Deck.
what WizKids have advertised. These are not comparable to the promotional pictures
Like stream. You mean Steam Deck or Stream Deck?
at all. I mean, compare the quality of the actual miniatures
Is there a Stream Deck that I don't know about? Am I old? Oh no.
to the advertised promotional images. It's the biggest gulf between expectation and reality outside of the mind of Steven Seagal. It's truly indefensible, much like Steven Seagal. And this has started to get picked up on, and in fact, things got so bad for WizKids that they actually, for the first time that I've ever seen, they were forced to recall the miniatures entirely and issue a refund to every single person that purchased this trash. They even issued a statement saying that they missed the mark with the D&D Icons of the Realm set, and that they
Did you go shooting? Oh, no.
aware of
Hell
the
yeah.
recent reports and complaints and
Man,
are taking
it must
them
feel
seriously.
so much better.
In fact,
I need to do
they
something like
are
that.
currently investigating these issues and taking action to make this right for those whose purchases were negatively affected,
We can do it
and to
hotkeys.
ensure these issues do not recur in future products and reprints.
You want in on this game? Fuck
So,
yeah.
okay, it went bad, but it got better, right? Good on WizKids. Well, okay. It's good that the models have been recalled, but honestly, this is incredibly embarrassing for WizKids, and also for Wizards of the Coast and Hasbro too, because while those guys aren't WizKids, they are extremely close partners with WizKids. They've done so much licensing with WizKids for so long that WizKids' actions 100% reflect on Hasbro and their own quality control. Like if you were to recommend your painter cousin to a friend that needs their ceiling painted, and then they double-deckered your buddy's toilet. Like, yeah, okay, you got some splaining to do on games night. But even this statement overall from WizKids has a
That's a
major
hell of a
problem.
visual.
It's, in fact, pretty fatal, because the entire statement is a lie. See, believe it or not, this scandal gets
Fucking Jonathan Frakes.
a lot worse from here. This story isn't just about the recall of a single product. It goes way deeper, and it has massive
I can't commit to D&D, but I love the idea of a D&D stream that looks and feels like an SNES JRPG.
ramifications
Hell
for
yeah.
the entire hobby. Because WizKids claim that they are currently investigating the issues of the poor quality of these miniatures to ensure these issues do not recur in future products and reprints. But like, I got really bad news for everybody, including WizKids it seems. But these Baldur's Gate 3 miniatures, they aren't surprising. These are what every single WizKids Icons of the Realm miniatures look like. I mean, to those wondering how these models got through quality control at WizKids, well, this is the quality that WizKids are controlling for. You can see it in every single other model they release too. These are fundamentally what WizKids models always look like. So why the hell are WizKids pretending otherwise? These miniatures are mass produced and painted in factories in China. They are not created by artisans in wherever it is that artisans live. I think it's in Spyro. So that means a couple of things. Firstly, that the false advertising that WizKids is being accused of in this instance hasn't just happened the one time like WizKids are kind of pretending in their statement. It happens in every single product that
No, but yeah, I mean, here,
they sell.
actually,
It's happening with Dungeons and Dragons miniatures right now, with Pathfinder miniatures, Critical Role miniatures as well. Hell, the Critical Role miniatures were actually cancelled recently because not enough people were buying them, presumably because the quality level of the miniatures are so low, and that's not what people collecting miniatures want. I mean, I hate to say it, but WizKids miniatures are the Fire Festival of the miniatures world. And there were people there slashing other people's tents because they didn't want neighbors at their camping festival. And yet WizKids pretend otherwise. They are not honest about the quality of their minis. They pretend in their promotional pictures that they put out really high level minis. I mean, they're pretending as much in their recall statement too. And they've been getting away with it for a really long time. And as a result, I think that we all got a little used to how WizKids do things as well. We all got a little bit complacent. But how have they gotten away with this for so long? I mean, they release amazing
because they're
pictures
$5. They're $5.
of models.
That's why.
Models that have been pre-rendered digitally, but then when you buy them and they actually arrive, they look more like House of Wax victims.
Yeah, but again, a $5 model.
How have we accepted this for so long? And that's why this specific release
Because, I mean, listen, I'm not sure about you guys, but I have proxied my character with a dice before, so.
has blown up into
You know,
such
it's
a major
just,
scandal
sometimes
here
it's nice
because
just
these
to have your
Baldur's Gate
character,
models
but
were
as I
sold
said,
to
I painted this one. Like, this is one of the, like, ones that you just had to, like, you know, do yourself. But
an audience
which-
that had
how you
never
should do
seen
it.
WizKids quality models before.
if you can.
An audience that could say, hold on,
What the hell is even that?
that doesn't look anything like
That's
what the picture
awful.
suggested. And it has given
Although that
the
one, I have to say, that one's not as bad.
entire D&D community a bit of perspective. Because this time the miniatures have been sold to an
I
audience
need Triumph the Insult Dog to comment on this.
that are not gamers. Well, they are gamers. They've played
You know, I like to
Baldur's Gate
play
3,
the
but I'm
action figures.
talking about real
That one is good enough for me to poop on.
gamers, not video gamers with their VR headsets and racial slurs. I'm talking about real analog gamers who have to do racial slurs to your face, which is also probably why it crops up less at D&D tables. Well, most D&D tables anyway. But it took that Baldur's Gate 3 audience who bought these models
Oh, she's
expecting them to
awesome.
be the level of quality that so many other miniature figurines are
Yeah,
at.
yeah, there we go. There we go.
The
A starting.
price of the models suggest that the pictures that WizKids literally made promises them to be at. So yeah, anyone who bought these should be outraged.
I actually have
these
one.
should be recalled, but so should probably most
I
of
literally
the
have.
model line.
He's a
And look,
puppet.
I think there is a market for badly
It's Tim Pepper.
painted miniatures in D&D and RPGs for gaming. Lots of people don't want to paint their
He's just asking questions and reporting the news, guys.
models, and the WizKids minis do look
And he can do a kickflip, did you know?
kind of fine, you know, from a distance, admittedly a significant distance.
I'm into nerd things too, like magic.
They work okay as gaming miniatures.
That's a
Hell, they
redeem.
tend to be made of really
Oh.
flexible plastic,
Tim Pepper, that's a redeem.
so
there
you
we
can
go.
throw them at your
All right,
players and
all right, all
probably
right.
not kill them. What they aren't, however, are display miniatures. You
This
would
guy's
not
like smoking Tide Pods or something.
put these beside your Warhammer or other
Nemo
figurines
Pepper.
on a bookcase. But WizKids
Hot
keep
takes with Tim Pepper.
trying
I
to
like
sell
it.
them
I
as
like it.
collectible miniatures, and they keep doctoring pictures
And
of them
then
to
what
pretend
can
like they're
happen
higher
is if you do a
quality.
good
And
enough
then
job,
they keep putting them in
then Tim Pepper
randomized booster boxes and
gets
hoping that
turned
you'll
in
get this
to
mad,
ramen.
gambling addicted, collect them all mindset. There's
Because why
no
not?
other way to put it. This is all deceptive marketing practices, and as a community, we've been way too comfortable with that for way too long. So I
can't
hope
believe I
this
actually
latest
have one of
scandal
these.
embarrasses WizKids to fundamentally change how they produce these miniatures, or honestly, simply convince Wizards of the Coast to rethink how they're licensing their official products. Because WizKids have gotten into a lot of trouble this year. First, it was canceling the Critical Role miniatures, and now it's this abomination. I mean, who knows what it'll be
Well, because they probably saw them and like had a feeling that it was going to be kind of like this, where it's like, oh,
next.
that's
Probably the minis will come
we can
alive
in
and kill
no
some.
good conscience put that out there for our people.
Like that Stephen King story where a hitman has to fight an army of green army men. And Stephen King
It's a good,
did a lot of coke in the 80s. But this all
but it's awesome.
begs the question, are WizKids even going to re-release these Baldur's Gate minis? Because any other miniatures they produce are going to look as bad as this and try to be delivered to the same audience. So I think that WizKids honestly just have to cancel this entire product range and just take the hit, which is a huge blow to the company.
Or,
I mean,
well,
they
no,
really-
because they can't. Like, because these are the cheap plastic ones. That's the difference. So, like, these are made of resin, so you can put primer on them.
Survive by canceling all of their miniatures?
Drink a bunch of edibles, and the fact that you had a puppet in the hand,
We
on
might
your hand is
soon
killing me.
Find out. So subscribe to the channel to keep up to date with the developing story, and check out my
Hey, man, you know, I come in with the dice when needed and also the puppets when needed. It's almost like I'm prepared for everything. I'm a prepared pepper. Ew. Prep with Pet. There we go. There we go. We just figured out my new show. Prepping with Pet. Now I do need to figure out something with him. Like, the only problem is with Tim here, I always go to the Ben Shapiro bit, which is obviously it's not applicable. Facts don't care about your feelings. Like, and then I also sound like Jordan I don't know how he became like an amalgamation of every right winger that I watch. So I guess that's just his bit now. I'm just a dose of Jordan Peterson, but the facts don't care about your feelings. And you know what? Ukraine can suck it. I didn't take Russian money. They didn't even pay me to say that. I just say that anyway. God, what an idiot. You know it's bad when the jokes actually like piss you off because you're just like, God, he sucks. He just sucks so bad. There was a video game with those small toy army men a long time ago. Yeah. Yeah. What was it? Army men? Oh shit, my dog. All right, that was a double treat time. Sorry about that, guys. Oh, she was fine. She was making the best of it. She was hanging outside, chilling with the neighbor dog by the fence. But yeah, I totally had that moment where I was like, "Oh shit, I forgot to let her back in." So yeah, she just got double the treats. Bad owner. Well, that was awesome. I'm actually kind of... I like that we did the fun story first. How could I? That was a total... Yeah, that was an accident. Yeah, dude, what the hell? My chat... Having problems with chat over on YouTube, and I'm having problems with my camera upstairs. Because now that's buffering. God, I hope I'm not... Am I experiencing an internet outage? Oh no. No. I don't know. Alright. God. Ethan Klein crashing out? Really? Well, let's see. Do I care? It's not a video. Ethan Klein when he finds a woman he hasn't harassed. He's been crashing out for months now. Thing is, it's getting boring. Like, I'm bored with it. Ethan Klein is a bigot who called Ramallah a terrorist city while listening to his wife describe an armed kidnapping she participated in. Her and her IDF squad, or IOF, turned over a house with children in it and stole their father from a home in front of their terrified father. I don't know. Seems like reaching. I mean, I don't know. Who sent that to me? I don't recognize the name. Yeah, it seems like they're trying to stir up some drama or something that I don't want to be part of. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm so bored with the Ethan thing. Like, God, at this point, like, can we just, who cares? Like, he crashed out. I kind of wish, like, Dan and, like, the crew would kind of figure something out, like H3 Light, or figure something, like, I don't know, man. It sucks. It sucks that they have to be tied to that right now. Because that's the one thing that did remind me, like, how much I kind of liked the crew, but I hated Ethan. Well, not hate. I don't, God. It's the first time I think I've even used that, like, term. I don't really hate anybody. Well, that's not true. There's a certain ex-chatter that I do hate, but he was a terrorist, though. That part is true. Is it, though? Like, that's the thing. I've heard that clip, but then I heard another one that, like, where she immediately walked it back and said, like, I didn't do that. Not trying to defend her, just saying, like, do you think she fucked up and realized that she may have told... Because, like, she literally pivoted from saying, yes, I participated in this, like, thing during my training, and then she was like, but I was just a secretary. Like, okay. Talk about an inconsistency. Also, real quick, guys, while he is chilling, go and check out Smoke a Tide Pod's channel over on Twitch. Follow him if you have not already, and you guys can watch my appearance from Saturday in his VODs. So, good. Your hate has made you powerful. Yes. Release your anger, your hatred. You want to talk about, like, a hardcore, like, when he goes mask off, he's like, no. Like, he just fucking goes for it. You will die. In my personal opinion, wait. She was a part of the IDF alone. That makes it true. The raid is extra, in my personal opinion, not the opinion of this channel. Well, no. Obviously. well, because I happen to know the context. I don't know. Once you start humanizing, like people that don't even want to be there, I don't know. It does kind of like that's what shifted my opinion just a little bit, where I was just like, okay. I mean, I already was like kind of, hey, let's not do this, because that's where they can claim like anti-Semitism if you're just going Israeli X. It's just like, it's like, no, the IDF, the leadership of the IDF, and anybody that is following the orders of the IDF without thinking and like just doing all that shit. Yes, this is pretty blatant, but I don't know, man. Conscription is a weird one. Because, I mean, we can't escape that. We were part of a draft, like, system. And I'm 99% sure, because I know one of them. Like, my grandfather was one of them, where he was in the Navy, and he wasn't exactly thrilled about it. So, when it came time for, like, getting his assignments and everything, he did everything he could to make sure that he had either, like, a kitchen duty, or he had something that was more of, like, in line with what he did, where he was a naval engineer. So... yeah, when they burned Vietnamese villages, they were terrorists too. Yeah, no, I know. Well, yeah, again, that's not a hot take. You got to cover Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists. I'm going to, on Twitch, coming up here near the end of the show, what I'm going to do is I'm probably going to just end stream over on YouTube and then restart stream over on Twitch. And just watch it over there, because I don't even want to play the game. The Jubilee channel is unreal with the way that they do things and their copyright strikes, and they're not lenient. Like, they're not helping any small channels at all. That's the wildest part, because they rely on smaller channels that do the exact type of content I do for the guests that they collect. Why in the hell would they not let a guy like me, I don't know, maybe get in on that and do some React content? I guess we're just robbing them of their views, guys. Yeah, somebody tried to say that to me once. I was like, really? It is what it is. It is so stupid. Wait, same with my... oh, sorry. Same with my own family in Korea. It is what it is. Oh, you mean just American atrocity or whatever? Like... that's just... yeah. I mean, again, I just know from my grandpa's stories and the fact that he was, like, so open about it. Oh, my God. He was, like... thank God he was as open as he was about it, because I probably would have had more of, like, a... rah American view of war had it not been for him, where he's just like, no, war. He was actually the first person to just say, like, don't play war. Like, it's like, war is not for play. It's not something that you want to ever just like, emulate. But he didn't say, what was the word he said? He's like, you don't want to, play war. Man, he was like pretty adamant about that too, because like that was a few years in a row where me and my cousins would get scolded by him. So I would not watch their content directly. Oh, I can't. Like, I literally can't. And like, for instance, the Majority Report reacting to it, I'll get hit for that. So like, for instance, what I'm thinking about doing is watching at least Sam Cedar reacting to the one clip where, I mean, if I have to cut out 20 seconds of a stream, that's okay. That I can edit out without it having too much of a stream getting cut. So, what I'll do is I'll watch it near the end of stream, just so even if I have to do it, then it doesn't really affect much else. In very worst case, I just edit it at the very end of stream. So. War is usually just to make the rich richer. Well, yeah. Yeah, that's why I see this, though. Like, you know, like, Putin, pooty, poo. You gotta totally ship up or shape up. Or ship Ship out or shape up. I can't talk. No, for real though. Like, dude, we're edging towards World War III. We have so much destabilization within our own country, let alone the world. Like, they're doing this on purpose, man. And like, it's obvious, and it's just the way that they legit don't like, dude. We somehow ants have more respect than we do. Like, realistically, man. Like, it's insane. I was thinking about this when I was hearing Trump talk about like the price of shit. And just how that doesn't infuriate his followers. And, like, this is stuff that they should be hearing because he's saying it on Fox News. You know, like, when he was talking about his Memorial Day speech, it was insane. Like, again, dude, like, at what point, I don't care how big of a fucking fan you are of him, do you just go, did that idiot just really make that about him? Really? Like, and they're just more than, like, they love it. They love it. He's their god. And that's terrifying. It's terrifying. But I also saw this today when I was thinking about AI. I was watching a video about AI that, you know what? Fuck it. I can bring that one to you guys. This one I won't get hit on. Haha. But yeah, I was thinking about this with AI and how, like, you got these cheating scandals and, like, just people openly using AI more and more, especially in the academic world. They don't see, like, now you have the discourse being about whether or not this is cheating instead of what it should actually be about. Is this robbing the next generation of critical thinking skills that they already were kind of lacking? Now we're talking about basic processing skills, because if they're going to AI to do prompts right from the get-go to give me a summary about your life, because that's the shit that we're seeing. Like, I don't know, man. I'm glad that I'm simultaneously, like, kind of pissed that I didn't go to college specifically, like, for a better degree, or like a degree to get, you know, a better job or whatever the fuck, like, every single one of us was sold on, where it's like, if you don't go into debt for this, then you're not gonna have a good job. Which, again, like, if you don't go into finance, like, legit, if you do not go into finance and, like, or something along those lines, then just, what are you doing? Because there is a part of that too where it's just like, all right, like, how come some of that needs to be buried under, like, higher academia? Because some of these programs, like the dance programs, and, like, it doesn't make sense to me. I have a staff who was just trying to analyze documents using AI, and his work is full of errors. It's like, you need to read and process and learn, otherwise you're just cheating yourself. Exactly. They don't, there's literally going to be no fucking problem solving skills. They're just going to be like, hold on. Like, okay, so I have this on a very small scale, because I am one of those assholes that was told, you're not going to have a calculator everywhere you go. So, you know, for this point, I'm going to admit something kind of embarrassing. It's okay. I have used a calculator to do to actually calculate my fractions at the grocery store, because that's kind of the way that I learned. But I'm always doing the, if I move the decimal point. I really am just one step away from using my damn fingers. But yeah, man. I feel like I'm robbing myself of critical thinking skills anytime that I do that. Because technically, I am. I should take that extra time to fire up those synapses and just give myself a little, you know, mental trip to the gym. But nope. Whereas usually, wait, it happened again. Damn it. Multi-stream was going so well. Hold on, I gotta reset multi-stream again. Oh. Wait. Didn't reset this time. Anyway. Clip Pep's best moments. Did I really just get that as a option on my own channel? That's kind of funny. Oh, it's because I'm watching my actual... Oh, I'm dumb. I didn't have my stream screen on. I was actually watching the stream. Even with video games, you used to have to figure out stuff, but now you can just Google or watch a walkthrough. That's not true. That's not true at all. It's not true at all. Here, I'll show you the old one. Tell me again. Tell me again. Walkthroughs. Huh? Cheating? Cheating? Walkthroughs? Really? And yes, this is the OG. Bro about the bust out a Prima guide? Brady Games, but still. Ain't that funny? God. Yeah, literally. Go through the pillar assaults. Oh, look at that. Coral Prison. Nope. Boss fights. Come on. Don't be that guy. Don't be the guy. Back in my day, we used to actually have to figure out the puzzles in the video games. That's not true. Better times. It was. it was. Now, did I just kind of get that nostalgic? God, this thing. I've had this forever. But yeah, the nostalgic feel for this where I was just like, man, I sat there with this thing open for a long time. Long time. Let's see. Where's the Ultima Weapon? I can find the Ultima Weapon page. Just based on the fact... Oh, shit. It's right around here. Oh, no. Chocobo... Okay. Chocobo breeding was the #1 used page that this just takes you right to, so... Thinking that was... Yep, Ruby Weapon. Here we go. Some of those puzzles don't know how anyone figured them out legitimately. Well, yeah, Zelda was that way. I have to say, like, there were like 3 or 4 Tears of the Kingdom ones that, like, I could not figure out. So I sucked it up and I just went and looked up a tutorial because I wasn't about to spend 6 hours in one area, but I really didn't have to do it that often, so. Fan-made Wikia, unironically, is in many ways superior, but those guides sure had some product quality, but that impressed pre-adolescent me at least. I know. Does anyone believe a soul completed the Zelda game 100% blind? No! 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 Specifically, the one where you have to make a giant bat? Like, yeah, anyone fucking knew that this pillar sticking out in the middle of the room, you needed to literally put another pillar on and then launch the ball at the same time and go literally baseball it into the hole. Yeah, bullshit. Have to brute force every possible combination or ball walls looking for which openings. I mean, I am the quintessential guy where, like, if you see me start a game, I saw this, like, a meme where it's a kid and his dad playing a video game. He's like, Dad, why do you always run into the wall first? He's just like, because back in my childhood, there was one game that had a secret right at the start of the game, and I have not been able to play a video game normally since. It's just like, Devil May Cry. Devil May Cry had one of those. It's one of the secret orbs. For anybody that could never find the last orb in Devil May Cry, it's in the very first area. Just walk backwards. It's that easy. Just know how to do the sequence of time-sensitive events that require you to be in the right place, right time, with multiple times cross a 3-day sequence without knowing ahead of time what you're going to do, bro. The fact that this is where I'll just say I have mad respect for Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, for especially Tears of the Kingdom, because of the way that you had to, like, the building aspect to everything. They didn't really give you, like, clear instructions on how to do this shit until you're literally, you know, you could be halfway through the game at that point where you do things linearly, and then you get a little bit of, like, tutorial. Ugh. Anyone ever get the couples mask in Majora? I never did. I have my original N64 Majora's Mask that I beat once, but I did it, like, pretty much speed gaming. And then I have my Majora's Mask for the 3DS that I don't even know where I'm at, but I just know I gave up. Breath of the Wild's aesthetic got me back into Morrowind. Has such a sense of wonder. It is such a good game. It is just such a good game. It's one of my favorite games ever made. I'm playing, like, I have Tears of the Kingdom right here, ready to go with that capture card. Maybe I should play that. I don't know, because I got this other game, The Witness. It's good, but I do have to say, I don't know, man. I'm not sure how much I dig a game where it's all about puzzles, but I like prompts. Like, at least give me a prompt to help me figure it out, like Zelda has. This doesn't have that. This is like, what if Zelda was legit just completely blind? Like, they just leave a bunch of shit, like, all over, don't even tell you what your powers are. Like, because, yeah, as I was saying, at least in Zelda, they do have that thing where you walk up to, like, one of, like, the little legendary pillar dudes, and they'll tell you, like, what you have to do. Which, again, I figured that out way too late in the damn game. Is it true? I remember PS5 promo was, like, showing you can look up a walkthrough on YouTube while you are in-game stuck somewhere. You can, but it lags everything super hard. And honestly, it's not great. Also, it's the same with the screen capture and the streaming. Because I've debated streaming for my PS5, but... Although... You know what? I actually might be able to make that work now. Stay tuned. Stay tuned, guys. You know what? I just have to see how I can hook that up to this account. Yeah, I think I can hook it up to Twitch. I'm not sure. Yeah. I still can't believe I got that tower card. That makes me mad. Oh. Can you use the capture card? Yeah. I don't need to use the capture card on... Well, yeah, if I wanted to stream it here, I'd have to. Duh. Shit. Alright, I'll have to think about that. We have a spatial issue there. I don't know where I'd put it. It might have to go, like, behind my computer. You gotta go? Alrighty. Always sad, but... You know what? I understand. Oh, take care. I'll see you tomorrow. 2 o'clock. It's PS5. Yeah. As far as I know, it does. It gave me the option to when I first got it. Yeah. Play screen with a video call. There we go. Wait. Is it from the computer though? No, it's from remote play. Wait, no, shit.
Here is go over to your Discord. You are
Shit, nah. You need a capture card. Motherfucker. Alright. You could use 2 Discord accounts and capture yourself via Discord call with yourself. I could do that. See? You've been doing this just long enough for where it's like, oh, Smoke coming in with the good ideas. Alright. I like that. All right, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Ugh. Soda time. Buy a super long HDMI cable. God, that's funny. My IT guy, he's just like one of my best friends. When I was first getting this set up, I was having like a hard time getting hardline into my office down here, and he was just like, "You know what we could do? We could just buy a 400-foot cable for the hardline you downstairs." I was like, maybe. And then he explained what that would entail. It would literally entail like stringing it. It not happening. So yeah, that sucked. I had to literally get a cable guy out here. It was an expense. Which, by the way, guys, just so you know, yes, we did hit the goal over on my mom's memorial fund. So, again, thank you to anyone who has contributed to that. You have my undying appreciation, guys. I think I can just tell you guys what's going on now. So, me and God, if I can do this without crying. Me and my sister, we decided the best way to honor my mom was she was an artist, so she was really like into Monet and like Renoir and the French, painters that, she loved flowers too. So we found this really cool way of doing it where they make a piece of art out of glass with her ashes, and it's it's gonna be something that I can have obviously forever. And then on top of that, the same company, because I am a jewelry guy, they also make stuff like that. So I'm gonna have my mom made into like a little fucking Christ. Yeah, I thought this would be easier. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. We're honoring her by making into art and jewelry. And then, yeah, she there's a very specific island that she wanted her send off. Fuck. Okay. Back in CRT times, there was a device called a video sender that you could send small TV signals to all around your house. I kind of remember those. Like, I kind of feel like we had one. Like, I feel like we had one for my basement. Oh god. But yeah. But that's also where I was saying is, yes, you guys can also continue to help out the stream, because now I can kind of let you guys in on what's going on here. My desk broke, so I have, if you have noticed that my camera shaking right now, this is just me like moving my leg a little bit because it's balancing on a broken wheel that I have taped right now. So, yes, any of the extra proceeds from this, although I feel like I should probably just reset it at this point, even though we have time to go. I don't know. If anybody has an opinion about that one, I would actually not mind hearing it. Because, yeah, I'm not sure really what to do. I love how, like, I talk to my sister and we get we finalize the date and everything. I'm okay with it. And then, yeah. But, yeah. Just wanted to let you guys know that, yeah, any of the proceeds will be going to a new desk, and then I'm getting new glasses. So if it were me, I'd reset it. Oh, wait. You would reset what? I'm sorry. I got lost there. Ugh. Oh, you'd reset the goal. My bad. Okay, I'll just reset the goal here. Thank you, Smoke. I appreciate that. I totally had a stoner moment where I asked you guys to do something, and I was just like, huh? Nah, I kind of was toying with that, like, from the beginning of stream, but I did also want people that weren't here on Friday to see that we actually made it. Because it is awesome, man. Nah, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Oh, you're making burgers? Damn, I want to make some burgers. The one thing about being down here is like, I can't even grill. Although, is it still nice out? No, clouds came in. You know what? I might do it tomorrow because I think I think I might lose it. Because resetting it requires me to delete that. Oh man. Hey, yeah, it is. It is West Coast. Let's smoke. Whew. I need it. I really need it right now. Yeah, I'm still kind of like tripping that like we made the goal, and it's so awesome, man. Deer closure stuff. Yeah. It's not easy, man. Dude, all right, I got a story for you guys. Hold on. Let's cheers, and this one's good. Cheers. All right. So, let me set the stage. Number one, not sure if you guys noticed my pearly whites. I went to the dentist today, and it's kind of funny. I started this, like my stream, I think like the week before my last dentist appointment. So, yeah, he was kind of asking like, oh, so how have things been, blah, blah, blah. And the last time I talked to him, that's when he just let it slip. He's just like, oh, what do you think about Trump? And then without getting an answer, he's just like, I think he's doing great, blah, blah, blah. I was like, oh, it was really unfortunate too, because my dentist was a cool guy up until that point. Which, whatever, dude. I know that we disagree on politics, but realistically, he's a good dude. He's just whatever. So we get to the point of my my teeth inspection where he finds like a hairline crack on I have a hairline crack on my bottom tooth down here, and he's just like, have you been under a lot of stress? I'm like, yeah. He's like, what's going on? And like without missing a beat, I just went, my mom died. And he just went, oh, yeah, that would do it. Because I wear a mouth guard. Like, I have to. I know I'm one of the... Yeah. I'm a retainer. Might as well be a retainer. But yeah, I have to wear a mouth guard when I sleep. Otherwise, I will crack teeth. Like, I... Apparently, according to him, am one of the only clients he's ever had that, I cracked my first one. And he was just like, this is... I've never seen this. I've never seen somebody grind as bad as you. But yeah, I cracked multiple teeth before that. So yeah, when he was just, but that was kind of funny. Hey, have you been under a lot? What's going on? Yeah, how do I not say it? Oy, oy, oy. Again, guys, thank you for, thank you for the support, man. Like, not even financial, any of that. Just thank you for being here for, like, me while I'm going through this. You've made it a lot better. Easier? I wish I could say that, but better. It's definitely made it better. Oh, yeah, do your closure stuff first. No question. Yeah, it's just, man. Yeah, I just found out that... we're talking about turning her phone off. Yeah. It's weird how that's the stuff that like starts affecting me again. Where like again, I don't know. Like it makes no sense. Like when you really think about it, like I know she's gone. But like why does her phone being turned like I gotta be honest, I'm really upset that like one of the last things like the last few months that she was alive, she changed her voicemail. So it wasn't her anymore. It was just her number. I was just like, ugh. That kind of sucked. Anyway, if you guys are new here and you haven't figured out yet, my mom passed away recently, so apologies if you guys are just dropping in on that one, but no, I appreciate it. Again, you guys roll. Also, hit that like button if you haven't over on YouTube. Come on, guys. Just gonna go for the hard pivot. Oh, man. You know you can tarot card the entire world? Can you? What's your take on that? Also, now that you are a follower, you can use those sick emotes that I just made. God. Again, pat myself on the back a little bit more. Yeah, someone got upside down turned hangman. What's that mean? Yeah, smoke. Upside down turned hangman. Upside down turned. I swear this is the one that I had. Because I had something similar happen like that where, like I had mentioned, I've never really had a tarot reading, but like my aunt is into tarot, right? So, and I only remember me calling her about this because it only happened one time where I found a tarot card in the middle of the street. Or not even the middle of the street. It was like I was on a walk and it was in the middle of the sidewalk, but it was like dead center of the sidewalk, turned face up. Inverted hangman is fine though. I think that's what it was. I think it was the inverted hangman. Because I remember it being something about like I had to move on, and it was weird because I was moving out of my apartment at that time. Oh, Miss Alice, were you not here for the beginning of stream? Because I want, if you got opinions about this, because Anna gave me her take, and I think she's right, but I hope she's right. Because without too much context, again, according to Smoke a Tide Pod, the demons have to work this one out. So the demons, I guess you're my little demons today. So I got the Ace of Wands face up, or face up, not inverted. You know what I mean. And Anna's take on that one was that, okay, you missed the beginning. Okay, so yeah, her take on that was the stream, that it was a new creative venture, new personal power and fulfillment. Dead on. That's all, Squig. I'm a bystander there. Man, I gotta talk to him about that. I'm not even kidding. Like, actually, Smoke, if I might hit him up after stream or maybe tomorrow, because for real, bro, like, that kind of fucked with me. I did have like a moment, because the tower, that, spoiler alert. So yeah, I had the Ace of Wands, which symbolizes new beginnings, creativity, ambition, particularly in areas of power and fulfillment. Make sure to get that one right. Again, I equate that to stream, and this, aces are gifts from the universe. Well, I have Ace of Pentacles, which is symbolizing abundance, new income. So, you know, taking steps towards concrete goals. Yeah. No, I'm like this one. All right, I see it. But big. Because yeah, this one was also upward. All three were which I was kind of surprised by that. I was like, oh no shit. Look at that. None of them were upside down. But then I got the devil, which I know is not necessarily that bad, but bondage, addiction, obsession, entrapment. Represent feeling stuck in a pattern of self-sabotage or being controlled by an external force, but also highlight upright. The devil in the upright position can suggest feeling trapped or controlled by habits, limiting beliefs, or unhealthy relationships. It can also point towards the need to address a strong attachment to material possessions, pleasure, or power. Overall, the devil is a card that encourages introspection. It prompts you to question your own choices and actions. I believe what Anna was saying was that this one was me processing my grief. And then she said that that leads to my final card, which was the whammy card. At least that's what I'm calling it. That's, by the way, Smoke, that's what, I mean, I know you guys got your own name for it. I'm calling it the whammy card because I got whammied with it pretty freaking hard. Because repentant man would say that the devil represents marijuana. Nice. Come. You're dead on, dude. He would probably just be like, see, it's that devil's lettuce. You should know. You should know. And here's Jesus to save us all. But yeah, and then I got sure my take would be that there's something that might be vexing, threatening to stand in the way of your gifts. Opinions. You guys watch me. You guys are objective. I hope. Oh, those are sick. Recognition of the negative influence early will make it easier for the wand and the pentacle to be your staff and shield. Oh, I can do that. I didn't know that was a thing. I thought this was all like kind of set in stone kind of shit where it's like, here's what you're going through. Here's what might happen. This could be either or. I don't know this stuff, so this is it is very new to me. Oh God, I forgot about this. Oh, I should probably reset this goal. I really should. Because I need new classes. Yeah, just so you guys know, I am going to be my goals are going to be more oriented towards supporting myself. Just so you guys know. I'm gonna make it fun though. Like I know that there's like I could do the like onesie goal. I hate onesies though. Onesies suck. I do have my giant Uggy that I could just put on, but I feel kind of like that's cheating. It's like, here, get me to a goal that puts me into something that's incredibly comfortable. I don't care how stupid I look. But yeah, just letting you guys know. Yeah, the position of them matters, right? So the position you draw them in matters. Well, see, I had them drawn for me I was on somebody's stream. You guys can check out the stream here. I'll drop the link again, because Smoke is a fucking cool dude. And I appreciate being on his show, but also you guys should just check out his content. He's got some good shit out there. Especially if you guys just need a break from all the political stuff. Like, man, do it. Do it. But yeah, you guys can actually you can see what I drew there, because Squig, he had it up on his monitor where that's why I kind of remember it. Like he drew all three of them up. Do you like riddles? I don't know. Maybe. Not really. I mentioned that I hit my head a little bit earlier this weekend, so it might be a little slower than usual. Oh, sorry, the no is for nothing's written in stone. What question can you never answer yes to? I don't know. I don't know. Who's got an answer? Are you asleep? Oh. Are you sleeping? That's what, yeah. Oh, that's weird. That's weird. You guys both. Boom. Nice. Are you dead? I was gonna try and be a smart ass, but I'm just like, I got nothing. That required me to be smart. Alright. Enough of the self-deprecation. Usually people say, are you alive? Oh. I didn't even have an answer. I just let everybody else answer because I didn't want... I'm like, oh, that sounds stupid. Thus making myself look more dumb. I thought that through. Oh, man. No, but the tower, guys. The tower. Miss Alice. My whammy card. The tower. The tower. The tower represents catastrophe, and it was an upright tower. I mean, dude, when Squig dropped it, he was like, oh, I don't like giving bad news. I was like, what? Dude! I went back and I watched that one. Damn it, I should have just clipped it and put it on my channel. Because, you know, oh, wait, I can't. I can't clip something from your channel to mine. Someone left something in my house that was like a shrine. What? Like, are you being for real? Tower represents high. It says it says catastrophe. No, it doesn't. I left and came back. Y'all still acting like ghosts and woo-wooing here? Woo! Yeah, what? Change, not always catastrophic, but great and almost always from the outside. Shit. From outside, what do you mean? So, like, that does that not include my mom's death? See, that's where I was like, oh, see, like, a lot of that, that's just why I was even freaking out a little bit, is because, yes, you do the thing, again, watched Penn and Teller's bullshit on this, and how it is kind of, you create your own narrative with it, right? But then again, I also watched a guy explain this mathematically, where he was kind of like, no, it's not all bullshit, because, like, again, there's only so many behaviors that a human being has. So it's like, you can always argue that some, like, humans are predictable. You know, this is why you're able to have, like, these reads and just be like, okay, this is a type of person you might be. Or, like, what's going on here? Like, I don't know. I'm trying to have an open mind about this stuff. But, yeah, when I got that tower card, I'm not going to lie, that kind of... Why I think I'm gonna have to have a talk with them when we're, you know, not on the high of having a really fun podcast, because that was. And yeah, it was mostly like with the jokes until that very moment. I have to be completely real, man. I had a very real, like, huh? Like, oh my god, should I be worried? I think I'm worried. I'm definitely worried. I think of it as a meditative focus. I keep getting the Empress and Hermit. Yeah, see. That's something I should do. Actually, Alice, there we go. It could be about your mom, but it could be about your car. My car wasn't catastrophic, though. My car actually turned out to be good news. Like, my car, it turned out to just be 2 O2 sensors, which, yeah, it's gonna produce shitty gas mileage for a little bit, but realistically, my car's not catastrophically, like, dead. Yeah, someone do a tarot reading for the United States. I invite you guys to do a tarot reading for the United States here, but I also invite you guys to try a tarot reading on me. But it was freaking you out at the time, whatever it was will hit you like that, but might resolve just as easy. I'm trying not to say too much. I don't know. Anyway, Miss Alice, actually, I thought about this. I know that you can't do memberships over on YouTube, but can you get them over on Twitch? Which I know you mentioned you didn't necessarily like Twitch, but we have a lot more fun stuff over on the channel now. I got all the emotes set up. I'm gonna have the you guys can hail Tim Pepper whenever. So I got you, man. Right now, you want to have someone around you that you can trust and confide in, knowing that they won't let you down. There's one. If I used Uno cards and put meaning to different colors, I'm sure that would cause similar self-thought. Man, this is the most pessimistic I think I've seen you. I like pessimistic, Mitesh. You're fun. You are afraid that this period of harmony in your relationship or life in general is not going to last. Drive. That's what's going for you. You certainly aren't a quitter. I don't like these. I don't like this. This is two. But, you see? But I did the thing. I totally did the thing where I was just like, oh, yeah, okay. Someone most likely male isn't quite who they seem. You will in time know what decision to make about who or what must be given up. This is a time of passage from one phase to another in your life. It's two. That's two. To me, tarot seems mainly like an easy way to string together a question that you may not have asked yourself properly, that you can process the emotion. That's us. You know what? Good take, Sylvie. You know what? That's kind of All right, those last two though. The appearance of the High Priestess can represent a woman who you care for very much, who truly inspires you. Well, I mean, wait, the loss of one? I mean, just describe my mom. Can I just say the really weird thing that I kind of wish I would have done is, I don't know, had like a recording of my mom laughing. It kind of sucks. I'm sure I'll find one eventually, but oh god, here he is. And with that fifth card, you called out the repentant man. I hope you're not hope you're laying off the pro-dope narrative today. Well, repentant man, sorry to disappoint. I'm actually being dead serious. I'm sorry to disappoint you. But yeah, not laying off. Why is this your life's goal? why don't you ask for repentant from something else? I don't know. It's not really dope. We've gone through this one already, man. I feel like we're going back to the very beginning. We're all stars now. In the dope show. There's lots of pretty ones. I wanna get you high. You know, you know what? Say what you will about Marilyn Manson. That song's a banger. All right. Sorry, guys. Being a little weird. If someone who you feel wary of is presenting you with a business opportunity, be cautious and trust your instincts. Who the fuck? Yeah, I was about to say, who's giving me what now? Oh. 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 Timing. Oh, timing. That's weird. That's really weird that you... The male one says if someone... Wait. So... Oh, wait, is that the male high priest? Chatbots, maybe. This one seems very Twitch coded. Are you talking about Repentant Man? Because I've thought the same thing. He seems like he's a Twitch coded bot. Which, whatever. As far as bots go, one of the better ones to interact with, but he's not. I'm no bot. That's what a robot would say. Wait. He's too emotional to be a bot. Well, I was about to wait, do I have something? Yeah, here. You got an innocuous piece of construction equipment. Boom. If you are a robot, if you are not a robot, identify what this is right now. Repentant Man, you must What is it? Try salvia if you want to be a chair for 100 years. It's oh. He's not a robot, guys. It's a front loader. Damn it! Well, the robot came in and was just like, it's a toy. You're a robot. You're a first-time chatter, too. Robot. He's a robot, I'm telling you. He couldn't identify it. I'm a man. No. You didn't say it's a front. It was funny when he said front loader because I was just like, all right. I was kind of thinking about it. I'm like, well, I guess I would also, take just construction equipment. But I'm like, that's too general. I'm worried that the impressionable will hear you talking up dope and decide to try it. Repentant Man, what does this say? Captcha. Nice. Oh, shit. He got it! Well, as quickly as that was going to turn funny, it also was just like, ah, shit. That's all the permission I need. See? That's how I take it. Every time he pops up here, I'm like, man, I don't know. Do you understand that you're kind of doing like... You're trying to get your message across, but then you come here, you're kind of... I don't know. Like, you're not a dick, but you kind of a dick. It gives me the itch, man. No, I'm not a dope. No. I don't think he caught that back part. Nice. Good job. Guys, oh yeah, apologies over on YouTube. Should probably be reading this. No, I'm a dope smoker. I'm not a dope smoker. I'm a dope roller. Good. Not funny. No, repentant man. That was pretty funny. I roll for friends, but I've never smoked. Oh, no shit. Oh, you're like being legit. That is kind of cool though. Damn, you're the useful sober friend. I used to kind of be that, except I wasn't. I still smoked, so. Damn, you know what? That's impressive though. Since my repentance showed up, my desire to get baked has increased 420-fold. No one knows how to roll. I do. I know how to roll one-handed because, without saying too much, I had a job where I had to. God, one of these days, I swear to God. I need to look up my contract and just be like, when can I fucking talk about this stuff? Laney shouldn't contribute to misbehavior. You have made me see the light. Oh no, repentant man got one. You got one. You'll seek Jesus? I could do the easy joke here, but I don't want to. Never mind. Alright. Since repentant has shown up here. I used to roll while driving sticks. Well, takes a lot of practice, but it's way easier while... Yeah, I mean... I'm sure I could probably do it riding a bike. I mean, literally, I can do this. Like, it's just... not spilling, like, all of it. I will, like, yeah, I'm not that, like, great, but... They turn it... Like, I'm the master of rolling, like, the banana, if you know what I mean. Didn't someone in the Bible speak of a burning bush? There are many great resources online to help you in your journey to become closer to Christ. Is it bad? That's like the first time that I actually got kind of like, ew. Like, what did the kids say? Gave me the ick? Like, gave me the ick. Saying that gave me the ick. Evangelion! Dude, I found out one of the funniest things about that show is finding out that it does not actually have any deeper meaning than just he thought the religious imagery looked cool. Love them. Quick question. How many times are you supposed to inform someone about the Lord return to inform them before your job is done and you are to move on? Actually, it's kind of a good question. Like, because yeah, you are kind of in a way, you're almost damaging yourself by coming here and like being the butt of a joke. You do realize that, right? Don't want to ruin it, but I feel like it's run its course. Moses spoke to God through the burning bush on Mount Sinai. Someone went to Sunday school this Sunday, guys. Possibly Saturday, because I knew some weirdos that went on Saturday. Little Miss Malice. Ooh, I like that better. It's a damn good name. And also, definitely, yeah. Go check out Smoke's stream. I think that we did the tarot reading about halfway. You can see it pretty easily. It's when man in the box goes into a box. Like he's one of those Zartan boxes. So Christians are mocked for supporting Israel. No, Christians are mocked for supporting Zionism because, like, here, Eleni, I can speak on this one with a little bit of authority because I was part of a Christian sect that we called Jewish people placeholders because that's what they were to us, because we were the chosen ones. We're the evangelical Christians are the chosen ones. Didn't you know that, white Jesus just wanted them to sit there and hold our place and literally, it's as stupid as just like, yeah, we gotta dust off that field of Armageddon, whenever that apocalypse is a coming. That's also why they're so gung-ho about like pushing for the apocalypse. That's why people that like love Donald Trump, I kind of think that they know, where they like read Revelation and they were just like, oh, that guy. He fits a few of them, few of them. He really does, though. Like, let's put it this way. If I was still a believer, I would 100% just be like, the end is nigh! The end is nigh! Like, God, I probably would be billboard guy. These are God's chosen people, so you think they follow Jesus, Daddy Pep? Think about that. About that. That was my favorite Christian meme. Yeah. It is just wild to me, the way that they will pick and choose, like, just everything that fits their narrative and then just blatantly ignore the stuff where, like, and they'll just go, woke Jesus. It's like, how do they outdo memes? Like, the memes in, 10 years ago about, yeah, it was about 10 years ago. That was pretty much what it was. It was just like, oh my God, like, these people, but damn, MAGA Jesus, I was not prepared for. That or like Jesus praying, hello, Dad, it's me. It's me, you. What's funny? And I'll admit this full on. I never got the Holy Spirit thing. Even as a like firm believer, I never got it. That would always be the thing that like I would try to like gotcha my pastor, and he would just be like, "It's part of having faith." And it's like, what? Not having things make linear sense? Like, that doesn't make any fucking sense. Why did you even the Holy Spirit? Why'd you add the third part? Why didn't you just say, all right, technically he's kind of like, you ever seen the movie Independence Day? He has his body, but technically inside it's like a Men in Black alien, where that's the Holy Spirit. It gets lifted off to heaven like the claw from Toy Story. Ooh. So if you sell your soul, that is the unforgivable sin. They say the Holy Spirit is within you. Oh, that actually makes a little bit more sense. Like, I don't know how the hell I just kind of missed that part where I was like, oh, so that's why they were mad about my eternal soul. It wasn't me that they were worried about. They thought it was kind of like Optimus Prime, where he's got the Allspark. So I'm just like, we can't lose that piece of the Allspark. Oh no. You do realize that I give as much merit to Christianity as I do what I just said there? Like, how come the almighty Optimus Prime should not be worshipped? Because he does. He is the holder of the Allspark. Do you know what the holder of the Allspark does? The Autobots to victory. He actually is the beating heart of Cybertron. You find that out later. I don't know how I got into that, but whatever. Fuck, it just happened there. Okay. F the Trinity. Hey, I like Batman, Superman, and Wonder Woman. What the fuck is wrong with you, Kaz? Damn, hating on comic books like that. Wild. Absolutely wild. Or are we talking the Holy Trinity of Star Wars, and I'm talking episode 4, 5, and 6. Or as we call it, the Star Wars trilogy. If you're over a certain age. Smoking dope is about as bad as selling your soul. Well, that's a contract I sign daily there, pal. Yeah, people think the Trinity is all God, so Jesus is Trinity. They think... I mean, for real, do they actually think this? Like, it's kind of like, I don't know, like, or is there like a Casper? Like, is there literally like a ghost? Like, oh, like what do you call it? Protoplasm, or not protoplasm, what the ectoplasm or whatever. Where, yeah, they're kind of made of like matter, but they're not. But you know, they're like halfway here, and they're kind of like, yo, you always talk about Jesus, and he's kind of like, you don't actually talk about me. Like, you mentioned me, and then you're all kind of like, we don't know what you are, and you're just like, but you made me. I don't know. So do you think that Jesus and like the Holy Spirit look at God and they're like, well, you're still dad? I always like this one. It's just like, does God have a penis? That one usually stops a lot of Christians where they're just like, you can tell that's one of my oldies. That's one of the ones that I used to get people with back when I was a believer. But they would never admit that part of God right now. If they admit humanity is God, it becomes Satanism to them. Well, I mean, if they admit too much of one thing, then they start realizing it's like, no, that's a little bit of that pagan thing. Oh, no. Dionysus, oh, you weren't supposed to know about him. No. You're supposed to think Egyptians are weird and the devil. No. Even though they have a fucking much, more complete record of the history of the world than any Bible, but okay. It is weird. I just realized that you can barely see my little Godzilla there. You know what? Move him. I got this little guy. He was a gift. What if the horn of Gabriel sounds off right now? You would be shitting yourself? I wouldn't know what it really was. I'd be like everybody else, just like, what's that noise? Somebody leave their car alarm on? I don't know, man. Nah, I'm not one of these hedging your bets guys. I'm also not one of these Christians, was one of those Christians. Even when I was a Christian, I thought that atheists would have been covered because, like, in the Bible, he does talk about specifically people who do not, like, believe in his name, who practice, like, what he does. And they're just like, yeah, he's like, no, this whole idea that if you just believe in me, then you're forgiven for being a complete bastard all your life, knowing damn well this is what you were doing. No, that's literally what he's talking about, taking his name in vain. It's not saying, oh my God and goddamn. It's that. It's literally using his name to be like, no, I can be as bad of a person as I want and I still can get into heaven. What are you talking about? Otherwise, I'm pretty sure that there's an entire tax bracket in America that if they truly believed in Christ, they wouldn't have nearly the amount of money and cause nearly the amount of damage that they do to our country, if they actually believe. But whatever. I'd be like, damn, Neighbors got the movie turned up quite a bit. From my understanding, our heads would just explode so we wouldn't even know. What if Jesus was he was. The thing is, I know that this is kind of like the childish take on it, but since these people want to be children with their understanding of things, I'll break it down for them. Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world, red and yellow, black and white. They are precious in his sight. Jesus loves the little children of the world. Did he mention male or female? No, he didn't. Apparently, he just doesn't see color. There. I was trying to make a point, but then it was literally like, nope, the Republican Christian came in at the last second and was just like, no. But the Vatican changed the text. It wasn't the Vatican, necessarily. It was pre-Vatican. The Council of Nicaea was pre-Vatican. That was under Alexander the Great. Alexander loved him some Jesus. Literally. Like, he did. I mean, that was one thing. Say what you will. The guy really, he believed. It's kind of like Trump. Like, that's what scares me about Trump is I think that they really did convince him after, like, his assassination attempt that he truly was saved by God. That's why when people are just like, he doesn't actually believe in God, I'm like, he might now. Republican Jesus. Oh, AR-15 coming on, riding in on a frickin' cyborg velociraptor. His wear nothing but camo with his MAGA hat. Smoking a giant vape pen. Jesus sounds kind of badass if you ask me. If he's got a cat on his back, then you know what? I'm in. That transforms into a Ford one. He transforms into a Ford F-150. And the Lord said, let there be let my gas mileage suck. Oh my god. Did you guys? I almost said did you guys. Ugh. I'm gonna punch myself in the mouth. What's wrong with me? Oh, you gotta be kidding me here. Man. Yeah, guys. Share that stream over on YouTube and like over on YouTube if you haven't already. I'm gonna put the link in Twitch again because, yeah. Playing that fun game again where I don't think it's a shadow ban this time. I think it's literally because I missed a Monday. Like, that shit just so you guys know, like, if you are an up-and-coming creator or you are interested in creating, the key is consistency, and I'll just say this much too. If you want to have a midday off, do it. Like, right off the bat, just make that part of your schedule, because that's where I messed up. I messed up a little bit, because I probably should have just taken like a Wednesday, Thursday off, but the algorithm, yeah, it's a fickle bitch right now, but we'll get through it. We're growing. But I will also say that, without going into like too much of the analytic bullshit, yeah, channel's growing, guys. So I really appreciate, again, all the support you guys have given. 4 hard years. 4 hard years. What do you mean? Oh, Trump? I was about to say, not me. All those Biden years were hard? No, they weren't. They're fine. They were fine, just like these Trump years will more than likely be just... They will be okay unless you're trans and immigrant or, you know, many other people who they've instilled fear in. What I would say needlessly, too. But whatever, man. At this point, I'm not even arguing, like, about that. Like, he was a boring old dude that did occasional good things, but... You know that large Farquaad meme? Which one? There's a few of them. I don't know. Again, Biden, I wish that people would kind of quit playing. It's like, nah, bro. He wasn't that bad. And honestly, it's kind of funnier that, like, the right wing doesn't understand that they made him, the ultimate bad guy. Him. That's fucking wild. Like, I gotta say, the most milquetoast, fucking half in the ground dude, you're gonna go and just be like, yeah, he's, you know, Biden's the leftist devil. All right. That's cool. If you are sick and white, you'll probably, or cis and white, you'll probably be fine. But the main factor is being rich. If you have money, you'll be fine. Oh yeah, that's literally, yeah. Oh. I've got two. God. This leftist content sphere, gotta say. Just talked to somebody about that. We were talking about like funding, and it was so funny because I think that was the moment that because I remember I had this moment when I pivoted on guns where I was like, you know what? All right, boomstick's all right. I kind of had that moment where I was just like, if somebody's gonna offer money to a leftist and like no, there isn't a, you'll need to do this very by list. You need to do a list, otherwise you do not get money. And then yes, rubles is what we call. No, I'll take the damn money, guys. God damn. I think there was a situation like that back with Bernie Sanders where they really harped on him for even teasing that he would take donors' money. I was like, it's fucking wild, man. The ultimate truth of capitalism is that is not that it's a system of exploitation, that it's a system of universalized exploitation in which the exploiters themselves are also exploited. Again, I'm not sure like at which point you get enough money where you think that you are invincible and also immortal, but they don't get it. Like they can't conceptualize death. Like at some point they really are just like delusional, because it doesn't matter. Like you do age out of just your plane of existence. Although Dick Cheney is kind of testing my theory on that one. What if you started streaming as a right-winger, then you had to change your position? Would you do it? What do you mean? Like if I started as a right-winger and like organically shifted my position, that's the thing. It's not, this is the biggest thing that I think is kind of funny, and that's why people are so like shocked by Anna Kasparian, is because they think that that was a left to right pivot instead of just looking at it from what it really was the fact that she was always kind of I hate to say this, a cynical bitch. She always was. And she kind of used the left for her own gain on that one. Like, let's be real. And now everybody wants to shock Pikachu face over the fact that she fucking all of a sudden pivoted? I don't think so. I just sounded like Bill Maher right there. I don't think so. New rule. Let's not do the Bill Maher segment so quickly into stream. Okay? Air quotes are not attractive, are indicative of a dried up amygdala. I don't think she pivoted that hard, though. She still speaks of workers' rights all the time. Again, how come she can speak about workers' rights and still be on the left, but Biden somehow does more for fucking unions than any president within the, last 25, 30 years? But no. What the fuck? I'm just so sick of it, man. And again, this isn't like I'm standing Biden. Biden sucked. Make no mistake. Biden, Democratic Party, and I'm not breaking any new ground here. You guys have heard it from pretty much every other leftist that does this. It's like, I'm not even trying to parrot their talking points. It's just what it is. It's bullshit. And we all knew it was bullshit. I admitted this to a friend privately where I was just like, if he was dead, if they had a certificate of death that went and we knew it, but they were still covering it up and they were like, we're still holding this election, I would have voted for that. That's what they just didn't get. It's like, no, dude, I knew that this pivot towards fascism was coming because I read Project 2025 and I knew it's like, what bothered me though was again, the mainstream media didn't even help. I thought for a second there that I'm like, oh look, they're reading it on MSNBC. Yeah, that didn't help at all. It just fucking did the thing where they're just like, see, MSNBC read it, that MSDNC. They don't have any information that you can trust. You can only trust the authoritarian leader. That's not fucking... Like, the fact that there's this cognitive dissonance there, where they... And on top of it, they can pat themselves on the back because they're the freedom-loving patriots who are free-thinking. I do my own research. AKA watch a YouTuber who makes me feel gives me the warm and fuzzies because they tell me exactly what I want to hear in my echo chamber. Yuck. Biden on the picket line was a boss effing move, though. It was. Still not... there's no redeeming what he... like, his inaction with Gaza. But the facts are, you guys are acting like... he somehow was he was Benjamin Netanyahu. I'm sorry, that's not the facts. And on top of it, there was a net good that was done at the very end, where they'd stopped dropping 2,000-pound bombs. Do you know what Trump did the very first fucking week he was in office? He got rid of that. They started dropping 2,000-pound bombs again. So this is my biggest thing. I'm not here to fucking virtue signal. I don't give a fuck about that. What I want to do is just support the policies that will eventually get us to less human suffering. And if that means doing it in incremental bits and also working with some people that suck along the way, and it gets me less dead Palestinians and less bombs dropped, that's what I fucking want. God, I was even willing to give Trump the win, where I was like, holy shit, actually, here, look at this. Look at this. Here, let's give Trump a little bit of good coverage, huh? Since I'm such a fucking leftist shill.
All right, we start with breaking news, and sources have told Al Jazeera that Hamas has agreed to a U.S. proposal for a ceasefire.
He could, listen, he could have. But the other thing is, that's also, like, you're negating the fact that they're, like, not just him, a lot of the political sphere, whether they be Republican or Democrat, they are with the fucking religious Zionist crowd, and like I call it the religious Zionist lobbyists, where though, like, you guys call it, what, OPEC or APEC?
In Gaza. It's understood that the group and U.S. Special Envoy Steve Witkoff agreed to the draft deal at a meeting in Qatar's capital of Doha. Sources tell us it includes a 60-day ceasefire and the release of...
Then he walked it back, and then he's like, nah, actually, we should increase the debt ceiling.
10 captives.
No, see, that's the problem. And this is what I don't like about right-wingers, is they're disingenuously looking at all of the, like, he didn't capitulate. No, he didn't. He capitulated to the billionaires, yeah, if that's what you're talking about. Like, he literally just said, no, you know what? Never mind. We can't raise taxes on you. I know. It's a crazy idea, right?
Alive.
No, you know why he said that? Because even he had it explained to him by someone who's not a complete fucking moron, who just said, this will increase the deficit to the point where as you're leaving office, that's all they're going to focus on. Republicans won't be able to maintain any seats at that point, because that deficit is going to start cratering on the next generation. Because this idea that we can keep just doing it, and I know it's not like a household income. It's not going to collapse the same way it would if, you know, your fucking mortgage broker just decided you need to pay this debt now. It's not like that. But it is still detrimental, because what ends up happening is we're going to have fucking horrible interest rates, which, again, not sure if you guys have noticed the housing market lately. It's been real fucking great.
2 stages.
Hi, folks. What have I missed so far? Oh,
the U.S. president.
I mean, I talked tarot for a while. We not too much news, actually. We did most of the, like, little fun bits in the beginning. Did a little D&D segment, and
the terms of the deal.
But how you doing, Genie Battle? Good to see you.
And the withdrawal of Israeli troops. Sources also tell us it would guarantee unconditional humanitarian aid from day one. The American envoy is said to
again, and this is where, if this goes through,
have sent the draft to the Israeli government and is waiting for a response. We've got correspondents across these developments in Washington, D.C. and in Gaza. But first, let's cross to Hamda Salut, who's in Amman, and she's there because the Israeli government has banned Al Jazeera from reporting inside Israel and indeed the occupied West Bank. So tell us, Hamda, if you would, if you have any reaction yet from Israel on this.
Well, we have had some reaction from the Israelis, but it's all anonymous officials speaking to media saying that these reports are untrue, that Israel has not agreed to anything, neither has Hamas, but rather that these negotiations are still ongoing. And the Israelis have noted that anything Hamas has put on the table has been unacceptable to the Israelis. But it's worth mentioning the comments of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu in the
Hassan said, F this, let's get a W.
most recent week, who has added new
No, Hassan's an idiot, and he said, I don't care about the corruption with the plane, let's get the W. No, Hassan has a special way of putting things that make him sound especially stupid, which I'm not sure if it's because of his platform and everybody that watches him, but they don't, not enough people call him on it for him to change that aspect of his behavior, which is disappointing to me.
new conditions for
Maybe it's because, I don't know, I'm a few years older than him, but occasionally I'm just like, bro.
or an end of the war.
Like,
According
really? You
to
just made this that
sources
much
who've
harder.
spoken to Al Jazeera, they say that while this truce would be temporary, there would be talks ongoing for a permanent end of the ceasefire, with the Americans guaranteeing Israel's seat at the table. However, Netanyahu had outlined previously what
Damn it.
his conditions would be for an
I
end
think
to
all my
the war.
sodas
It's
went
not
flat.
only the
Fuck.
release of the captives, but
You gotta
Hamas
be
would
kidding
also
me.
have to lay down its arms. Their leaders politically and militarily would have to be exiled. But he also noted that he wants Trump's plan for Gaza that was previously condemned. Many said it amounted to ethnic cleansing. He wants the expulsion of the Palestinian population from Gaza. Netanyahu said that that's one of his conditions for ending the war. Now let's talk about what Hamas has previously said. They have said through
All right, guys. I know that a lot of other creators have brought this up, but I'm just gonna say it because I just started rewatching Deep Space Nine. Yeah, Star Trek Deep Space Nine. And just from the very beginning, like literally the first 3 episodes, between the Bajorans and the Cardassians, it's like, oh my god,
Out
it's
the
it's
beginning
scary how much of this is still like
of this year,
Oh,
since
they were
that
talking about
ceasefire
Israel
deal
Palestine,
came
weren't
into
they?
place back in January, saying that they would be willing to release all of the remaining Israeli captives in exchange for an end to the war, something that the Israelis have repeatedly rejected. But the family members of Israeli captives have long called on their government to take that deal, to take an end to the war, because it would mean the release of the remaining hostages. But Israeli officials have been publicly saying the quiet part out loud, that the captives are not their main priority right now. That coming from members of the far right like Bezalel Smotrich, who holds a pretty high-ranking position within the Israeli government. So you have Israeli officials saying one thing, saying that they want to continue the war, that they want this absolute victory. The Israeli prime minister even appointing a new security chief, head of the Shin Bet, who was quoted saying that he wants an absolute victory, that the captives, while they are a priority, it's not the main one for the Israelis, that they have a lot of work to do militarily, even at the cost of the Palestinian people who are being killed in Gaza, and even at the cost of the captives who are still being held in the Palestinian territory.
Hamda, Israel, it seems, not involved in these negotiations. What does that say about these increasing tensions between the US and Israel?
Well, this would be the 3rd time that the Americans have directly
God, they have my YouTube delay over there.
negotiated with Hamas
That's
just
wild.
this year, and the first
That
time
was like six-
it
yeah,
happened
about 6
back
seconds, so
several
close.
months ago. It was the first time in 30 years, and the Israelis
Although
were
I have it set to 4 now, so it should
incredibly
be fine.
frustrated, very angry that they weren't in the loop, very angry that they weren't even notified of the negotiations that were happening behind the scenes. But the Americans hit back, saying that they didn't need anyone's permission to negotiate when it came to the lives of Americans who were being held captive. And that's what we saw just a few weeks ago when the dual national Israeli-American soldier Idan Alexander was released because of these direct negotiations between the Americans and Hamas. So Israel felt a little bit blindsided because they were out of the loop. They weren't part of those negotiations, but surely, of course, welcomed the release. And it caused a lot of stir in Israel that how could the Americans bring about the release of the captive, that they were negotiating behind the scenes, and that they wanted the Americans to negotiate on the rest of their behalf, saying that they still have loved ones being held in Gaza, and perhaps the Americans could help with that, because clearly the Israeli government was failing them. It's something these family members have been accusing Netanyahu and his political allies of doing, of being the main roadblock to any sort of deal, saying that he's prolonging this war for his own personal and political gain. So at this hour, look, still, Israeli officials are denying reports of any sort of movement of a ceasefire deal, but they're saying...
I think that one thing Hassan stated, that will ring true is that one day everyone will look back and people will pretend that they always were against
negotiations are still ongoing, but they're saying that any agreement is still not on the table for them.
I mean, look at Piers Morgan, the way that he's already trying to whitewash his own feelings about this, and like the way that he's been covering it.
All right, Hamda, thanks for that.
Like, I've been seeing this within my own life. Like, this is how I know that there is a shift, though, is because I have seen it within my own life.
More from
what? Oh my God! I just realized that he's kind of a big Rogan guy.
You as we get further developments. That's the picture from Amman for the time being. Let's cross to Washington, D.C. Our White House correspondent, Kimberly Halkett, is standing by. So, Kimberly, I think we could be hearing from President Trump on Memorial Day shortly, and I guess we'll be listening keenly to see if he has anything to say about this.
It's almost funny. No, it's comical. It's not just funny. It's comical. How they don't see it either.
Yeah, the U.S.
Because I think that they look at history differently because they have to. You have to have a starting point there where you have to go like, well, how come this? And then immediately just go like, well, that's a very unpopular position. And it's just like, oh, it's because I'm a victim. That's the reason that they don't like it.
President striking an
and then they're just like, well, now I sympathize with that position.
Optimistic tone on Sunday.
It's because the slaves were meanie bobinis. That's the reason that they were enslaved.
About the possibility of
maybe they should have just been nicer to the white people.
Good news with regard to Israel's war on Gaza.
Star Trek always were subtle in storylines, but did mirror current events in depth. I mean, again, just looking at the Bajoran Cardassian conflict.
Presumably some sort of...
Literally. Deep Space Nine is a demilitarized zone.
Halt to the conflict
yeah.
on Sunday. But
it's kind of
as
crazy.
of right now, Nick, there has been no confirmation of the news that is coming out.
Also, will say, upon my my new rewatch here, new appreciation for the show.
Of the Middle East region.
I used to like not get into it, and now I love it.
In fact, the U.S. president has been...
Although Cisco's still a creep, okay? I know that he's I love his demeanor, and Avery Brooks is a great actor, just gonna say.
Largely silent on this issue.
Especially the scenes with Dax.
On Monday.
I don't know,
it is a federal holiday here in the United States, as you point out. The U.S. president set to give remarks at Arlington National Cemetery very shortly, where we...
Guys, and that didn't go well because he got kind of bored with the speech. He was using the teleprompter. I'm using the teleprompter because they're telling me that if I make this about me, that's not going to be a good look. Well, that means I got to talk about the soldiers. Soldiers. Yes, the soldiers. We love the soldiers. Yes. Did you know that it's the 250th year of the Army? Which, by the way, guys, it's on my birthday. Special birthday boy. I'm going to have a special birthday boy gift from the Army. We're going to celebrate the 250th. I wouldn't be, it's wild if I had one the first time, like I did.
Expect, in addition to laying a wreath at the tomb of the unknown soldier, he will be speaking there.
Janeway will always be my captain.
From the amphitheater.
But that's the thing. Cisco's not technically a captain. He's a commander. So this still works.
He has made a social media post on his social media.
I will just say, though, Unimoogle, I'm going to be up watching Deep Space Nine for like the next few weeks.
The platform. He did talk...
That's going to be my post-stream show.
About it being Memorial Day.
God, I can't wait to get to, I think it's season 3 or 4 when Worf shows up.
This is when presidents will talk about the sacrifice that soldiers have made in past conflicts. The U.S. president doing a little of that, but also railing at his political enemies with regard to domestic issues like immigration and the unhappiness with some of the rulings of judges in recent days. But with regard to the issue of Israel's war on Gaza.
$400 million airplane's a really good birthday
We've
gift.
still not heard from the U.S. president. So as you point out, we are watching very carefully.
The fact that the day that story came out, I read a news story about how bugs, like actual espionage bugs, are so they're way too small to even detect anymore. Like now we can't, there's no way. Literally, he's just gonna be like, God damn it, I had another one of those little spiders just crawling on me, and that's literally one of them.
But again, on Sunday, there's no question the U.S. president did hint. There was some optimism looming, saying that, of course, the U.S. has opened the communications for this. He said he wants to see an end to the war in Gaza as quickly as possible. The United States wants to see if it can be stopped.
All right, Kimberly.
Wait a minute. We need to talk about Hassan's ban this weekend, because I also need to know if anybody knows, does that actually count as strike 2? Because I do know that Twitch has a strike system.
Thanks for that update there, Kimberly Halkett. They're reporting from the White House.
I like how Peter reporting from the White House.
Across to Central Gaza, to Deir al-Balah, and Hind Qudari joins us from there. And so, Hind, of course, for the hundreds of thousands of people in Gaza, any ceasefire can't come soon enough.
Definitely, especially after the latest evacuation order in the southern parts of the Gaza Strip. Palestinians are very desperate, Nick, to any type of ceasefire. They just want to have a deep breath without airstrikes, without drones, without artillery shelling. And also the fact that the blockade that has been imposed on the Gaza Strip since the war resumed, we're talking about more than 10 weeks where Palestinians are unable to even walk. They're walking with their headaches. They can't even
24-hour suspension.
Even feed their families. And the situation, especially the food situation, is making the situation way worse on Palestinians. And this was the hardest period and the hardest blockade that has been imposed on the Palestinians from the Israeli authorities since the war began. But Palestinians now are saying, does a ceasefire mean that there is going to be a withdrawal? Does that mean that more food is going to come in? And Palestinians are very, very desperate for the fact that any ceasefire negotiation deal will reach an agreement. We're also talking about weeks since the war resumed in March. Palestinians have been targeted in schools and shelters, and there has been more Palestinians squeezed into lands. We're talking about Palestinians in Rafah and Khan Yunis squeezed into Mawasi, Khan Yunis, and we're also talking about Palestinians in Beit Lahia, Jabalia, Beit Hanun squeezed into the western parts of the Gaza City, where Palestinians are literally suffocating from the lack of food, lack of medicine, and also the lack of safety, where there has been zero safety across the Gaza Strip from the south to the north. We're talking to Palestinians and they're saying, we hope this deal reaches an agreement. We hope we're going to have a breath and we're going to have some calm moments where Palestinians still have their beloved ones trapped under the rubble. They are deprived from visiting their houses, and also the fact that Palestinians are waiting for the reconstruction and also for the Rafah crossing to open. There's a lot of hopes for every Palestinian and Palestinian family, and the ceasefire deal is more of every Palestinian dream living in the Gaza Strip right now.
Indeed. We'll leave it there for now, Hind, but do appreciate your reporting there from Deir al-Balah. Thank you. Let's speak now to Ori Goldberg, who's an Israeli political commentator, joins us now from Tel Aviv. So, Ori, we have this agreement between the US and Hamas. The other critical part of this, of course, the other part of the triangle is Israel. What do you think is likely to come from the administration?
I think there's a good chance that after 24 hours, give or take, of denials and protests, Israel will find a way to accede to the deal, because the truth is Israel has absolutely nowhere to go but to continue to kill Palestinians in the numbers we've seen over the past few weeks.
Okay, so let me just get that clear. So you think that that's a bit of observation?
That right there is a more terrifying sight. They're just bringing in construction crews, guys.
But
That's not for rebuild.
Then Israel will agree to the terms of the deal.
I think Israel. I think there's a good chance that Israel will. I've been wrong over the past 2 years, thinking that Israel will see the sense in agreeing to a deal once or twice. I don't remember how many times, but I think right now, really, Israel is absolutely at the end of its military, strategic, political rope, and also I think Israel is beginning to feel.
You know what really scares me about all this? Whether you're Jewish, whether you are a practicing Muslim or a Christian, everybody, like, there are all tenets about like living together in peace and love and harmony. This is insane. It's 2025, and this is it.
International tide.
And then you have people have the nerve to be like, "Oh yeah, Jesus is totally like coming. He's either coming back or he's totally like real."
Turning Israel
for that
no
matter, like
longer
seeing this shit
enjoys the impunity and the gross international support that it has enjoyed.
Didn't Netanyahu F with the judiciary to hold on to power longer? Yes.
So far.
Thing is, Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel's prime minister, laid out more red lines just a few days ago.
Wait, are they building a new wall or military base within Gaza? Because surely that's not that. Yeah, exactly. No, it's for rebuilding. Doc, what are you talking about?
He's saying that Hamas must lay down their arms before they would agree to a deal. Indeed, you know, Hamas must leave the strip altogether, and Palestinians must leave the strip altogether.
Well, as you can see, in reality, nobody places much stock in what Israel's prime minister says. He can lay down as
Let's pop both my
many
elbows.
red lines as he wants, and if he shows any sign or willingness to cooperate, he may be given a more graceful or elegant way of climbing down from his high horse. But Israel is not a part of what is happening in the Middle East at the moment, not as far as the United States is concerned, and certainly not as far as other Middle Eastern and international players are concerned.
So where will the pressure be coming from within his administration for Benjamin Netanyahu to agree to this? Certainly not from those of the far right.
Yes, that's literally what it is. That's one of his favorite movies, too, and he does fancy himself to be the Godfather. I'm the Don. Come on. That's not, they didn't just name me Donald because of the duck or any, they didn't want me getting made fun of, because if they didn't want me getting made fun of, they wouldn't have named me fucking Donald, but they wanted me to be the Don.
I don't think any pressure that may come from inside Israel will be effective, not from the families
Yes, Israel's plan is to do a full displacement
of the captives, not from the far right. Well, obviously they wouldn't.
With the U.S.'s help, well, if the U.S. signs off on it, they want to send everybody there to Libya.
Approve of this deal. I think the only effective pressure, the only sort of pressure under which Netanyahu might buckle, is pressure from the outside. And the reason I am cautiously optimistic now is
Krakow, there's something fucking punk rock as shit about that, and I love it.
Because I think that pressure is beginning to accumulate.
I came into this world shitting on my nurse.
Okay, and how...
Fuck the establishment.
How is that pressure manifesting itself? Sorry to press you on this point. How do you think the pressure is manifesting itself, and from whom?
My first words were anarchy in the UK.
The United States, I presume you're saying.
I think that's a very good question. It's not just the United States. It's things that may seem minor to people who don't live in Israel, but it is the EU Commissioner for Sports who says it's time to examine Israel's participation in European sporting
events. Nice.
Take
football away.
It's the boycott against Israeli scholars and Israeli investors that is growing more and more on a daily basis. I think Israelis are now beginning to understand that this is actually happening, and so is Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't think, again...
Yeah, that's why, like, it is kind of weird. Again, timing. Timing.
The pressure from the United States is that focused. I think Trump, if I may be allowed to make some kind of personal analysis, I think Trump looks at Netanyahu and sees a loser because Netanyahu has not managed to accomplish even a single goal he has set out to accomplish. And if there's one thing Trump does not like, it's losers around him. So Trump has made it clear that he is operating at a distance from Netanyahu, and I believe that is enough pressure for Netanyahu to ultimately buckle.
Trump may think he's a loser, but Netanyahu is certainly a political survivor. What do you think this would do to his political career if he does accede to this ceasefire?
I think you have to remember that Israeli politics in general, even though Israelis are vigorously denying it and reality itself, Israeli politics is occurring now under the shadow of a genocide. So whatever happens, no scenarios are far-fetched. Anything can happen. It's quite likely that Netanyahu will accept a deal and will ultimately bring the IDF to withdraw from the Gaza Strip and still manage to hold on to power until properly scheduled elections in 2026. Nothing seems extreme in this situation, but then again, nothing sticks either. Nothing Israeli politicians do seems...
No, but that's why he wants to prolong this as long as possible. I mean, let's be real.
To make a
we all kind of knew this. The fact that we're all kind of still playing this game of, yeah, he might have been doing this just to stay in power. Come on.
They haven't defeated Hamas. They haven't...
I really am getting tired of this because, like, I don't know how this happened. In the era of Trump, where all of a sudden we have to feel even more afraid of expressing ourselves. Weird. Again, it's almost like MAGA should be a little concerned about that and just be like, yeah, wait.
Destroyed Hamas. They haven't...
If I had principles, then I would actually care.
Release the captives. The only thing they are doing consistently is destroying the Gaza Strip and killing its inhabitants. And
yuck.
That, I think...
Gosh, I'm glad that he wasn't named Goofy.
We will see that beginning to stop soon, because I think the international community has had enough. No trust is to be placed in Israelis. This is all about pressure coming in from the outside.
All right, Ori, we'll leave it there for the time being. Thanks very much indeed for that analysis. We appreciate that. Thank you.
Oh, reset. Oh. Okay. How we doing? How are we doing? How's everybody? We're at 50 on the broadcast. Sweet. Jesus, really? Really? Badges are a different fucking size? Oh, I thought I had those done. Crap. Well, I'm sorry guys. If you're over on Twitch and you tried to use your, change your badge, my bad. Crap. No, it's okay. Alright, what else we got? Start with Hamas. And Gaza talks. Oh, the Grizzlies are getting a tax fucking pardon? Or a Trump pardon? No. Dude, he really loves himself some just shitty reality TV. That's all he's about, man. That's why this dipshit wants to have a fucking reality show. Oh my god. EU approves 150 billion safe loan scheme. Did you guys just happen to see that the US and Venezuela were the ones warning against international travel? Fuck yeah, Kirk. Nice. And all them extra perks. Thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that, dude. Why did that not go through? Should have gotten a smoky sound. My bad. Oh, there we go. Yeah, weird. Didn't get a smoky sound though. Oh, Unison. That's weird. He didn't. Okay. It's just a reminder. Nice. I appreciate that, brother. Thank you. Also, yeah, guys, if you guys want to help out the channel, you guys can get yourself a sub over on Twitch, or you guys can help by getting a super chat or doing a join the members only. Sorry, didn't mean to make that sound like OF. No, you guys can do the memberships because we got some fun members only content. Not sure if you guys saw the. Let's see, is it available to the public right now? Yes, it is. Okay. My newest cat video was for members only for a little bit. And then, yeah, I've been doing these little 5-minute videos that I'm going to be releasing. Probably going to be going on TikTok again. Yeah. Kill me. Ooh, here we go. You know what? Why this matters. The initiative responds to urgent security concerns from Russia, aggression, and uncertain U.S. commitments. Ah, that's great. That's fun. All right. Let's see. Commander Empire. What? You can get a TIE fighter for fucking Echo Dot? Consumerism. Damn, that's actually pretty cool. All right, here we go.
So we've covered in the past the group Anonymous and various threats that they've made or leaks or exposés that they foreshadowed that they were going to do. And
we're going through a quick Kyle Kulinski segment here. We have 2 videos lined up for the Kyle Kulinski segment. So eventually, dude, do you know what my dream is here? To be able to just have him on the show, give like a little 5-minute breakdown, and then just piece the fuck out. That'd be awesome. Like, even if it was just once. Just so I could just be like, dude, that was Kyle Kulinski doing that.
We have another one here. Now, I remember the last time they did this, they went on to, it was some sort of a cyber attack, I believe, against the company that does most of the ICE deportations, like the plane company. I don't remember if they stole their data or they did. I think they stole their data so that we know who was on these illegal ICE flights, right? So they've already used their...
Obviously, I talk on my own since I'm in need of expert advice. And times, nobody should make any move. Because I'm kind of insane and naughty.
Power. For good.
I can't do a really good Elmer Fudd. I'm going to have to work on that one.
For exposing crimes and wrongdoing and give the public information about the innocent people who are being disappeared. Well, now we have another teaser here. Let's watch and then we'll discuss.
Hello, my fellow citizens of America.
I've been waiting for these guys.
This is Anonymous.
Honestly.
38 days remain until the truths of our country are revealed.
38?
They've told you not to listen to people like me. They've trained you to recoil at the sound of the words conspiracy theory, like a reflex, like a spell. Say it enough times, and truth starts to sound like madness. But what happens when the veil lifts? Can you see it for yourself? What do you call a conspiracy when it's no longer a theory? The horrors are not in my words. They're in the documents, the footage, the signatures. They are in the children taken, the wars staged, the citizens' study of lab rats and programs denied to the faith. They're in your food, your water, your media, your silence. You think you've seen scandal? No, you've seen what they were willing to sacrifice to protect the real.
Thank you for the sub again, Kirk.
Story underneath. The real story is darker than you've imagined, and far more deliberate. In 38 days, there will be no more comfortable disbelief, no more dismissive eye rolls. The world will not debate whether these things might be true. The world will have to ask.
Oh, are they actually going to release the Epstein files?
How they ever did.
Dude, that'd be the ultimate. That would be the ultimate.
Oh. In the first place, the phrase
that'd be good.
Conspiracy theory will rot in its grave, where it belongs. In its place will stand evidence and consequence. You won't need to trust me. You'll see for yourself. And once you do, nothing will ever feel normal again. The countdown continues. And the truth, your truth, is getting louder. We do not forgive. We do not.
Jesus, you know what? Say what you will. Try and make the ha-has. This is a little bit fucking like. Ooh.
Forget. Expect us.
So
they're so boring now. Yeah, I want to because they need to do something like, I don't know, substantive.
Anonymous, as I'm sure you all know, is a decentralized group. So it's not like there's a hierarchy of command and they're all working on the same thing. But having said that, the last time we covered one of these teasers, they delivered. They delivered. They did something tangible. And that was a huge deal. And so they're saying in 38 days, the truth is going to come out. I got to be honest, I have no idea what they're referring to this time. I couldn't venture a guess, not even close. Because, I mean, my instinct is to say maybe they're going to unveil some corrupt dealings of the Trump regime, but they're already so immensely corrupt, and we know so many of the details of the corruption that almost feels quaint. The only thing I could think of is maybe there's a deeper plot and a deeper problem. One of the points I've been making is you really couldn't tell if this regime was put there to destroy the country.
Did I miss him saying any specific titles would be getting banned?
You literally couldn't tell the difference between what they're doing and actively trying to destroy the country, right? So maybe it's like some direct ties of Elon Musk to our enemies, basically working as a double agent. I don't know, but sounds like they're teasing something big. Ultimately, it's possible that it's a dud, but as I said, the last time they did one of these teaser things,
my man got himself a nice
they hit us with some real
he went for the fade
stuff. They were able
to
get all that information about,
because it goes from like one rate, like dude, it goes from a 1 to a 3.
Who was on these ice flights from this private company that provided the
Uni. I can't stop staring at the side of his the left side of his head. This is bad.
Planes for the illegal ice flights.
Oh no!
I am very curious to see.
Oh boy.
38 days is also an oddly specific, weird amount of time.
I like that. Because you know what Trump likes? Numbers. Especially 38 days from now. We're going to be doing this 30 days from now.
I wonder if there's any sort of foreshadowing in that. But this is what you call, they're ethical hackers, right? They try to use their powers of knowing how to hack and do all these things online. They try to use those powers for good. And so we'll see what they're up to. But you guys tell me, put in the comment section, what do you think? What do you think they're referring to here? What do you think they're teasing here? Because they also talk about how conspiracy theory
this is his glasses?
Is not a thing anybody's going to mock anymore. Nobody's going to debate whether or not this thing is happening once we release this. It's like, what conspiracy theory are they referring to?
Imagine if they verified Trump being a Russian plant, verifying Agent Krasnov. That would actually be crazy. I know that's not going to be it, but that would actually be crazy.
Right? Like, what are they going to try to prove here? I don't know. Curious your thoughts. Post it below. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out.
I like pink eye.
So one of the things about Joe Rogan that made him such a powerhouse is that people seem to like his childlike curiosity. And I do mean that descriptor in the most positive way possible. And
again, how come everybody should love me?
I felt this too, being on his show 5-6 times, however many.
But why doesn't everybody love me?
I was on it, that he does, like, he really is inquisitive. He always wants to go deeper. He has this curiosity on a plethora of issues.
Kyle Kulinski looks like Michael Caine.
Where he wants to understand them, right? And so that was one of the things that made his show big in the first.
Some men live long enough to see themselves become the villain.
First place. But what's happened in recent years is...
Hey, I nailed that one.
He's functionally become the exact opposite kind of person.
Hey, are we still talking about anime law? We can go back to that.
He is no longer curious.
If you missed that, Joe, then we can go back to it.
He is no longer interested. Any guest he has on, he goes right back to his standard rants about...
He looks stoned. My guy looks stoned.
The left being authoritarian, wokeness being bad.
Anime's critical for himself.
COVID conspiracy theories being correct. Donald Trump triggering the liberals and haha, he, isn't that funny? Isn't that awesome? He's like a comedian, bro. Comedian brains are just different, man. We're just different breeds, bro. It's all the same conversations recycled over and over and over. And fundamentally, he has on a bunch of right-wing bullshitters. He himself has become a right-wing bullshitter. He invited Trump on and gave him a hot stone massage and then endorsed him afterwards.
Ruby's American.
I know now he's trying to back away from this label of being MAGA, but there is no escaping it.
Plus, Ruby's isn't Ruby getting a resurgence because Rooster Teeth actually went back into business?
You had him on. You didn't ask tough questions. You humanized him. You endorsed him. You went to the fucking inauguration. So it is what it is. This is who you are now. So he lost that childlike curiosity. And boy, oh boy, do I have just a great example of this here for you. This is new. Now, I have to shout out, I believe it was the guys on the Vanguard, Zach and Gavin. They called this before it happened. They said, I think there's going to be like a Christian arc coming from Joe Rogan, because that's the trajectory he's on. You know, he went from like hippie adjacent pot smoking liberal, and then he evolved into the enlightened centrist role, and then he evolved further into just standard right-wing MAGA guy.
Guys.
And if you're continuing on that trajectory,
as I age,
where do you end up? Well, one of the things you can embrace is fundamentalist Christianity, right? Because he's attracted now a mostly right-wing audience.
I mean that on certain other ways too.
Before I show you what's happening now, look at how he used to talk about these issues. For the longest time, he would always say, like, I'm an agnostic. I don't know. I don't really believe in God. I don't really believe in religion. I'm agnostic. I'm humble. I don't know about the mysteries of the universe. It was his, like, default common sense perspective, right? And he used to say stuff like this. Here we go. This is from when he was talking to Richard Dawkins, probably the world's most famous atheist. This is from about 5 years ago.
One of the things that I really enjoyed about your book was when you explained to people that everyone who practices a religion is an atheist. You're just an atheist in regards to Zeus or Apollo.
Or the 999 other gods.
Yes,
right.
and that's a home run with this argument.
Yes. Because some of us just go one god further.
Yes, but that really is a home run, because this is this concept of, you know, me and my friends jokingly would always say praise Odin when anything would happen that was pretty good or cool.
Yes.
We say praise Odin, and I started doing it online, and people really got into saying praise Odin about certain things.
I rather like that, yes.
Some people got mad at me. They actually got mad that you are mocking Christianity by saying praise Odin.
Of course you are. Why not?
I wasn't even really. I was just having fun.
Yes.
I was having fun because Odin seemed like a cool god. You know, it's an old school god. You know, I mean, it's the god of the Vikings.
Douglas Adams wrote a lovely book called The Long Dark Tea Time of the Soul, in which the Norse gods are part of it. And Odin in that book has got old and senile, and he just lies in bed all the time and asking for clean sheets every day. And Thor is out there doing mischief with his great hammer and things. At one point, Odin gets Thor super glued to the floor and thinks it's a wonderful story.
The vast number of different religions. The incredible number. I mean, how many actual religions are there?
Thousands.
Thousands.
Yes, I forget how many thousand.
And many of them share similar belief systems. And it's really interesting when you see how they're like, you know, the Noah's Ark story is very similar to the Epic of Gilgamesh. And there's
because there was no world flood, and there's nowhere that you can actually see that there was a world flood. But you know what's very common amongst every civilization? It rains a lot.
So many that you see, like, oh, they probably told this to someone else, and these people moved, and
of course, yes,
it traveled on, and it's just amazing that concept is alien to people. When I was a boy, I was raised Catholic, and I had an aunt who was Jewish, and my uncle married my aunt, and he had to convert to Judaism. And it was like a big deal in the family. Everybody would talk about it. And there was no anger. Everybody loved my aunt. She's a great lady. But it was just strange that he was converting to this other religion. I remember I was 5 years old when this was going on, and I was like, wait. What do you mean another religion?
Yes, quite.
I was like, what's going on?
Yes.
And they were like, oh, she's Jewish. I go, what does that mean? What do you mean she's Jewish?
Yes.
And they had to explain it to me.
Yes.
And I go, okay, but she believes in God. Like, yeah, they believe in God. Okay, so why is it a different thing? Well, they believe Jesus was a different kind of a thing. They don't necessarily believe he was the guy that we think he was.
But if it had been Hindu, they'd have had to explain to you.
Cartoon or animation could apply to anything Japanese or otherwise. Yeah, that's why, like, when we went through a video that actually like read the bill, and we all came to the same conclusion where we're just like, oh, they could just, if they don't like the content, like if it's LGBT or if it's like any of that, They would
believe
go
in
after
hundreds
that.
of gods.
Vishnu, and
Yes, yes.
Yeah, and then we'd have to go way back. Yeah. It's just, when you first hear that, I mean, that was probably put the first seeds of doubt in my head when I was a young boy. When I was like, wait, well, there's more than one? Like, I'll never forget that moment, because we're all sitting around the dinner table, and I was just a little kid. And I'm thinking, what do you mean there's another one?
I think that's a very powerful way of getting to children, is to just simply tell them that.
Yes.
Telling them nothing but facts. You're not indoctrinating them.
Right.
You're just telling them. There are lots of different religions, and Hindus believe in hundreds of gods, and Jews believe in one God, and Muslims believe in one God, and they don't believe in Jesus. And
So that's how he used to talk about it. This clip goes on, but that's how he used to talk about it. Just like a sort of default atheism or agnosticism where he questions everything because he's curious, and he's talking about how the stories don't add up. They really don't make any sense. These seem like ancient myths. Very clearly, he's anti-theist here. In other words, he doesn't think any particular religion is true. And as I always say, anti-theism in the sense that you don't believe all these different religions are true or one of them is true, that is like the most logical perspective. I can totally understand somebody who might disagree with me and believe in God or just believe in something beyond them. Like, I totally get that. That I can level with. But I do not, by any stretch of the imagination, I cannot perceive of somebody signing up for one particular religion among 4,000 or more. Why? Because, like, you were raised with that from your mom and dad, so you happen to be correct. You happen to be the one that's right out of the thousands of all of them throughout history. It just seems so arrogant to me and, like, really deeply intellectually incurious, right? And so he's got this default anti-theistic perspective.
I actually asked this like way back in the day, why every like anime has to like take place within a high school. I was always bothered by that.
But as
like, what is this obsession with just like specifically that age? Like, and then I just learned about this through like a Godzilla thing, specifically about like the Japanese government. That's why like in all these films and anime, you will always see like the government figures are always, and like the boring characters is what they'll call them, are the adults.
As you all know.
So it's like they have this weird like hyperfixation on the fact that it, like what's the word I'm looking for? They have like an unrealistic version of like where we do this too, where we're just like nostalgic for childhood, but they have it a little bit worse, I think.
As time has gone by.
Where they're like this magical time right before I had to become the most boring person on the planet.
He likes inviting on.
And then on top of it, if you are eccentric, then you get ostracized for it. If you do continue to like things that
right-wing guest after right-wing,
like keep you what's the word I'm looking for? Arrested Development or whatever.
Guest after right-wing guest.
Paid family or medical leave is stupid.
It doesn't matter what field. It could be MMA. They could be a comedian. They could be a pundit.
No, it's not.
They could be an actor. But it's like just a constant flow of right-wing guests. And so
Japanese are obsessed with coming-of-age stories.
When you're in the environment,
it's about nostalgia for the days of youth.
Of everybody around you believes the same stuff and they say the same things and they're all Trump supporters. You saw him change over time. And now we get stuff like this. Take note of how different this sounds. Ready? Here we go.
Well, space is the ultimate who the fuck knows, because
this one pissed me off. I watched this one like not live, but I watched the whole thing and I was like, oh my God, this guy's like, he's one of the I had some dumb friends growing up, right? He's like one of my dumbest friends growing up. This guy with the bandana.
we can only see so far. We see so.
And this is legitimately a conversation we would have had after smoking way too much pot in high school. Reminder: this is two 40 to 50 to 60-year-old men.
Far, but even so far is only so far.
Well, and then they're saying like it's always expanding. Which that can't
undermining federal agencies is so base though.
True, because like what is it expanding into? If space is space.
Oh my God. If space is space, it can't be more than space. It's just a lot of open space, man. I've never been to space. I don't understand space. How do the stars not run into each other, man?
You know, if they're like, oh, it's like blowing up a balloon where everything's...
like I said.
But you're blowing up a balloon in a room. Right. So what's the room?
This is a motherfucker that needed to see the swirling in the two water bottles to be proven like this, to prove a vortex can exist.
That you're blowing the balloon into. And then that's in a bigger room, and then that's
and then there's the concept that it's actually finite.
Like, again, and these are the people. These are the people influencing your brother, your son, God forbid, or your husband.
It's not influencing it. It's some sort of donut shape.
Or God, really forbid your wife.
It like goes back around eventually.
Oh my God. Oh my God. I need to do like just a documentary about the Joe Rogan wife, where it's like the polar opposite of the Rogan bro
then
thing,
who made
where
all
it's
that?
just like,
Is there a God? Did God make this?
Or is God the universe?
Yeah, but then who made God? And then that
and they think right here that they're fucking philosophers.
bothers me.
Why would that bother you? By the way, I think this guy's a Christian. He's had a bunch of like weird Christian apologetics people on lately.
Space is like space. There's always space.
That, to me, that's the trump card, no pun intended, of people. Oh, the world is so complex, so you needed a God to create it because the complexity is too much for it to just happen naturally. That's the argument. But you just got to go one step further and say, okay, well, who created that God? Because obviously that God, by definition, would be more complex than the world and the universe and everything in it, because they had the ability to create the world and the universe and everything in it. So they have to be even more complex. So then by your own logic, who was the super God that created the God? And then again, who was the super God who created the super God who created the God who created us? The logic falls apart. And notice, there's no attempt to even react to it. He's just like, oh, I hate that. Well, I don't care if you hate it. It's logically sound and it makes sense to me. Are you even going to try to rebut it? Or are you just going to, you believe it when the atheists say that, bro?
Not a thing that we think that, like, because we were born and we die, that we have these biological limitations that we attach to the universe itself.
That's fair.
Right.
Yeah, that we see things as being built and destroyed.
That there's always been something. Well, wouldn't it be crazier if there wasn't something at one point in time?
Yeah.
That seems even crazier. Then there always has been something. Because if it's just something, if it's just the nature of everything, there is always something, right?
Right.
It couldn't be nothing and then all of a sudden everything. That seems
because what started that, what kicked that off,
Exactly.
what snapped its fingers, like
that's McKenna's great line. Terrence McKenna had a great line about the difference between science and religion. Is that science only asks you for one miracle. I want you to believe in one miracle, the Big Bang.
Yeah. That's a good one.
It's a great line.
Yeah.
It's because it really is true.
Yes.
And it's funny because people would be incredulous about the resurrection of Jesus Christ, but yet they're convinced that the entire universe was smaller than the head of a pin, and for no reason than anybody's adequately explained to me. That makes sense.
Yeah, no.
Instantaneously became everything.
He's getting close. He's getting close to just doing the full Christian bit here. So now he's he's comparing the Big Bang to the resurrection of Jesus, and he's trying to make it seem like, well, obviously the Big Bang is equally as absurd, if not more absurd, than the resurrection of Jesus. The difference is there's actual evidence for the Big Bang, and there's really not for the resurrection of Jesus. So that's the difference, right? But he's not done yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can't buy that.
I'm sticking with Jesus on that one. Like, Jesus makes more sense.
I'm sticking with Jesus. Jesus makes more sense. One more time.
Well, space is no reason than anybody's
guy in here called me a Joe Rogan, bro. Really?
Explained to me. It makes sense.
Yeah. No.
Instantaneously became everything.
Yeah.
The statements that Joe Rogan repeats get put in so many people's brains that you could be taking up or talking to your coworker, and they might not even be listening to Joe Rogan, and they'll repeat something he said.
Okay.
Yep. That's actually a really good point. That's happened to me.
Can't buy that.
I'm sticking with Jesus on that one. Like, Jesus.
So he can't buy the Big Bang. He's sticking with
Bago Baja.
Jesus.
Makes more sense.
What happened to that old Joe Rogan? The old Joe Rogan who was
Are you going on Joe's show?
Anti-theist, and he had repeated multiple times on his show that he's agnostic.
Bro, unironically, I'll just say this one. I think that I would actually be a good guest for him, specifically because we're just as curious as each other as far as getting stoned and just keep, like, it would be the ultimate just like, but what if it is? What if it is? Like, I'm not like Eddie Bravo, like, level, but
he just doesn't know.
I can keep up
maybe
with
there's God,
Joe,
maybe there's not a God, but I don't.
Okay, but how come you're not into chemtrails? How come you stopped there?
No, and I'm not really convinced by anything I've seen. Now, he's saying the Big Bang is ridiculous and the resurrection of Jesus is more
modern anomaly. Thank you for the follow.
Or legitimate, even though the evidence is the exact opposite direction, where there actually is evidence for the Big Bang, and there's no evidence for the resurrection of Jesus. Okay, ready? We're not done.
I never said anything. I just said I don't like Islam.
So then he has this guy on. Again, this guy's a super Christian dude, and here's what they say.
I really like the way that Jordan Peterson articulates it, but I think he misses the forest for the trees.
How so?
In that he sees Jesus as an archetype. And I don't think actually even Jesus gives you the opportunity to see him as the archetype. Because I have this love-hate relationship with all of Peter's.
Okay, so God, weirdly enough, this could actually be like the way that I could get on
and stuff, because he's
if I go and talk to him about how much bullshit this is. Because like the thing is, I could easily break up why he's so susceptible to this.
To get so much right where he walks up to the line, but he doesn't want to cross over.
And is the crossover, you think, connected to a life in academia? Or?
No.
So do you understand what he...
No, and that's what they always... Dude, I had a fucking youth pastor convince me that D&D was not... Like, he did... I'm quoting him. D&D is gay and for nerds because they like to stay at school after school and do math and reading. I was like, yeah, that is... I don't want to be part of that.
What are you saying there? He's saying...
Then I found out what D&D was actually, and I was like, oh, that motherfucker.
I love that Jordan Peterson flirts with Christianity.
So
Basically, effectively argues that Christianity is true, but he refuses to say, I think Jesus Christ is our Lord.
Not funny part is, he got arrested for, being, not too great with underage girls in our youth group.
Lord and Savior, and he was resurrected. That's the point this guy's making. He's like, why don't you just say that Jesus Christ is our Lord and Savior?
What do you think it is?
I wonder.
He was totally one of those like, guys, Jesus can be cool too, bro.
To talk to him about this, like, how do you remedy this issue that, because he seems to think that the concept of Jesus as an example is more important than the actual flesh and blood first century itinerant Jewish preacher who was crucified and rose from the dead physically, which is the claim of...
Does that make you a GERD?
The Gospels and the rest of the New Testament.
So see, this guy, the whole point of this guy is to do Christian propaganda.
Yeah.
Joe wanted to have a conversation with a guy who's doing Christian propaganda, who's arguing
Am I religious?
the resurrection of...
I grew up, I was very religious growing up, right up until I was 17, and then...
Jesus Christ was literal.
I actually read the Bible for myself without having my hand held, and that made you stop asking all these questions.
An example for us to look on and live by. But I actually think that Jesus condemns moralism. And ultimately what I see Peterson doing is looking at...
Right there. The fact that he can even say that with, like, dead serious, pretending that he is somehow, some way, an intellectual, scares the shit out of me.
Jesus as a moral example. And if Jesus is nothing...
Tommy Took, what up? Same.
But a moral example, then you can save yourself and you don't actually need a savior.
See what he's saying?
That's why, honestly, when it comes to debates, the one thing that, like, the gotcha for me, I will admit it, is where they try to do the morality test, because it's like, I can't speak to this because I'm too biased of a source. I didn't have the choice. I was in the church by that point where I could start thinking for myself. Therefore, the morality of Christ being instituted in me was not my fucking choice.
And
so I don't know.
Peterson, you don't go far enough. You need to be more Christian. You need to think the Bible's literally true. You need to think Jesus...
But do I know people that didn't have Jesus, who were not religious and are even probably better people than me? Yes.
Jesus literally rose from the dead. Why are you just flirting with Christians and acting like Christians are...
You know how many damn Christians I grew up with that literally use the religion to just shit on other people and just act like they're superior to?
The best, and Christians are the most...
I think religion is used as a tool. If you use the tool correctly, it can be beneficial. Not everyone needs the tools, but everyone believes in something. I'm omnious. That's fine. And again, I'm not one of these guys that's ever going to just be like, oh, why do you believe in what you believe? I don't care if you believe in a ham sandwich as a deity. I really don't give a shit. I'm still going to just ask, why ham?
Moral, and Christians have a good story at the core of their religion, and that's why you should sort of be in league with them. Why don't you just go further and say, Jesus is our God?
And so I think actually Jesus would have critiqued that, because Jesus was very against moralism.
And how do you define Jesus being against moralism? Like, what do you mean by that exactly?
I'll start looking like the Undertaker.
Well, Jesus looks at the religiosity of his day with, like, particular groups like the Pharisees.
Why not beef? Fair's fair.
And Sadducees, or these other, like...
because Hindus, that's why.
These other groups of Jews during his day. So we talked about the Essenes.
Do you like Christopher Hitchens? Yeah.
Actually, aren't mentioned in the Bible.
He's all right.
But there are other groups like the Pharisees, who are like lay scholars, and the Sadducees, who are professional priest scholars. And he's constantly critiquing the fact that they have this hypocritical religiosity to them, where they're doing things like tithing their mint leaves, like to make sure that they get all of... This is where we get the idea of the letter of the law versus the intention of the law. Like, Jesus critiques them for that, because he says, you're trying to do...
He's a boo-boo, say hello to the boo-boos.
everything right, and you're missing the point. So one of the things he says is like, if your donkey falls in a ravine on the Sabbath, do you pull it out, or does that work? Like, what's the point of the Sabbath? Is it to not do any work? Like, is it to make sure that you're not working too hard because you might be breaking the Sabbath?
People don't need religion; they need leading.
Sabbath. Or like, what is the point?
No, it's the father figure.
He says like the Sabbath was made.
No, every single person, especially dude that I've ever known that is like super, super into religious or like religion, has a very weird relationship with their dad.
Made for man, not man for the Sabbath. And that there's this intention. This is the whole Sermon on the Mount.
Didn't Muhammad marry a kid? They don't talk about that.
Matthew chapter 5 is he keeps saying, you have heard it said, but I say. And he refers to the Mosaic Law. And it looks like he's critiquing the Mosaic Law, but he's not actually. He's getting back to the intention of the law. So when he says, you have heard it said, do not commit murder. But I say to you, anybody who harbors a hate for their brother in their heart has already committed murder. And what he's getting to is like, what's the intention? What's the meaning of the law that God gives to you? Because the law is like a mirror. It shows you how dirty you are.
This is what I don't like about them. And this is why I understand how dangerous these people are, because they're so good at like public speaking. They are. Because like I've heard so many fucking different pastors being able to frame things in a way that is super palatable to the masses, but also like they start making like borderline philosophical points where you're like, yeah. And that's where I think that the Rogan shit is way more dangerous, because they don't like, what you guys don't realize is how this is being used in churches. Like, I guarantee next Sunday, if you guys go to a church, if any of you go to a church, let me know if I'm right. If it's mentioned that Joe Rogan is even coming around, please come on the show on Monday and tell me about it.
But his critique is he's like, you guys are trying to clean yourself with a mirror. That's stupid. It's just going to, if anything, it's going to make you more messy. Like, get in the shower. The law is not what cleans you. The law is what reveals that you're dirty. And so in that sense,
what?
I think, if Jesus is a moral example, it actually misses what I think Jesus actually said about what his purpose was.
That's right.
So in other words,
I think some people feel they need to follow, some can lead themselves. I'm not even like trying to be a dick here or like make a cheeky point. When I was on I learned this on a hockey team. When I was made the captain of a hockey team, I learned from my coach that year, where you got your leaders and you got your followers, you're about to learn which one you are. I actually learned that while good at delegating responsibilities and also being very good at administrative shit, I was not a good on-ice leader. So my biggest leadership quality was learning when to step fucking down.
He's our literal God. Stop just using him as an
facts, good coach.
Example.
He was
and an archetype in a story.
He was my favorite coach, actually.
Go all the way. Join the cult.
In that you can't.
Because he kind of warned me. He was just like, being the captain sucks. He's like, sometimes you just want to lace them up and play.
Do enough to act.
Damn, was he right?
Actually live up to the standard that God holds you to. And so if you keep striving, you're actually going to wear yourself out and be exhausted.
Like atheists.
Little shot of atheists at the end there. These dirty atheists trying to like be moral and good within the context of the law. Like, obviously you just have to believe in Jesus. Ready for this? Here's the cherry on top for this story. This was just reported. Joe Rogan starts going to church as faith resurgence gains momentum, Christian apologist claims. So that's this guy.
Yes, Christian apologists claim that the resurgence is happening, but it's all anecdotal. When you actually look at the hard numbers, no, it's not. You still have people that are not attending church. Like, for every one Rogan fan you get, you're going to have fucking 6 others that just still sit on their ass at home.
Just listen to. This guy's a Christian apologist. Joe invited him on, had a conversation with him, and this guy on his own show came out and said,
me and the poppy plant have a little thing called allergy.
Rogan has started to go to church.
Yeah, for real, Kirk. I'm allergic to poppy.
And he does it every week. Quote, I can tell you for a fact that Rogan is attending a
no codeine for me.
Church, and that has been a consistent thing. Christian apologist Wesley Huff claimed. His transformation is complete. He's gone full MAGA Republican.
I'm the worst at sports. I can never figure out when or where I'm supposed to be playing. That's what I liked about hockey. It was either man on man, or you could You could take the Wayne Gretzky approach and go where to the puck is going.
He's going full fund.
That's what actually made me good at hockey, was just that single piece of advice, was just following the puck with my, like, that's why I became a goalie, is because I was able to follow the puck a lot better than most of my contemporaries. And I was also one of the better skaters.
Mentalist Christian. And everybody who said
you are cursed, I'm terribly sorry.
That trajectory is right 9 out of 10 times. They are correct.
Trust me, as somebody, again, who has played hockey and had to go, sans pretty much every painkiller except for morphine. Which even that one...
This has been a fatal flaw of mine for the longest time.
It's a little
I always take people at face value and what they say and what they believe, and I don't see...
Good night, Genie Bottle. Good night.
The changes that lead to a trajectory where they end up at the...
Oh, you're literally 20 seconds out from 420. Come on.
Logical endpoint of that trajectory.
You can say.
We went through this with Tulsi Gabbard. I thought Tulsi Gabbard, she's a lefty, but she's got some criticisms of the Democrats, and but fundamentally, she's not going to go all the way with the Republicans. She hates the Republicans too, right? Wrong. She just becomes a Republican. Now she's in the Trump regime. People like Jimmy Dore, who was criticizing Democrats from their left, and that was his whole shtick. But then eventually, over time, the criticism, it just became all criticism of Democrats, no criticism of Republicans. And then eventually he dropped the facade and started making right-wing arguments. So the trajectory was, I'm attacking the Democrats, but it's from the left, so I'm still a lefty too. Now I'm sort of an enlightened centrist, and all I do is attack the Democrats. To finally, now all I do is attack the Democrats, and I'm on the right,
Kyle,
and I suck off Trump.
Same shit.
Right? There's so many examples of the trajectory starting and reaching its logical end.
I don't like that, because that's... he's pretending that he doesn't do the same thing.
Endpoint. And as I said, the guys over on the Vanguard, Zach and Gavin, they said Rogan is going to end up having like a Christian arc. Right? Here it is. Okay. He already did the I'm a hippie, liberal pot smoker. Then it became I'm the enlightened centrist. Then it became I'm MAGA curious. Then it became I'm just...
Oh, he got new glasses and he got his eyes dilated.
Just
That's
MAGA.
what it is.
Then he's a standard Republican. Then it's Christian fundamentalism.
And apparently I don't want to make fun. As somebody who needs new glasses, and I will be fundraising for that, I'm
having on people like this on his show.
There's a good point.
Joe Rogan.
I could actually need Coke bottle glasses. I'm going to be very careful right
now.
From
5 to 10 years ago, would mock and laugh at
Bloodstone.
the Joe Rogan of today, who brings on the world's most obvious charlatan snake oil salesman, religious freaks, to argue Jesus is literally the Son of God and has risen in Christianity is factually correct. One of the most laughable claims imaginable. What a fucking sad fall from grace, bro. He is so... I've never seen anybody... Well, that's not true. There's a lot of people who are mega washed.
It just sucks when you go so long without going to the eye doctor. Like, dude, there's a reason I've been getting headaches.
Russell Brand, Jimmy Dore.
And it's not hitting myself.
Joe Rogan. But this is like next level, bro. Next level. And
as I said earlier, getting old sucks.
Thank God.
It just sucks.
The Midas
It creeps
touch
up on you so quickly, and you're just like, okay, so there's that little tinge of knee pain, back pain, and I can't see.
People have dethroned him
Ain't that a bitch?
as the number one podcast because this cannot continue. I mean, he's just like a Fox News grandpa now.
Is Bill Maher on his Joe Rogan arc? Yeah.
Bro, he's become a Fox News grandpa.
Yeah, but this is also why I'm kind of like, guys, like, I'm not trying to keep them. Trust me. This has nothing to do with that. It does bring up a broader point, though, for me personally, where it is kind of like, guys, like, the one point that some of them have, like Bill Maher and Joe Rogan have, is like, look at how they can attract normies. You know, like, I am firmly against the idea that we don't need normies to win. We do.
It's one of the saddest.
It's about like reframing our arguments and also packaging, like marketing
things. I've
been big on this program, like specifically, like I have a little bit of a background in this, so like I understand how to kind of talk to people.
Ever seen?
Yeah.
And like I said, that childlike curiosity.
Sorry, I do special invites to Discord, so
which made him
Consider
interesting
this
and
your special
made him
invite.
number one. That is so gone now. He is the least curious person on the planet. And he's attracted to every charlatan, con man, grifter, snake oil salesman in the country.
Twitch
and he makes them prominent. And that's what we're witnessing here. Hey, y'all, do me a favor and like and subscribe. It helps out big time in the algorithm. Click the bell as well for notifications when videos drop.
Here's my
and
favorite
watch
part.
that video on screen
right now. You know you want to.
Right now. You know you want to.
You can tell that I've heard that bumper a lot. Because, like, when you're, like, mowing the lawn, it does this thing where you're just, like, you know, it'll just keep playing. Oh, shit, Smoke's alive. Fuck. You know what? I might randomly later. Discord incoming. How about you guys? Does anybody on YouTube not have the Discord link from before? If you guys need it, let me know. What up, Twitch bitches? That's your first time? I feel insulted by that, Legend. That's your first time on fucking Twitch? Dick. Displayed, bro. All right, so we got some Luigi news, and I saved this one specifically for you guys. This one was from Friday, so what's Discord for? I hope you're asking seriously. Discord is for having a little online community off of these platforms. We have... I have a really fun Discord. I have a general spot where we can talk about stuff. Politics is a separate category. We got memes, pets, video games, movies, music, hobbies, wrestling, comic books. I mean, I could have done all the hobbies in one, but I like enough stuff where I'm like, nah. Keep it like within its little subcategories. It's fine. Horticulture. Now, if you don't know what horticulture is, that is the study of plants, well, ish, where we talk about plants and planting plants, if you know what I mean. And then we got right-wing propaganda that we laugh at, which is actually one of the most fun pages that we have. It really is. We got polls that we take. It was shilling. If you guys got your own podcast, you know what? Come on down and... yeah, do a little self-advertising. Guys, and if you have any questions about how to do this shit ever, do not hesitate to ask me. Listen, if you guys make it bigger than me, all I ask is you give a shout out and maybe send a few people my way. I'm for real, man. Like this shit is, I hate content creators that are very territorial. Like I've met a few of them. And it turned me off, like, hard. Where I was like, oh, I never want to do anything with you or around you. Or it's, like, wild. Bella Thorne? That was peak creepo cringe. Are you talking about the Bill Maher one? Yeah. Yeah. No, I did a video about her on Bill Maher. Excuse me. No, it was bad. Should I plant sod in a 3-zone? What? Sod? In a 3... Like, are you talking 3-zone, like, planter? Like, it's got, like, 3 zones? Like, what are you talking? Gallons? Or what is... I can help with that. No, I was specifically talking about streaming, guys. Right now, hobbies is used in a way to share your own hobbies. Like, what are you working on? Yeah. That's why I set it up. That's where, like, yeah. No, thank you. Thank you for differentiating. Because, yeah, I didn't want my hobbies to be part of it, where it's just like, no, guys, like, I'm into Warhammer. Like, I paint Warhammer figures. I draw. I read. I, like, read comic books every week. I freaking watch Godzilla films. Too much for a grown man. I watch the nerdy shows. I am, when you talk about streaming, I'm a Renaissance man. Nice. Oh, thank you. No, for real though. I do just enough to where I'm like, but I am an expert in quite a few things. So, actually, wait, do I? I left it upstairs in my fucking backpack. Damn it. Got a new sketch I was working on for a new shirt coming up. Oh, I forgot about this. So, have you watched old Toho movies? outside of Godzilla, yes. And outside of kaiju films, yes. No, I love me a good just, Toho drama. Yojimbo, good pull. Yeah. Oh, so you're going samurai films. You're not going romance films. Okay, fine. Yeah, did you know about like the whole director's circle with the Seven Samurai director and all the creators of Godzilla? Like it's so fucking cool. Like just the history there. I used to know all the names. I used to know all of it, but God, start turning like after 35, you just forget shit. Like you're just like, oh no, damn. Which, by the way, real quick, you know what? I'm gonna take this 4:30 segment to do a quick cheers to a great man and a great comic book artist who we lost over the weekend, who had one of the saddest stories as far as being a creator who had multiple, like 2 Marvel billion-dollar films, and that's 2 of them. And he had to have a GoFundMe for his cancer treatment at the end. His name was Peter David. He created such characters as Spider-Man 2099. He did a legendary Hulk run that he created Joe Fixit, the alternate personality to Hulk. He did Young Justice. He did so many damn books that Spider-Man, like some of his Spider-Man arcs were the best. It's insane to me that a guy who could create something that can earn that much money would have to be put into a position like that, which reminds me of the quote from Jack Kirby that was actually to Peter David himself, was that comics will break your heart, kid. And he wasn't talking about the actual books. He was talking about how the industry will just rob the creative, like all of creative incentive from anybody coming in. This is also why behind the scenes, if you guys are into reading Marvel, and DC is actually a little bit different now, because in spite of Marvel, where they were like, well, we want more new characters, this is how we get it. They gave creators a lot more freedom to retain the rights of their characters. It's insane. But like guys like Jim Starlin, who created Thanos, he does not live in $1 million house, guys. Like, it's absolutely crazy to me. Like, they have to go to Comic-Cons pretty much every weekend. I was into it after the New 52. The New 52 was good. I mean, ish. There are parts. Like, Constantine was the best story to come from that. Scott Snyder's Swamp Thing was also really good. You weren't into it after the New 52. Oh. Well, I liked Batman. Like, again, the Batman Court of Owls arc was really good. Everything in Batman was good up until he, died and Jim Gordon became Batman, which was a thing. Then they did this great story where Grant Morrison took over the book, and he finally did it where, because Batman was dead, he made Dick Grayson Batman, and then he made Damian Wayne. If you don't know who he is, that is Bruce Wayne's actual child that he has with Ra's al Ghul's daughter. It's awesome. It's fucking awesome, because like what happens is, not only does Nightwing, like he does a good job as Batman to everybody, except one of my favorite moments in all of Batman happens when he first meets Jim Gordon after donning the cape and cowl, and he shows up, and then as he's about to leave, he's like, "Hey, kid." And he just he looks up, and he's just like, Batman doesn't smile, and he just smiles at him. It's like, oh shit. It's so cool. Gordon as Batman is lame. It served its purpose. I liked Bloom as a character. What I didn't like was that they just ignored the Nightwing arc again. Like, I don't like that they did that. That was good. It was chef's kiss. Like, fucking, that was one of my favorite arcs ever. Like, I'm so glad they did it. I'm a Nightwing guy. Like, I love Nightwing. I've always thought that, like, he was one of the only, like, Batman characters to really, like, he transcended Batman. Like, I could read or watch anything with Nightwing in it and not need Batman. Like, I'm one of those dudes. Everybody else, I get it. Like, yeah, you guys need that shit, but whatever. Really? You got auto-modded for that? And you even... you know what? That actually really pisses me off. You even tried. That was an odd, like, fuck auto-mod. You're all right. Yo, got news to you. So those bulldozers and trucks that are making camps similar to the effing concentration camps, saying that they're for redistribution or distribution of humanitarian aid, effing bitches. Double standards, they cry about Holocaust while they're literally making it. Well, I mean, yeah. Has Batman Beyond been in comics? Yeah. Batman Beyond is actually canon now. In the comics. Like, it's, yeah, Terry McGinnis is part of it. They had a really cool arc where Tim Drake, like, for some reason becomes Batman Beyond for a minute, which it's not the worst. But yeah, no, like I have the whole Terry McGinnis arc. It's really, really good. His kid brother from the show becomes Robin in that universe, and then they have a Batwoman that I'm not going to spoil that one because that's a really good one. I just saw the Cam's video, literally heartbreaking. God damn it. The new Superman trailers. Oh, can I admit, as a grown man, that just like I'm gonna cry so hard in that movie. You don't understand. I can already see it. I may have already shed a little tear just because it's beautiful. It's fucking beautiful. I love the hope that is expressed. I loved Christopher Reeve's Superman movies. I love Superman as a character, even though if I ever had to write for him, I would literally pass up the opportunity because it's like, how do you have fun with it? How? That's why everybody always depowers him. Like, you can't have fun with Superman. It's just although, you know what? No, I couldn't, but other people have. So there's this really cool arc where it's kind of like a what if, but with our Superman, where he actually, like, Krypton is there and he gets invited back to Krypton as our Superman. And it's kind of wild because, like, they kind of still have their powers, but they need motorcycles and, like, shit to get around. It's I don't know. Maybe it's like one of those stories that was like so good, the art was so good that I maybe ignored how bad the story was, because Michael Turner drew it and he was amazing. Crypto. Oh yeah, Crypto in the trailers. Oh, dude. That first trailer when he whistles for Crypto and he's like, "Take me home." I did go like, "Oh. Yes." James Gunn gets this shit though, guys. Like, he gets it. You know, you're liberated. It's okay to cry. Trust me, I know. It's one of those situations, Sylvie. I know this is dumb, and I'm gonna peel back a layer here. No, it's for real. So I don't have a bunch of fucking clips of me just out there like that. Like, I couldn't imagine just somebody clipping me while I'm crying about, like, a segment with my mom, because, like, I understand what I'm doing here. I've had people express this. Like, I'll be completely real with you. I had a friend just, like, tell me straight up, like, you need to stop being so open with your audience. I'm like, no. What's the point of doing this then? I mean, dude, I just lost my fucking, like, again, maybe it's because I lost my mom that I'm just kind of like, I don't give a fuck. What the hell are they gonna do to me? Like, seriously. Somebody actually asked me something that, like, really broke through the other day, where they're just like, do you see this as like a before and after, like a BC AD situation? I'm like, yeah, it literally is. Like, I literally am living a different life. After March 9th, it's like I'm living a completely different life. Seriously, people are not going to clip you on that, bro? I know, whatever, man. There's also just some stuff I'd rather do privately. I'm the same when I stream. Good. Oh, you stream? Here. Chill. You talk about problems I see in modern culture and play video games. Shut you, follow. Me too. I started in November. I have not been doing this very long. Never stop being open. You being open is one of the reasons I'm here. Oh, cool. No, I appreciate that. No, I really do. Like that kind of affirmation does kind of help. Where I'm just like, eh. No, no, that whole thing. Don't be open. Why? Who gives a shit? I mean, all this is just going to be recordings to prove I was here. I mean, at least I have proof that I was also human. Fuck. Well, here because I came. I know you did. It's one of my favorite things. Like, seriously, it's one of my favorite things. Is like you of all people too. I gotta say, like, cheers to that one, man. As I said, all of it's flat. It sucks. My fridge outside broke, and all of my soda is flat. You know what the fuck? How did you manage to change my? I don't know. See, I'm glad though. Like, that's the kind of stuff that, like, that's what I was aiming for, man. Like, listen, I understand my politics are not for everybody. I get it. I totally get it. This is why I'm also very honest about them, where I'm just like, yeah, dude, whatever. You're gonna call me a lefty. You're gonna call me a fucking... You're gonna do the thing. It's fine. I'm kind of used to it at this point. Authenticity is the highest frequency you can give influence, in my opinion. What if you're too stupid to not be fucking authentic? Like, I don't know, man. My brain, I did this thing where, like, I talk. I say things, I talk. I'm here for the Dead Mom Club. Well, part of that. By the way, somebody actually, I appreciate you reaching out. If you're here, I'm not gonna say who you are just because of the way you asked me. But they did ask me for an explanation, because I said on my last stream that it was me and my sister with my mom. And then they were like, but you have a dead brother. And they were like, are you just like erasing him from your life? I'm like, no. Oh my God, no, absolutely not. No, he was my stepbrother, guys. Like, he was like a later addition to my life, but the way that he day one like took me under his wing, like, it was almost adorable how much he was like happy to have a little brother. And we were both into wrestling, so that helped. Although it didn't help me, because he was much larger than I, and he saw that as the opportunity where he's just like, do you want to see how a pile driver's done? I'm like, yeah, wait. The worst one he ever did, but successfully, I have to admit, he did teach me how to do it successfully, was a tombstone pile driver. You gotta tuck the neck. He's just like, you gotta bring your shoulders up. Getting yelled at while you're hanging upside down is wild. Just gonna say. And about to also take like a bump, which it was. I mean, it's still a bump, but Yeah. So yeah, I just hope that explanation is. It was kind of funny. I think that somebody kind of like went into their weekend with that, because the way I got that message, I was just like, that seems like it was bothering them. So, yeah, nothing funky, just literally a semantical thing where I refuse to call him anything but my brother because of the way that he treated me, and yeah. So, anyway, let's get into the Luigi news. I know, weird segue, right? But also, shout out to my bro. He was the shit. So.
Luigi Mangione attorneys seek dismissal of state murder case. Defense attorneys for alleged CEO killer Luigi Mangione said in a new court filing that
this is a video they could have.
The murder indictment a state grand jury returned against him should be dismissed due to double jeopardy and other alleged violations. But yeah, now we are in a point where they are straight up saying these charges need to be dismissed. So this is a huge development.
Hey, it's Jordan. I am in Flint, Michigan, East Palestine, Ohio, Tumwa, Iowa. Please support the only independent outlet on the ground covering what the corporate media covers up.
What's up, everybody? Ron Placone here, reporting for Status Coup. We have
Man, they're almost to 500K. Everybody follow the Status Coup.
Another update on Luigi Mangione. I'm going to get right to it, and then we'll tell you how we got here. Check it out. Let me make it bigger for you. Luigi Mangione's attorneys seek dismissal of New York first-degree murder terrorism charges. This is from CBS News. Luigi Mangione's defense team wants at least 2 counts against him in the New York State indictment thrown out. His attorneys filed a motion that includes photos of Mangione's arrest at a Pennsylvania McDonald's. Attorney Karen Elnifio alleges evidence
goddamn hash browns
was illegally obtained, that terrorism charges don't apply, and the concurrent state and federal prosecution violate the double jeopardy cause. All right, so if you're not sure what got us
Are you talking Howard Stern, Fred Norris?
to this point,
He does.
feel free to
Oh my god, he does.
revisit the last
Oh my god, he does. He totally looks like Fred.
short video we did on Luigi Mangione,
Dude.
where
Oh, that's fucking great.
it has been revealed
Hey,
that
fat guy in
the prosecution's paralegal illegally
fucking name.
listened to a phone call
What's up, man? How you doing?
that Luigi
Fat
Mangione
guy in
had with
bed.
his defense attorney, and the person listened to the entire call. They
You came in with a visual, bro.
accidentally stumbled
I'm sorry,
upon it.
that's fucking
Somehow
funny.
they stumbled upon a phone call. I don't know how you do that. Still wondering, but they did that.
You ever seen that not Finding Nemo, fuck.
And then
the Nemo movie where he's got the little he's the kid, he's got the flying bed. That's what I picture now.
they listened to the whole thing. They accidentally listened to the whole thing. It's quite, and again, check out our last video.
God, I can't get over it. He really
If
does.
you haven't watched it yet, it goes into the full occurrence there. And if you believe that excuse, boy,
If he starts doing a Jackie the Joke Man, I'm gonna lose my shit.
I bet you believe Epstein didn't kill himself. I bet you believe that there are
Oh shit. Okay, here.
no questions about what happened with JFK, and the official story is all there is. Yeah, that's quite a story. That's stumbled upon a phone call, happened to listen to the whole thing. So here's the latest update. So let's dive
up arrow
into.
Up arrow.
Here's another headline from ABC. This is the way ABC is putting it, and then we're going to get to the legislation. Or not the legislation, but we're going to get to the piece itself here. Luigi Mangione attorneys seek dismissal of state murder case. Defense attorneys for alleged CEO killer.
I just saw down arrow.
Luigi Mangione said in a new court filing.
He just typed
that the murder indictment a state grand jury returned against him should be dismissed due to double jeopardy and other
No, it's just funny because I've literally been there, bro. I'm like, wait,
alleged
no, that's not the right
violations.
one.
The indictment should be dismissed because concurrent state and federal prosecutions violate the double jeopardy
being a
clause,
boomer's fun.
the 14th
I'm not a
Amendment's
boomer,
due
though.
process clause, and Mr. Mangione's constitutional rights against self-incrimination
I have to take my Metamucil.
to
Fiber's important.
Meaningly defend himself to a fair and impartial
Just be careful, I'm about to murder your toilet in the morning.
jury and to
This is why I go to the gym and take my shits.
the effective assistance of counsel.
Janitor's problem.
Defense attorneys wrote. So there's been a whole swath of things here. And you know, some of the big ones, he was not read his Miranda rights. So the whole search and seizure that happened to him at that Altoona McDonald's was...
He wasn't? Ooh, that's day one shit.
Not legal.
Gym poos are awful.
So
I know.
It's a big thing
What's wrong with those motherfuckers?
right there. But let's go to the piece
They always rip them too.
itself.
Yeah, broccoli. That's what it is. It's a bunch of chicken and broccoli.
We have the piece itself. It has been published online. So we're going to go and we're just going to read from some of it directly. I'm not an attorney, by the way. Y'all know that. But
I didn't.
But yeah, we're just going to do the legalese.
He could have been an attorney for all I
go
knew.
through some of it. We're not going to go through all of it because it is 57 pages.
No,
So I'm not going to
damn,
read all
let's
57
not.
pages to you. But we'll kind of get the meat here in the intro. So here is the notice. This is the notice of motion, and I guess it's going up to the Supreme Court of the state of New York. Luigi Mangione, the defendant, please take notice that upon the annexed affirmation of Karen Friedman.
If I remember correctly, though, doesn't none of this matter when you're indicted by a grand jury? No, you don't lose the... No. That just gives them the right to bring charges. That doesn't give you a right... That doesn't give them the right to just negate your actual constitutional rights.
Ifio, Esquire.
I mean, let's put it this way. This is like common law in England. So, like, for us to, like, just be like, nah, you don't even need Miranda rights, that's kind of like a... No.
Born in...
Okay, without going into too much detail, I had a situation where I was not read my Miranda rights, and that case was completely thrown out, and I got to watch a cop get scolded by a judge. That was a lot of fun.
Confirmed to on April 30th, 2025. Upon the indictment, the
allegedly, Kirk,
limited grand jury transcripts that have been disclosed to the defense, supporting papers, discovery received thus far, and all proceedings herein, defendant Luigi Mangione will move this court for the following orders. Number one.
Don't make any promises. Kirk will send me a fucking literal picture of him doing like a meme like...
Pressing Mr. Mangione's statements to law enforcement as officers failed to provide...
Imagine all this show to call him out, call him a terrorist, and he could get out because the cops didn't do their jobs right. Hashtag America.
...him with Miranda warnings in violation of his Fifth Amendment rights. So basically, you have to read the Miranda rights to people.
America! Fuck yeah! Coming to wreck the motherfucking day, yeah!
In different contexts. Sometimes when you're a police officer, you have to give Miranda rights. If you are, let's say, a debt collector on the phone or something.
Can we just admit that one of the funniest jokes, and I know, this is gonna be fucking probably hot take, was in that movie where they're like at the very beginning.
Like that. You need to read someone their Miranda rights in certain states and under certain circumstances. I don't know all the rules, but basically
That
Miranda
fucking
rights,
movie.
if you don't give that
It's
to
wild.
somebody and read that to somebody.
That's a standard case, though. This is an indictment by a grand jury, which has a whole different set of rules for some reason. IIRC.
That's a huge violation. And it's been known for a long time that the cops in Altoona didn't do that.
Trump made crime
All right,
legal
so
again.
number two.
He made it great again, that's for sure.
2, suppressing the evidence seized at the time of his arrest because law enforcement conducted a warrantless search of Mr. Mangione's backpack.
All right, guys. I can't stare at this anymore. Sorry, I have to non-automod that. All right, I'm going to make this a little bit of a thing. I'm ending the goal. All right. Thank you, everyone who contributed to this goal. These funds will be used in a in a way where you guys will be able to at least see my mom around. I'm also more than likely going to have her in the background here. The standard to say that a crime... Oh, sorry, I'll read that in a minute. But yeah, guys, thank you again. This is fucking rough. This is like another thing that makes it real. All right. I'm going to reset it, but I'm going to play the video.
Violation of his Fourth Amendment rights after he was already handcuffed and surrounded by 10 police officers. Keep in mind, the Fourth Amendment is something they're messing with a lot right now, folks. Keep in mind, we showed you that video, the last stream I did on Tuesday for Status Coup in Michigan, where the cops just kicked in the doors of some pro-Palestinian protesters. Gross violation of their Fourth Amendment rights. They just kicked in the doors. They seized spray paint. They had no business being there, no warrant. They just kicked down the door. That's a gross violation of Fourth Amendment rights. So we're living in an era where Fourth Amendment rights are being violated in a very, very barbaric way. So number 3, precluding the district attorney's office from eliciting lay non-eyewitness identification testimony at trial. So that one's interesting. I'm not sure specifically what that refers to, but they didn't lay non-eyewitness identification testimony at trial. So I guess some people claiming maybe it wasn't him, or maybe it doesn't match, and they're not allowing that, or they're not allowing any illicit for that. They're basically saying, oh no, it's for sure him, and we're not going to ask anybody else. Number 4, dismissing the indictment's terrorism-related counts. Counts 1 and 2, as the grand jury evidence failed to establish the required element that Mr. Mangione intended to intimidate or coerce a civilian population, influence the policies of a unit of government by intimidation or coercion, or affect the conduct of a unit of government by murder, assassination, or kidnapping. Yeah, we've been through this a bunch of times. The terrorism charges are absolutely absurd. As we mentioned in the prior video, it would completely redefine what terrorism means in the United States and under United States law. And this is in a moment where the powers that be are blatantly trying to get even more authoritarian than they already are. And number 5 here, dismissing the indictment because concurrent state and federal prosecutions violate the double jeopardy clause, which is not related to the game show, the 14th Amendment due process clause, and Mr. Mangione's constitutional rights against self-incrimination to meaningfully defend himself to a fair and impartial jury and to the effective assistance of counsel. And number 6, granting such other relief as the court deems appropriate. Please take further notice that defendant Luigi Mangione reserves the right to file such additional motions as may be necessitated by additional discovery provided by the district's attorney office, the court's decision on this motion, or by further developments which, even by the exercise of due diligence, the defendants could not now be aware of. And then it's signed by his defense attorney. Side note here, totally unrelated. I'm pretty sure when it comes to legal documents, they just use really confusing verbiage on purpose.
Yeah, I know, Soviet. We covered that on Friday.
They're like, what's the way that we could write this to the point where it's still technically English, but we bend
Luigi? What? I don't think Luigi did it. I'm actually not even kidding, guys. Like, I don't think that was him.
Rule in the language.
Like, every time I see that,
and they go, well,
the surveillance, it doesn't look like him.
Oh, let's just push our luck, because American English especially is changing every second. The rules change every 3 seconds. They just changed right now while I was saying this. So we can really take a lot of liberties. It's written confusing on purpose. That's in every context. All legal documents are just written in an incredibly confusing manner. There's no reason why they can't just be more straightforward. Because if they were, lay people would be, wait a second, way more often. And powers that be don't like that. Look, lawyers, attorneys, they want their services needed. So if we made these documents too simple, ooh, let me tell you. But yeah, now we are in
about to crash out.
A point where they are straight up saying these.
See, when you say crash out, you mean that in the way that I know it, right? Where you're like, you're about to go to bed, right?
Charges.
Or are you about to crash out like bad? See, like I heard the kids saying that shit and like, dude, I don't know, millennial talk, that's not what it meant.
To be dismissed. So this is a huge Huge development. The top prosecutor is gone.
What do you think happened? False flag cover up?
Which, of course,
No.
we covered that in our last video. The top prosecutor, he's gone now. He was recused.
In Luigi's case?
From the case. So he's out. So this was a big violation.
Yeah, I do.
And now they're saying this needs to be dismissed. And they're just going into all the treasure trove of violations that have already been committed thus far. In many ways, this paralegal illegally listening to that phone call, that was the cherry on top of the illegal actions that should get this case dismissed Sunday. So we're going to see what happens here. And also, we talked about all the weirdness going on in the last video, that they decided it was going to be the death penalty within months. Usually it takes about a year for them to deliberate something like that. They decided it pretty much immediately. Hey, this guy's getting the death penalty. They're calling it terrorism. It does not fit that description at all. So now
he never hit her. He did not. Oh, hi, Mark.
Oh, his defense is fighting back, and they got some ammunition. It does
hi, Ethan.
appear, at least as of now, and as of the recording of this, it does look like his defense is really going to the mat. And that's, at the very least, whether you think Luigi Mangione is guilty or not, or whether you think he was justified or not, whatever you think about it, at least things are going to be set up for a fair trial where
maybe we should
where
like
they're
this
kinda
to
gonna
see.
go toe to toe here. So at least, regardless of how you feel one way or another, I'd imagine you at least want to see the wheels of justice turn in a just way, and not just the powerful get whatever they want here. Because again, if you're like me, you're not even convinced he's the guy. It's just my personal opinion, but I'm not even convinced he's the guy. So that's another breaking update here in the Luigi Mangione.
Based. I like these guys. Whoa, shit. That was not what I meant to grab. That's what he said. The fuck? My bad. Yeah, Fred's cool. I like Fred. Oh, Robin. God, I need to listen to Howard. I haven't listened to Howard in a while. I see that you sent me an exclusive. I'm gonna have to play that. I think it's a guy, but the right when I call him was probably illegal. There's a few things that just really don't add up in my end. Ooh, video I wanted to watch. Plus I gotta pee, so this is perfect. You know how those add up. It's about centrism.
Political centrism, the settled beliefs known for its success back in 1930s Europe, whose opponents were rewarded for their political acumen after a few years by getting to be the smuggest people in the concentration camp. Did you know that Hitler has lied on average about 10 times a day for the past 5 years?
As someone who makes his own thumbnails, he couldn't even... He couldn't spring for the version where you don't have the watermark?
No, we fact-checked him.
What am I doing? What am I spending my
How do you respond to that? Yeah, that's very nice. Please step into the chamber now. Fast forward 100 years, and the political center around the Western world is once again dying. The old establishment parties are decaying, breaking apart, and becoming irrelevant in most of the developed democratic world. The most glaring example here is the United States, where the centrist Democrats, led by energetic, charismatic, dying septuagenarians, were beaten even by the MAGA movement. And so Democrats' in-house necromancers have been working around the clock to try and reanimate the recent presidential candidate for an interview to help regain lost support. Unfortunately, Joe Biden's earthly remains failed to make any waves due to its advanced state of decay.
Regain control of what we invented, the control of the future,
So centrists look at the current political landscape. They look at people's overwhelming dissatisfaction and disillusionment with the status quo and ask themselves, what could be the problem? So people are like, look, the problem is that we don't feel like the system is working for us anymore. We get poorer while the rich get richer. It feels like the economy has become a scheme to funnel our money to the top and keep it there. Prices are up, housing is unaffordable, everything around us is turning to shit due to corporate profiteering. Google is unusable now. Facebook and Twitter are 24/7 Nazi rallies. AI is flooding everything. Public services are being cut back and or privatized. Our income doesn't keep up with inflation. And we generally feel like our votes don't matter anymore because you guys are doing nothing to fix systemic issues. That's the problem. And centrists are like, yeah, okay, that's great, whatever. Anyway, what could be the problem? But what's that? Here comes a new challenger who has listened to all your problems and decided that the solution to systemic issues with the global economy is ethnic nationalism. If you hate brown people, gays, and or Jews hard enough, the systemic problem
kind of funny. My wife is listening upstairs. I didn't miss any of this.
Will be gone or something. I don't know. The far right's world is one where all economic issues, the systemic problems, the wealth inequality, pretty much stays the exact same, but now pride is banned. Also, democracy is basically gone, so, you know, mission accomplished. Like in Hungary, where after 15 years of based Viktor Orban and his Christian nationalist government, Hungary has the worst healthcare in Europe, one of the worst education systems, the rail network is falling apart, social mobility is nearly zero, with Hungarians paying the highest taxes in Europe. Meanwhile, Orban lives in a castle. So do his cronies, and his various other supplicants drive around the country.
I'm spending money to look professional like a chump.
In Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and Bentleys, and are also seen chilling.
You know what? For what it's worth, Smoking Tide Pod did think I was doing this for a lot longer than I have been, so hey.
The multi-million-dollar super yachts off the Italian coast. Orban also had a football stadium built in his
Also, it'd be nice to actually be able to read my screen.
home village because fuck it, why not? Elsewhere, centrist politicians look upon the surging far right and ask,
it's kind
how
of weird.
Could this
I also, now that I'm looking at this like in real time, like, yeah, I have been putting off like literally something for my health.
How could the far right become so popular after we let them openly propagandize and undermine our democracy for a decade, mainly through social media, which we refuse to regulate? Who would have known that they're a threat to democracy after they spent the last 10 years screaming about rigged elections and inciting mobs to forcefully overturn elections, the results of which they didn't like? We are quite simply flabbergasted by these developments. Who would have thought that letting malicious fake news run rampant across the media is a bad idea? In the so-called free marketplace of ideas, the truth does not stand a chance against billionaire-funded propaganda. Thankfully, ground news is here to...
Hey, all right, so we did the thing. Well, he can have his, he can have his little bit here, but you know what you guys can do since we share sponsor and it helps me out too? You guys can grab yourself a Ground News subscription over at this link, but for real, the reason I use it is because the algorithm sucks and this breaks through it. It helps you have a much better news experience, especially if you're like me. Use it in the morning. I like to have my coffee and like have my news. So for real, just try it out for free. If you guys like it, 40% off. It's one of the best subscriptions that I have. It's the last sub that I will cancel.
To help balance the scales in your favor. Ground News gathers, well, news from all over the world, enabling you to see how different sources report on the same.
Well, that's the thing, and I'm sure he'll explain it, but they actually have a little, like, just a little ticker where you can just go over it with your mouse and just see who owns what story, who owns what conglomeration, and also they do have a new thing that I just saw where they're reporting on more independent news.
Giving you a more complete, balanced overview of events.
I gotta say, man.
Let's take an example. The story about Putin not attending peace talks in Turkey. At the time of recording, this story has been covered by 386 articles with a fairly even distribution of 58 left-leaning, 52 right-leaning, and 74 centrist sources. Here we can see that
he's a little bit better at this part because I have to say, now I'm starting to see why I failed certain courses.
Most sources are of high factuality, and below you'll find a breakdown of their ownership structure. Ground News also comes with a bias comparison feature, summarizing the aspects each political side chooses to focus on. In this case, left-leaning sources focus on Putin being bad faith and manipulative by not attending peace talks, while the right focuses on Putin chickening out and blowing his big chance with Trump. Ground News is your ultimate guide in today's news ecosystem, enabling you to stay on top of the news cycle. Go to ground.news/Adam or scan this
You will?
QR code to receive 40% of
No, for real, you will.
their Vantage plan with unlimited
I mean, I don't know.
access to
You know what?
every feature.
I really...
Or you can try their Pro plan for just $1 a month. Thank you for checking out.
Could you add something in post? Because, like, I think what I would like is, like, if you could do, like, a music thing. I have somebody that I also have that has, like... I don't know. I kind of had a funny commercial bit where I was going to be like a, and then I was going to use my buddy's voice. He used to work for the Loop here in Chicago.
Outground news.
He's actually who got me into radio.
The only political force willing to stand up to the far right is various leftist political movements, many of which
He also used to work for Danny Bonaducci.
have seen a considerable boost in support recently. Germany's Die Linke rebounded during the last election and gained 25 additional seats in the Bundestag. This is after Sarah Wagenknecht split the party in half and went on to found her brand new...
Not to denigrate your voice or anything, Kurt. Although... You got that voice.
Nazi Bolshevik Party, the pro-Russian leftist party, which also
you weren't gonna...
just happens to oppose non-white immigration, and it didn't make it into the Bundestag. Ooh, close enough. The left's performance has been even more impressive in France, where the new Popular Front coalition had gained 57 additional seats, thus becoming the largest force in French parliament. So, we have our political force opposing the far right. Right? Not so fast, yelled the centrist. Leftists are...
You're
also
damn
radical,
alarmy!
and the radicalism is bad.
You couldn't even go for...
Therefore, the far right and the far left are just as bad. One wants more public housing and higher taxes on the wealthy, while the other wants to put LGBT people
Death metal ground new song
in concentration camps.
I'm sure they'd be very thrilled about that.
And purge the country of...
I've got a news great...
non-white.
I mean, here's the thing. We could totally, like...
They...
Has this been done on YouTube where, like, we just do a collab through my chat where I'm like... I got your commercial, guys.
Or literally the same. But centrist...
Real talk, guys. This is the one aspect they're not happy with, is the fact that I haven't put together a commercial for my other videos or something that I can, you know, do a few bumpers with, so...
Politicians are in a bind here. They need...
They like my real segments, let's put it that way.
To go somewhere because their current position is on.
Also, thank you for anybody that has subbed. You guys have done a huge favor to this channel. I wish I could say more, but...
If they don't go either left or right, the only way for them is down. So some of them figured their best shot is to start moving towards the far right. But hey, they can be fair and reasonable about it. The far right wants to do a second Holocaust? Well, the centrists can surely arrive at a reasonable compromise. How about a half Holocaust? Which is basically what happened in 1940s Hungary, by the way, where Jews in the countryside were all killed, while Jews in the capital were mostly spared. Initially. Nowadays, the UK's Keir Starmer and his Labour Party are perhaps the best example of centrist rightward movement. Starmer has managed, for some reason, to steer a formerly progressive and left-leaning party
Kirk, I did let you know.
towards policies championed by the likes of Nigel Farage and his far-right Reform UK. Out of nowhere, Starmer came out against trans people and various other progressive causes. Then, once in power, he went on to do right-wing austerity.
Let's see, can I still do my my newscaster voice? Chancellor's tough approach to the public government spending.
Sector cuts.
Nope, can't.
Business deregulation, in addition to announcing...
That was always my problem, was reading.
...large-scale deportations.
I used to get marks on that a lot, where they were just like, yeah, live reads. We used to get graded on live reads, and...
Masterful political gambit has collapsed the Labour Party and boosted Reform UK to first place in national polls. So, you know, oops. This strategy of let's try to deflate the far-right by copying them would be absolutely brilliant if it worked. However, reality seems to be in denial about Starmer's and similar centrist ideas. Turns out, if you become a bad copy of the far-right, you send a message to the public that these ideas are now mainstream and acceptable.
Yeah, that's what happened with the Liz Cheney approach.
Not only that, but you prompt people to ask the question, if we are voting for far-right stuff anyway, why not just vote for the real thing? And British people do. Macron seems to share much of Starmer's sentiment. In the aftermath of his masterful snap election gambit that saw his party crater, an alliance of leftist parties received the largest share of votes. Traditionally, the new French Prime Minister is to be nominated from the ranks of the largest party, which Macron decided to ignore, because according to him, leftists are just as bad as the far-right. One wants to purge which fronts of non-whites and degenerates, while the other wants more public housing and gay rights. Literally the same. But what if you are a centrist politician
Didn't
who
Macron
actually
just get
sees the
emasculated by his wife in public?
writing on the wall, who realizes that the center is untenable and that moving right means empowering the far right? So, how about we move left instead? No. Wait, who's that? Oh, right, it's the bill.
I appreciate just a good audible, like audio and like visual joke. Just
$1 donor class that
wonderful
finances the centrist political machine made up of people the left wants
Also,
to
can we just say
tax.
that Jeff Bezos' new wife is a step down from his old one?
And the question of should centrists go left or right
Hashtag
is basically,
McKenzie,
do I
like,
want my
all day.
taxes higher or lower? Oh well, far right it is then. Some of you might die, non-whites, LGBT people, political opponents, but that's a sacrifice the top 1% is willing to make for tax cuts. But suppose that you are the leader of a progressive political party, or a centrist party even, that is both able and willing to move left. What can you do to address the problems we're having? The funneling of money to the top, the decay of public services. How do you regain people's trust? How do you regain the electorate's trust? Well, first off, we need to understand what happened. The fallen standard of living tells a story. The great post-war social contract was shattered. In our home, across the ocean, in the Western world. Now, the welfare state is nowhere to be found, and in the 1980s, the top marginal tax rate was the first to perish. Soon, the finance sector, billionaires all, claimed parts of the economy. Their greed from their newfound wealth triggered the 2008 economic crash. A
Sayonara watashi wa totemo sokarete imasu.
crisis from which no ordinary person arose. A crisis leading to abandonment by the people's trust. Long story short, the system no longer abides by the post-World War II unspoken social contract.
Sayonara.
And that social contract is this. If you work a full-time job, you should not have to struggle. You should not have money problems or lack in any basic needs, and you should be able to afford a reasonable amount of comfort and luxury besides that. Basically, if you work full-time, you should be able to afford a middle-class lifestyle. Period. If we have billionaires taking joyrides into space or apartheid babies running the US government, why can't we also have cheap housing or cheap utilities? Why can't we provide everyone with a
Dude, they touched up that photo with AI. That's wild.
base amount of food?
They could, like, they're not even paying for Photoshop artists anymore. And to their detriment.
So that no one has to worry about feeding themselves or their family in the developed world. This is the billion-dollar question. So here are some step 1 type measures a government can take to start regaining people's trust and stem the oncoming tide of the far right. Make public utilities public. Here in Czechia, I once saw a job advert for ČEZ, that's the biggest utility company.
I did not know that me and Adam something were from Czechia as far as our family lineage. Well, I must brush up. Let's go.
In the country for electricity and gas. They were looking for a full-time stock market day trader.
That's actually pretty
but
cool.
Just why does a utility
Which, by the way, guys, yes, it's called Czechia, not the Czech Republic anymore. Get it right.
company need a stock market day trader?
Get it right.
What part of supplying the population with electricity and gas involves stock market day trading? None, of course. The Czech utility sector and many others in many other countries had been thoroughly financialized. They are part of the finance sector now, and this might seem like a good idea on paper. You know, we have this big company with all these assets, so why not use its wealth to make even more money on the stock market? But the stock market doesn't always go up, does it? Sometimes it goes the opposite direction, especially if a bunch of finance bros start gambling with it. And that's when the government needs to do expensive bailouts. If you put a company on the stock market, it will become far more vulnerable to market cycles. So why put them on the stock market? This is what Yanis Varoufakis calls the financialization of everything. Public utilities should be public, but not on the stock market. They should be non-profit. The goal is to provide people with services, not to make money. But the financialization of state services is still the lesser evil. Worse is when a democratic state lets go of a sector seemingly for no reason. This is called privatization, the only real purpose of which is to serve up more of the economy to the oligarchs. Why do you think the US government is privatizing its space sector, cutting the budget of NASA and increasingly relying on SpaceX? And the
shooting up giant space dicks, like, just when I thought that they couldn't make, like, you know, rockets look more like dicks, then, you know, SpaceX has to go and do the thing.
is so that Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos can own the sector. Simple as that. Meanwhile, down here on Earth, have you ever wondered why there aren't any state-run housing construction companies? It's all private developers now. And how are these developers faring? Well, if we choose to ignore the ongoing catastrophic housing crisis across the Western world for the past decade, then not too bad, I guess.
You mean our country? Oh,
yes,
no.
The housing sector has also been thoroughly privatized and financialized. The housing sector should be non-profit.
Guys, I hope you guys realize that this wasn't just like...
and publicly owned as far as it can provide everyone with...
This wasn't just Europe. This was like all of us.
Housing, should they need it. If someone wants to operate a private real estate market beyond that, that's alright. The idea is that no one has to rely on the private market because there is always a strong, high-quality public...
How many of China's, like, market do you think are Airbnbs, like, for real?
Option. Also, let's get...
I'm trying to be cheeky, like...
Food UBI going.
Makes you wonder.
That's universal basic income. Let's give people a set amount of...
Like, do you think those ghost cities have, like, some... like sick-ass Airbnbs?
Meal vouchers each month, which they can use at grocery stores and restaurants. Wow, would you look at that? We have restored the post-World War II social contract. People now have affordable housing, utilities and groceries, putting them in a vastly improved financial situation and taking a ton of pressure and worries off their backs. What's that? The far-right stopped rising.
Right.
Because their message of everything is going to shit and only white
Thank you for that.
nationalism can help us no longer resonates because things are no longer going to shit? Wow, imagine my shock. Deprivatizing and definancializing our basic services means taking power away from the oligarchs and giving it to our democratically run states. And I would do the same thing with healthcare, education, and also internet service providers. I believe this to be the first step to regain people's trust in the system and stop the rise of the far right. Let's take back control, one could say, but this time for real.
Now, we're at the 5:20 mark, which means you saw it? All right, cool. I might be able to cover this through secular talk, though, because I don't usually get hit through that. You know what? Screw it. We'll try it. We'll try it. We're gonna go for it. Okay. Fuck, let's go for it.
You know, one of the things I've been talking a lot about lately is how Jordan Peterson is what?
All right. Just for VOD reasons, if for some reason this is where it ends, I appreciate you checking out the stream tonight, but we're watching a Jubilee video, and if you must know, anything that Jubilee produces, even if you try to get any permissions from even secondary videos, sometimes get flagged, so yeah, you might not see this next segment, but if you do, then consider yourself lucky.
The media landscape has changed for everybody. It used to be the case that the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro, they were like number one. You had Jordan Peterson was up there. He's part of the Daily Wire network. But in recent years, what's happened is that sort of highfalutin, faux intellectual right-wing stuff, it doesn't sell anymore. It just doesn't. What sells now is the lowest IQ Trump defense you've ever seen by people like Asmongold, or what sells is the Nazism of Nick Fuentes. So on the right, it's that, and it's Fox News, which is a mainstay for the old people.
Why would you have your pupils dilated on the same day that you're broadcasting and also get a haircut? He should have just not broadcast.
Propaganda for the old people, pro-Republican propaganda. That's what it is, right? Now, obviously, the left is a totally different story, and for the liberals, it's a totally different story. But in the right-wing media landscape, you got Asmongold is number one. You have, Nick Fuentes is the Nazi on the block who gets the most eyeballs, and the Daily Wire has fallen off hard. So with that fall comes, you can see it in real time.
Hey, thank you for following.
The internet turning on their former daddy, Jordan Peterson. I mean, he was like every like disaffected, confused young man who leaned right ended up looking up to Jordan Peterson thinking, oh my God, this is like the dad I never had, and he keeps it real with me, and he's so
I don't know what you did, but your audio scene is consistent through both platforms now.
Hard, and now they've all turned.
It took my mids down by about 6 points.
Right. And so Jordan Peterson, I don't know why he did this, by the way, but he decided
I'll send you my audio profile from my soundboard.
Jubilee video. And the whole point of the Jubilee video is like, what is it? One Christian versus 20 atheists or something. One Christian versus 90 atheists. I don't know. I don't remember the exact number, but the idea is he's the Christian.
Thank you for letting me know that, though. That's awesome.
And he's up against all these atheists, right? And what you're going to see here is he's been in his hug box way too long, bro. When all you're
I appreciate
used
that.
to doing is patty cake, baker.
No, I appreciate the audio nerds. Trust me.
Man, we love Donald Trump.
Because, like, as you can see, I'm not wearing headphones, so like I don't have my playback in my ears. And when I'm wearing headphones, I can't listen to my playback because I can't hear the other stuff. Like, whatever.
We love Israel. When you're used to doing that all day, you're not sharp anymore, and you're gonna get fucking exposed. So here's Jordan Peterson.
I always had to work that little bit, like that, just tiny bit extra harder than everybody else around me.
Sitting around with a bunch of atheist college kids, and he fucking humiliates himself. Watch this. Here we go.
So do you believe in the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good notion of God?
What do you mean by
No,
believe?
I appreciate that. Thank you.
I can't.
Also, if you're ever trying to get anything through chat, excuse me. Wow, that one caught up to me. Give me a sec. Oh. Wow. Haven't had a part 2 in a while. If you ever have anything that you need to get out into chat real quick, go to Twitch.
See, his old school tricks, which were always stupid, but he used to get away with them more because he was so charismatic in how he talked and the way he delivered it. It felt passionate that he could get away with saying, well, what do you mean by believe? When you ask if I believe in God, what do you mean by believe? And what do you mean by God? Shit. Now it just comes across as you're a fucking sophist and you don't even know the answer to these questions. You're not even honest with yourself.
I like how everybody has their own Jordan Peterson.
What do you mean by believe?
What do you mean by believe?
You think it to be true?
That's the circular definition. What do you mean?
What do you mean by believe? It's something that you need to die for. You need to feel so strongly that you would die for it.
Circular?
You believe.
How is that circular?
Because you added no context.
Because you added no context
to the answer by substituting the word true and believe.
How? How? This is the shit that pisses me off about, like, oh my God, intellectual. I don't want to call them intellectuals. Academics, like the whole academic structure, because people like him are rewarded through that system. When you listen to this bullshit, you realize that he's full of shit. What do you mean it's semantics? It's semantics. Like, dude, he's getting out argued by a fucking streamer.
Like, this is such bullshit. This is such bullshit. It's like, do you believe in an all-knowing, all-loving God? He's like, what does that even mean? It means what I fucking said it means.
I honestly, there's parts of Twitch that I appreciate.
Do you think that's true, that there's an all-knowing, all-loving God or whatever?
But I'm one of the lucky streamers. Like, I'm just going to say it. Like, everybody on YouTube, shout out. Like, shout out to YouTube chat. Y'all rule.
The fuck is it?
I have one of the fucking best YouTube chats in, like, the game. And I do this pretty small scale, but I'm being real, guys. Like, our community here rules.
That's not how...
Like, I do have this weird thing where I'm like, ow, I don't want to get too much bigger.
Language works, son.
Like,
you think
I want to make a living.
Think it to be true.
All right.
That's
so
pretty much
if
it.
you believe something, you stake your life on it.
Millions of dollars?
What do you mean by that?
I don't need that shit.
What the fuck does that mean? Look at this dude's face. Look at this dude is all of us right here. One more time. Watch this dude's face.
You stake your life on it.
What do you mean by that?
Okay, I got to listen to this while I was doing other shit today. I didn't get to see this guy's face. Wonderful. He's what?
Makes a face like, what? What does that even mean?
This guy had audible record scratch face.
Bro. Live for it, and you die for it. That's what I mean by that. It isn't something that you...
Why does he talk like that? Why does everything sound like he's like 4 minutes from death and he just got the
I'm just here for the Jubilee. I'm usually on YouTube.
diagnosis and he's like, he's so serious. Oh my God.
Oh, I didn't quit. I didn't quit yet. I mean, I probably should.
This guy is such a mess. Holy shit.
But yeah, I mean, hey, yours will stay. Because,
And
yeah,
you die
yours...
for it.
Oh, that's right. You'll stay on Twitch. Duh.
That's what I mean by that.
Yeah, if I need to
It isn't
delete
something
this,
that
then I
you
will.
say. It isn't something that's associated with logical...
You know what? Wait a minute. Perfect. I didn't even think about this. This was so simple. I should have just done this. You guys, if we want to watch these segments, we save them till the end. I delete them off YouTube, and then we just...
Consistency.
Brilliant.
It's not declarative. It's not propositional. It's not a figment of...
Sylvie, you actually just kind of gave me like one of those moments that's like overlooked where I'm like, oh, you actually just solved the problem for me. Thank you.
Your imagination. It's the presupposition
Like, just from an editing perspective, you just save me a lot of time.
of your attention and your action. And you're either fragmented, in which case you worship multiple gods, or there's some unity at the bottom of it.
So this is what's called gish galloping. He's gish galloping here. He's saying a lot of words without saying anything.
Yeah.
But this guy's going to call him on it. That is literally what he said. That's exactly what he said.
Something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay.
I hate people like this.
Yeah.
They'll say some shit without saying some shit, and then when you try to bubble it down to its purest form and repeat it back to them, like, so you're saying this, right? And they're like, I'm not saying that. No, but you did.
No, it's a theoretical.
You did say...
And then you literally, you posit something that's theoretical. That's a theoretical question. I can't answer that.
That almost...
I only work in realistic expectations.
Verbatim in this instance, bro.
Asshole.
What are you doing? Stop.
No, again, and people like this, millions of followers, fucking Joe Rogan appearances, all of it.
Playing these fucking verbal games, bro. Say the shit you actually fucking believe and stand on that shit.
Queen Andrews is 100% based on JP's debate strategy.
I hate people like this. So slippery for no fucking reason.
I think that's why, like, Andrew doesn't like me, is because I mean, in his mind, I'm just so dumb and stoned that, like, I just don't function on the same level. But at the same time, like, I do, like, one of my favorite moments, again, this is the only time I'll blow a little smoke up my ass, is, like, when I called him out on just being a dick in the way that he was, like, being to me. Like, it was literally just a vibe check. He didn't know how to handle it. And for the, like, trust me, I watched this one a few times where I was like, oh, I really got under his skin. Damn. Like, his entire tone changed after that. And I was like...
Okay, so you're saying that you don't believe something if you wouldn't die for it?
Not really, no.
Okay. So then...
How would you...
Andrew's a very good... No, he is. He is. He's very good at it. But that's what he's good at, is debating. Like, he's not good at learning. He's not good at being curious. Like, that's the difference between me and Andrew. Like, no matter how much of a dick he is, like, I'm always looking at it from the perspective of, why are you being such a dick?
You define belief. Something.
Meanwhile, he's just like, define trans, or define a woman, define a woman.
I explain, like, I could believe it is the case that this pen exists, but if someone, like, threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like, I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your life.
Don't be so sure.
When you uh-oh. You're coming out with them big words. Thank you for laughing at me, Kyle. I feel totally awesome right now.
Don't be so sure you wouldn't lie about the nature of a pen to avoid...
He's also very...
being murdered.
What's the matter with you?
Are you mental, Jordan? The answer is yes.
I need to get a white glove specifically for these moments, Kirk.
The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Look, in the same way, it's fucked up to say, but I think it might be true. In the same way that John Fetterman Like, his brain literally broke when he had a stroke, and he became more conservative.
You believe in nothing and have unlimited debate power.
Like, brain damage made him more conservative.
That makes a lot more sense than believe.
Jordan Peterson, when he was a fucking, what was it, a
That was one hell of a typo.
or Xanax addict, and he went to Russia to get some fucking weird...
Stop at that. Stop at that. I don't like when people bring up that bullshit. Bring up their ideas. Stop at that.
Freak fringe treatment.
Don't like it. I don't like it. Stop.
To detox from it, and they
don't care. Don't care.
Like, put him in a coma as he...
I only care, like, if, like, in the context of, is Elon on ketamine? But if you're going after somebody that got off it, fuck you.
Detox from it, and then he...
Fuck you. Seriously. I do have a special, like, annoyance with people that, like, do this shit, where they're just like, yeah, but this guy used to do drugs. But literally, they're all, like, Kyle Kulinski, where he's on the side that should be like, well, I think that decriminalizing drugs is based. Well, then fucking... I hate that shit. I'm sorry,
He
guys.
woke up from it. That shit probably fucked up his head to the point where now, like, he doesn't realize how ridiculous he looks here, bro.
Too. You wouldn't lie to...
I mean, when you cut to that guy's haircut, you saw that guy's haircut. He looked like a bad action figure.
Don't be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life?
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie
to save my career.
To save my clinical practice.
You're such a... Yeah, because you're an idiot.
To, like, save your children, your mom, your dad?
I don't think lying would save them.
He can't even engage in the...
I'm not saying because he didn't lie to save his career or his clinical practice. It was more so because he chose to, like, do this. Like, you do realize that this is going to peter out, and this, like, he worked his whole life to go to school for that practice, like, and to be a professor. This is something that he just, like, let's be real. My stupid ass could walk into this.
Hypothetical.
Hopefully.
Because he's caught in a logic chokehold. Shout out to this guy right here.
The thing is, that'd be so uncomfortable.
Guy right here is good.
The second that, like, I actually thought about this. If I got a Jubilee invite, I don't know what I'd do.
Goated. He's goated. He's got Jordan in...
Drugs winning the war on drugs yet again. Well, if Kyle's fucking, like, going there and doing this, then yeah. That's bullshit.
Like 4 simultaneous logic chokeholds, and Jordan is...
Does he win, though? Does he? Or does he just claim that he wins, but his actual debate... No, we were kind of... Oh, my bad. I was being too sincere. No, for real. I was trying to joke.
Fucking narcissistic and self-absorbed to realize it.
Can there ever be a circumstance logically that lying could save someone?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
You're not a Christian. What the fuck? Wait a minute. I forgot about that. I hate... Okay. Fine. If you're a fucking theist, fine. But at least own the fact that you believe in God. You don't get to do this, but you believe in all this, so you're steeped in sin. And then go, well, I don't really believe in God. What in the actual fuck?
Why is your mouth like that? Why is he doing this like I'm about...
Jesus died for you, brother. How you been? Dude, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. Hope you're well. You happen to come in at a very interesting fucking time.
I'm about to give you a whack right across the smoocher, fella. Like, why is he...
Am I dating Vosh?
Acting like
this. Circumstance logically that lying could save someone.
What the fuck does everybody fucking say shit like this?
Yeah, and if you're steeped in sin, you're likely to live in circumstances like that.
I'll give you an example. If you're like in like Nazi Germany, and it is the case of...
No, and I am not as older or younger. Somebody actually said this though, younger brother. I did appreciate
there's like
that.
Jewish people in your attic, and you're trying to protect them. Example. Would you lie to like the Nazis?
I would have done everything I bloody well could, so I wouldn't.
I am fucking 8 years older than him. Oh, what is he? 31. 7.
In that situation,
exactly. So the other guy's right and you're wrong. You're just admitting that and not even realizing it.
It's a hypothetical, and it's not.
I don't do hypotheticals, bro. What the fuck? You're there to debate atheism versus Christianity, religiosity versus non-religiosity. You're gonna fucking engage in hypotheticals. Oh my god, I'm about to lose it, bro. I'm about to lose it. This guy is a fraud.
Well, again, this is This is Debate Lords 101.
He is a complete fraud.
You either work in like absolutes or you just work in hypotheticals on their terms.
This is impossible to watch.
It's a hypothetical.
I've seen almost every Andrew Wilson debate. Personally, he is usually very, very consistent and understands the rules of engagement for it. Dude, I want to come through this fucking screen with the Smash Brothers glove and just...
Hypothetical, and it's not answered.
You don't...
Hypotheticals?
No, I can't answer a hypothetical like that because it's fun.
Ooh, Kirk, you brought up the wrath.
I can't answer a hypothetical, even though people do it all the time, every day, multiple times a day, and it's like one of
the Kamehameha with the fucking gloves from Super Smash Brothers. You know what's up.
The most common things we do when we talk.
Look, don't play games.
I'm not playing games.
So now he breaks out the stern father routine.
I don't know why. I'm reading that back and it actually is pissing me off.
Because he's so fucking caught in a logic chokehold that there's no way out. He's fucking, this is him tapping out.
Yes, you are. If you present me with an intractable moral choice that's stripped of context and you back me into a corner, you're playing game. I just told you I would do everything that I could.
That's the first time I read back literally a known joke and I did it well.
Why? Because you're so utterly defeated and it's humiliating for you, so you want him to stop making you look like the fucking fool you are?
Just like trying to clarify your position?
Hey, listen, I teach kids younger than you for school.
Because you don't like, are you like...
That's an insult, right?
Uncomfortable with me asking this question?
Jesus, she looks like...
It's just a basic hypothetical.
That's impressive hair. I was going to say.
Like, I could ask you...
It's just a basic hypothetical.
Yeah, Jordan. It absolutely is a fucking basic hypothetical. How many times in hypotheticals do you bring up, okay...
I mean, it is true that in a debate, you're trying to win over the audience. That's why debates typically aren't for me. Personally, I try to look at the substantive value of arguments, whereas... That was never the intention of a debate. I'm not trying to be like a dick here, guys. Like, did I learn something different in school than y'all? Because, like, I know that I went to, like, a private school, but debate, I thought you were supposed to, like, actually learn your opponent's position and then challenge it, but not just for the sake of challenging it. Like, I thought, like, for instance, I had debates where there was concession for my opponent, and there was also I conceded to my opponent, where I was like, oh, that's a good point. Was that not right?
Would you lie to save lives in Nazi Germany? It's a fucking common thing. Like, oh my God.
That's the honest and proper way to debate, Pat?
Where you're...
All right.
Jews' lives at stake in Nazi Germany.
Internet debate is a blood sport. Okay, so am I just gonna get chewed up if I like? I mean, I don't know. I consider myself like I got the resolve of Van Damme at least.
That's just a basic.
No, I know it is. I know. That's why I think I throw him off every time. That's why I threw Andrew off, where he was just like, "Wait, is this guy trying to learn?"
Oh my God, he's trying to play like the moralism card. Like, oh,
because like I legit was like, "What is your position?" And he was just blah, 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 blah. I'm like, "Yeah, that wasn't your position. You were getting mad at me. What's your position?" He's like, "Huh?"
You speak of Jews in such a terrible situation.
Whatever.
Oh, do you need your fainting couch? Do you need to clutch some pearls?
No, I appreciate you pointing that out. Maybe, like, I don't know.
Fall on your fainting couch?
I'm starting to learn maybe that's why it's not for me, because I actually, like, is that good faith, or is that just, I don't know, what I learned?
Lie in that scenario to save their life, but you're, like, not trying to answer this question for some reason.
I just told you why.
Are you anti-fascist?
I just told you why. It's such a dick.
Like, so you're
Why are
anti-fascist?
you asking that?
I was just asking, just clarifying. But like, okay, again, you're not answering this hypothetical because you know.
All right, screw it. You know what? After this one, we're just gonna watch the Majority Report one. I'm just gonna edit this out of the video.
No, it shows that you clearly would lie to save someone's life.
I'm answering it in a
Obviously,
manner
I'm glad that we all have an understanding of how this is working.
you don't find acceptable.
Obviously, because I care about truth.
I wouldn't be in that scenario.
Obviously, right? Logically, because
scenario.
that already happened.
This motherfucker.
Like that's in the past. You don't have time.
Okay, I love a good, honest fucking reaction. This guy, what the fuck?
Travel device. We're bringing this logical hypothetical to show you that in some.
I did not get to see any of the visuals of this the first time around. This is gold.
Some circumstances that do happen within the real world, you would lie to save people's lives. So your definition of truth isn't actually how we're typically using it. So what you're trying to do.
But I hate to say, watching Majority Report after this is probably going to be better.
So you're trying to muddy the.
God, Jordan, what the fuck, bro? What the fuck? All right, I'm not done. This other guy. So I think that
In all seriousness, Andrew has some logical arguments, but gets lost in political arguments like the trans
I
subject.
think that kid is goated.
Well, no, it's also like, no, bullshit. Because he doesn't realize, like, how through his, like, I support my wife and the what is it? The fucking trad wife theory. He looks like a weak bitch because, like, when he was having that debate with his wife, at one point she had brought up how he doesn't do anything except for maybe some yard work, and I was like, oh, so he's useless. And that really sat with me where I was like, oh, no, that was emasculating as fuck, and he didn't even realize it, which is funny.
We just watched.
Like,
this one.
All right, you useless bitch. You can't even take out the trash. You can't do like something like just because you have this weird thing where you're just like, she has to do the other stuff, even though I just do things like talk on a fucking on a microphone for a living, which is hard. I mean, as someone who does this for 6 hours a day, this is hard. Like it's not the easiest thing, but it's not fucking that.
Here's good too. But, like, bro, he's getting smacked around.
Also, because it's, like, equal partner much? Like, what the fuck?
He's getting smacked around by a bunch of college kids. You love to see it. By the way, I also don't think it's a coincidence that the room full of atheists are, like, super smart and sharp-witted. And they're like, this is, like, child's play for them to just obliterate this poor old man.
Why is that relevant? Because you go to a Catholic church, don't you? Or you've attended recently. You're interested in Catholicism, aren't you? Sure. All right. Are you familiar with their doctrine?
Yeah, I have a very traditional relationship, but I ain't sitting around while she's cooking.
Is this based? Christians versus atheists?
Oh, that's on video.
don't know. You don't know where you are right now.
Don't be a smartass.
Don't be a smartass.
Well,
And I mean
either you're a
'cause I
Christian
won't
or you're
talk
not.
to you if you're a smartass.
I won't talk to you if you're a smartass. I'll only talk to you if you're a dumbass because that's the only way I get my political points.
Oh, either you're a Christian or you're not. Which one is it?
I could be either of them, but I don't have to tell you.
All right, that is really funny.
He's at a Jubilee event that's like Christians versus
all right, guys,
versus atheists, or a Christian
you know
versus multiple atheists, and he's like,
God
maybe
damn
I'm
it.
not a Christian. I don't even have to tell you. You're not my daddy. Oh my God. Bro, what happened to this man? It reminds me, you remember the famous interview with Kathy Newman on BBC where, like, she sort of overreached and was a little too aggressive and didn't make her points in the best way, and so he came out of that looking like this genius who, like, easily dismantled this BBC host who was trying to smear him. It's a very famous interview. This, functionally, these clips I'm showing you are, like, the exact opposite of that. Like, now he looks like Kathy Newman. He's so fucking evasive. He refused to actually make a point or
the funniest part is Jubilee needing to change the title for on the upload.
stand on anything.
Yeah.
His whole thing is fucking sophistry.
I mean, I've changed titles, whatever, but
Where he tries to take you down a
this
road
one's
that has
funny.
nothing to do with the conversation at hand. And these people are desperately trying to get back to the actual conversation, and he can't have it. He can't have it because he's fundamentally not capable of having the conversation. He rage quit. Okay,
I don't
I'm
know
done
what that was, but that was a win.
with him. He's being a little too mean. He needs to go clean his room.
I like how we all do a Kermit the Frog, except it's
Bro, what on earth are we... Oh, my God. Wow.
Excuse me.
So why?
Why are there so many?
Nobody has...
I like how I have to literally
ever
sing
been more
Kermit the Frog to do it.
washed. The most washed man
Hi-ho, Kermit the Frog.
on planet Earth.
I'm
Look,
not exactly sure that I'm very appreciative of you guys making this comparative.
I'm not trying to be too much of a
He seems kind of like a dick.
I get it. If you're
I don't know what you're talking about, you stupid gay frog.
somebody who likes the old school, the Jordan
There we go. This is the boxing match that I've been talking about. I've been trying to set this up for over 12 years.
Peterson, who talked more
We got Kermit the Frog.
or about
Gay frog. Excuse me, Miss Piggy.
psychology.
We all know that she's your beard.
most of the time talked about
Verse.
psychology and stuff.
Other dickhead.
Stuff like
Oh,
that.
God damn it. I forgot where I was going with the bit.
Right.
I ruined it.
He's a believer in Jung's theories, and he says interesting things when it comes to psychology, or at least he did in like 2017, 2018, whatever the fuck. But as he's gotten more political over the years, and as he like gave himself brain damage with that freak treatment he had in Russia, like now He's almost all politics all the time, right? Doesn't talk about psychology stuff anymore. And he just is a fucking fire hose of horse shit. Like, it's just everything he says. Okay, I really need all of you.
All right.
If you take anything from this video, it's this, right?
Visual.
Just know, people who act like he did in these clips we just watched, don't tolerate them. Don't tolerate. You don't need to take their bullshit. He is a chief gaslighter, right? He will say 1,000 words, and there will be no actual core to the point. The whole thing is one giant, massive obfuscation and deflection. The whole thing is that. And so, don't be afraid to not engage with people like this, to have no interest in people like this, to not be friends with people like this. Like, you don't have to handle this bullshit. Like, you should...
Well, to be real, most people don't actually interact like this.
People who are closest to you, you should be direct with them. They should be direct with you.
Yeah,
you should
but
be to the point.
that's my
you
point.
Should actually
They don't
say what you think.
like,
and what's so fucking funny
God.
is doesn't he
this
pride
is like
himself on
terminally online brain shit. Like, trust me, I'm there. I'm a content creator. I get it. I kind of get seeped into this, but then I kind of get brought, like, thank God I have people in my life that bring me back down and go, yeah, I think that's because you're online too much. And I'm like, all right.
Say what you think. You must say what you think. It's like, you literally never do that.
Almost did. My voice he did.
You are the master sophist, and it's so...
Wish he would not.
So fucking obvious, and you just got destroyed by a bunch of college kids. All right, y'all, that's the show. Thanks for watching. Love y'all.
Kyle,
Very
must
much.
tell you, I must. These eyes you have, given to fear, you are. For you, I must say, fear leads to anger. Anger leads to hate. Hate leads to suffering. Good night, bye. Good night, Kirk. I must play song. Here. Actually, here. I want to check out your song. It's fucking what? Oh, this is Pep Talks exclusive. Let me turn this bitch up.
I got pillies on my mind, coding with me all the time. I can't go anywhere without you. Never leave you behind. Medicine is in my veins. Percocet all in my brain. Yeah, I'm not ever the average. This just got me feeling insane. Feeling all the pieces, and don't let me down now.
Man, your drop timing is fucking perfect.
Never had a reason to not keep you around, oh. Trying to make it easy for me to be the best in me. This shit breezy, the pillies help me regulate. I got what you want, that's the realest on the plug. Yeah, the money and the drugs, yeah, the only thing I want. Yeah, perkies in a bag, got you wanting it so bad. Fucking hundreds on a stack, got a milli from our rack. Yeah, feeling all the pieces, and don't let me down now. Never had a reason to not keep you
Not that I don't think everything that you do, but
trying to make it easy for me to be the best in me. This shit breezy, the pillies help me regulate.
well, you did. Fuck yeah, Kirk. And this is why I love y'all. Let's see. Sylvie, you dropped something, didn't you? Excuse me. Where'd you drop it? The mix was off on the original, so I just re-recorded it. I appreciate that. Like, was it also long enough where you're just like, I could do so much better? Like, I love when I do that, like, shit like that, especially like with a drawing or something where I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. Like, I'm just gonna redo it. This is why I don't have tats, guys. For real. I do not have any tattoos because I know me. I would look at them and I just go, I want something different. Like, it just makes no sense. So, trust me, I want some. I got plenty of reasons to have some, for sure, but Regulate is an oldie anyway. I think I recorded the original in like 2015. I'm just happy to know I can like actually play your music and not get hit. Like, I'm gonna be real. That's the biggest thing. You know what? Cheers to that one. Thank you, Kirk. Yeah, fucking A. Jesus. That was a stupid, unnecessary thing. What is Sean? Thank you for the follow. Again? Wait, did you not follow until the end, you little dick? All right. Well, here, we're going into the MR fun. Oh, we get our own fun app. What's up? I need to eat soon. My wife is going to be pissed, but all right, here we go. We're going to do this. We're going to do it because I can totally delete this off the VOD, so let's go.
All right, let's... I mean, this is what they're having to sell to the American public. All right, let's get to the fun stuff. Come on, it's the fun half.
Okay.
Should we start with Jordan Peterson?
Oh, I see what Sean just did right there. We're at 350.
I think so.
What's up?
Okay.
Hell yeah.
Now, you will notice that the YouTube of this is titled...
I mean, fucking Legend of Sean, I hope you understand that you were just number 350 on the fucking channel.
Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists. When it was first released, it was not titled that. It was titled One Christian versus 20 Atheists. Now, I'm trying to think, like, what was...
I am so good
mine
at
called, like progressive or something like that, right?
Versus conservative.
Progressive.
As I said, this is getting deleted pretty much the second that I get off
versus
tonight.
conservative. That's the way they do it.
That's accurate. Yeah.
And they give you, as far as I remember, like latitude. Like I think I suggested that.
The top comment says, the way Jubilee changed the title from One Christian versus 20 Atheists featuring Jordan Peterson to Jordan Peterson versus 20 Atheists after 4 hours is so funny.
Well, part of the reason why they did this is because someone pointed out that Jordan Peterson claimed that he's not Christian in the video.
We're about to play that part. He gets very defensive about it.
This is not new for Jordan, who I suspect does not believe in God like the people in your life who believe in God, and he's been lying about and pretending about
crazy. He wouldn't claim Christian,
and fudging that for years and years, even though it's been pretty obvious.
Has he said that he doesn't?
He's always did this thing about what do you mean by believe in God, and what do you mean by Christian, and all that stuff. Oh, do I have some relationship to the infinite? He's been doing this the entire time because he's lying about his actual.
I have no relationship.
But I don't even understand. Like, I mean, it's honestly like this whole thing feels like Jordan Peterson was kidnapped and dropped into this circle and made to debate these people. That's not how it works.
Senka, you dead? Jamming.
I've done one of these.
You could decline this if you wanted to.
Yeah, no, it was totally my option as to whether to do this. And in fact, not only was it my option to do this, I actually had to go somewhere to do it. They did not all show up.
But you don't understand. Jordan has no choice anymore because of what's been taken from him.
What does that mean?
You know, his
to be a leaf?
Ability.
I am not a leaf.
Professional qualification.
Professional practice.
I am not a leaf on the wind. I don't want to die like Wash. Hashtag.
So he has
justice for Wash.
No, like he is in a prison of wokeness's making, and so he has to do these media appearances.
I am forced into this.
Also, Russell Brand is Christian now. Joe Rogan looks like he's church curious, so it's getting a bit more crowded in the I kind of believe in God department.
All right,
basically
well,
prison labor.
Here's Jordan Peterson, and this is which one is this? Is this the?
This is the first one, I guess. Yeah, this part, and then we'll play two of these.
Drop some sick rhymes, yo.
How is that circular?
Because you added no content to the answer by substituting
this guy's such an ass.
the word true and believe.
I said you
Jordan
think it to be true.
All right, so if you
People
believe
never
something, you
not be
stake your
insufferable.
life
Holy
on
shit.
it.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it. and
Okay, can you
die
pause it?
for
I'm sorry. So this is a really interesting rhetorical trick I've heard some conservatives deploy in relation to Donald Trump, where it's like, actually I heard Anna Kasparian say this on TYT. If you if you think Donald Trump is a fascist, then wouldn't that necessitate basically advocating for his assassination? Where did we get to that logical leap? Like, it's like when you're in this kind of trap where you can't necessarily get out of it, so you have to strawman the opponent as basically being hysterical, right? Or make the
What
bar
do you mean by
to entry.
straw man?
Right. I'm
What do
sorry.
you mean by straw man?
We've all heard of the Gish Gallop, which is a rhetorical technique in which a person in a debate attempts to overwhelm an opponent by presenting an excessive number of arguments without regard for their accuracy or strength. This is the sort of inverse of that.
Whoa. What do you mean by
Sam's.
So what Sam
He does such a good one where it's like unintentional
is
too.
doing there is what
Where,
I'm going
like,
to coin
it's Sam.
the pedantry prance. Which is that you just keep taking issue with.
By
every sort of
issue?
word.
What do you mean by issue?
And then you can never have any actual
young man. You answer me. What do you mean by issue?
You need to agree on terms.
What do you mean by issue? I don't have to agree with anything you say.
By issue,
this is not about you bullying me into agreeing with you. You don't even know what the word issue means.
I just mean like you take exception to.
Good. So issue means exception.
Like
then what does exception mean?
For instance, the word belief.
Is it an
How does a
exception
normal
or is
believer-
it an issue? All you did was change the word.
It's pedantry prance.
Oh, prance. Really? What do you mean by prance?
It's fucking done.
Are we prancing
Dancing
right now?
around, exactly.
No, dancing around. Dancing around.
In a frivolous
I see.
manner.
So why is there two words? Why don't we just say prancing around? This is the problem. You're dismissed.
You're dismissed.
What do you mean by that?
You live for it,
I fucking
and you
love
die
it.
for it. That's
All
what
right, I didn't know that I needed this, but Sam making fun of Jordan Peterson is. Oh, this is peak.
I mean by that.
God. Oh my God, he's like a living Ken doll. This guy. This is the second time that I've seen this.
He so desperately didn't want to answer the question, do you believe in an all power? Like he couldn't even. No, this is a gotcha question. What is belief? What is God? What is everything? What is pen? What do you mean pen?
So he,
Sorry.
yeah, right. So he
I know, I went
catches
too-
him here,
I went
and
back
this
to
is
Mark.
where
Give me a
Jordan has to get defensive about. Do you know anything about me?
Oh yes, yes. This is a debate on ideas. But first, I hope you're familiar with my CV.
He's doing a great job, but he should have been like, "What do you mean by no?"
This pen exists, but if someone like threatened my life, right, I would lie in order to be able to save my life, right? Like
This guy. Oh my God, he looks like a living Ken doll.
I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your
Don't
life.
be so sure.
You
Be so sure.
wouldn't lie to save.
God damn it. All right, if MR doesn't use it as a drop, we are.
Your life?
Don't be so sure.
How much do you know about me?
Hold
I
on.
didn't lie
Go
to save
back,
my
please.
career.
Go back. I want to hear that again. Don't be so sure.
Don't be so sure.
Like I think you would do that too. You wouldn't lie to save your
Don't
life.
be so sure.
You wouldn't lie to save your life.
How much do you know about me? I didn't lie to save my career. I didn't lie to save my clinical practice.
Oh, pause
know
it.
you.
Pause it
Lie-
for a
lie to,
second.
like, save your
Pause it for
children,
a
your mom.
second.
Mm-hmm.
His career? Like, which career has been more successful for him?
Right.
I mean, honestly.
His practice or his media personality?
I mean, honestly.
And he insisted on lies. That's why he lost his professional credentials in Canada. He insisted on calling Elliot Page's doctors criminal butchers, which is just a right-wing
What does
propaganda.
butcher mean?
Exactly.
What does criminal mean?
Right. It turns out none of the things that, and the Royal Psychiatrists of Montreal or whatever said, we're going to give you every opportunity to go back on this. And he said, I'd rather just feed the hogs on right-wing media.
Right, because of the cash associated with it.
Oh, what does cash mean? Well, who knows?
Listen, bucko, you don't know.
Go ahead, wait a second.
I would die for my cash. That's how much I believe.
Wait a second. The guy set up a hypothetical about somebody coming in saying, is this a pen? And if the guy says it's a pen, they're going to kill him. And now Peterson has now changed the hypothetical in such a way that...
Bloodstone, do you think that Jordan Peterson comes out and says that he was baited then by Jubilee?
Lying?
Or how do you think that's going to work out?
But then why would he address the fact that he wouldn't lie in other circumstances?
Shit, dude, I gotta
But this guy comes up with a good response to it, too, because he catches him and it gives him a scenario in which lying could save his family.
A pretty famously obvious scenario to Europe.
Yeah.
One in America would be like maybe escaped slaves. Would you?
Or what about your money or your life?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not sure that you would
We can finish this.
take the money
We're
and
good.
then kill me. So in this hypothetical, I can see into your brain, into the brain of the person who's hypothetically there.
It's a pretty insane thing that he just said. He said that he basically, in a roundabout way, blamed people who were captured by the Nazis for their own behavior. I wouldn't be in that situation.
No. He blamed the people who
be in that situation.
didn't anticipate that the people who tried to hide Anne Frank, they didn't have enough forethought.
And I'm sorry, I can't hide you or lie for you because the die has been cast long ago. There's nothing we can do anymore.
No, the problem is
The
that
die
family
has been cast.
did not emigrate to the
It
United
rolled a 13. You know what that means.
States beforehand, and therefore, when Dan Frank's family would show up at the house, no one would be there.
I've been living
and
in
they would be
Syria.
able to live in the attic without anybody there. And so when the Nazis came in, they'd say, "Who's here?" No one was there. And they would go to the next house.
This kid's like 24 years old.
I like the...
Stop tying me up in pretzels, you little shit.
I know the example, and I'm bloody pissed that you brought it up.
Stop tying me up in pretzels,
I
you
know
little
it, I
shit.
believe me.
Wonderful.
Isn't this also Tim Pool would really appreciate this deontological answer where it's so immoral to lie, right? But it's not. You don't have to think it. Only viewing the action as moral or immoral in and of itself, and not the consequences of it.
Oh, what does consequence mean?
Yeah.
Answer a hypothetical.
They're seething. It's not a hypothetical if it has happened in history, let alone in the past 100 years.
But
it's definitionally not hypothetical.
I'm sorry. Like, if...
Dude, Jay, what the fuck? Chill. Nah, bro, like, it's not even that, man. I'm trying to keep my chat a little bit more cleaner because I have it on screen. I would like to keep it that way. I mean, if you want your stuff to get buried, that's how this goes. That's why I set up an auto mod, man. Like, don't bitch about it.
If something to qualify as something...
It has nothing to do with us being bitches. It has everything to do with, like, yeah, they set up TOS, man, and I don't want... Ah, come on. Well, just like that, I do have to stop this VOD. Like, I gotta stop this video. I am 2,000% gonna have to delete everything that was in this. Damn it. You know what? I might just, oh my god, damn it. I don't want to fucking just keep this going. Crash out detected. Oh, I'm not crashing out. I'm just, No, YouTube just gave me a flag. Warning, more info. Yeah, here we go. Yeah. Hey, Kens. How you doing? Give me a second here. I'm dipping out. I'm dipping out. I'm just going to delete half my VOD. It's okay. So I saved it for the back end. That sucks, though. I do have to stop as far as that goes. All right. Let's chill here for a minute. Oh, thank you. Thank you for re-upping. I appreciate that.
_Dumpy.
Thank you. Dumpy. I forgot I named him that. Dude. I can't believe that just happened. Live, too, man. Damn. Shit, that means that they're not gonna... That sucks. Alright, well, that means that the back end of this VOD is going to be missing from YouTube, but it will... Nice, Bloodstone. As I said, guys, if you guys want to join over on YouTube, totally backwards on this one, check out Twitch. Guys, for real, it is awesome. I got my new emotes up. I'm very happy with them. We got the animated ones coming up. I'm excited for those as well. I got one of my friends who is an animator. Oh, Kenzie, you just happened to pop on in when I got a flag from Jubilee. Because I was watching the Jordan Peterson versus the Christian or the atheist kids, and yeah, so just so you guys know, as I said, the back end of this VOD is going to be missing unless you want to watch it over on YouTube or on Twitch. Keep doing that. All right, let's smoke. I'm a minute behind. It's okay. Let's do my thing. All right, I just came up with a new shirt idea. I just stepped over my dog, too. 421. Sorry, I was chilling with Pep Talks. That's a good one. Shit. All right. I got a few minutes. Still can't believe that happened. Oh, man, they're not my monetization for that too. Shit. Let's see. Oh, cool. I can take care of that. All right. Well, then I'm not going to worry about that. Pearson is an expert on male drug addiction. He knows more. Dude, that's not really like the dunk you think it is, though. Like, I don't dunk on people for their drug addictions, man. Like, if they've gotten better, then good for them. But, like, if he was positing like he was not a drug addict, then yeah, bring it up. But chiefing on mango. Free thinker. You know what? I can hang for another few minutes, but I gotta pay. So, chill with the half of Stan here for a minute. I'll be right back. No, stay. Oh, as long as you're not doing like bets on Polymarket, then all right. I guess you guys are maintaining your humanity. I don't like addicts, but I have a real problem with someone telling everyone to clean their own room while they're... Yeah. No, Peterson sucks, but... Man, I have never been one to match shitty with, like, just shittier unless, like, they are actively coming after me, you know? I don't know, man, like... Life's too short to fucking put that kind of shit out there. But if that's what you gotta do, that's what you gotta do, alright, man? Like, if you find comfort in it, alright. So... But... My mom was an addict, man. Like, what you gonna do? Like, what's the quote? You don't choose the life chooses you. I mean, isn't that what it is? Yeah, I don't have a problem with you. No, it's all right. I ain't got a problem with you either. I'm just talking, man. Just saying, like. Hey, I used to be such a POS. I was absolutely disgusting. The fact that you are disgusted with your past self is fine, but the fact that people would be uncharitable to helping you or like holding you to that standard now, I'm sorry, I can't do that. that is what I call not okay. Ah, crap. Just realized I left my drink upstairs. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna have to end it. It's alright. So what do I have for tomorrow? Ooh. We got the Piers Morgan debate. We got the AI thing. We got the Jordan Peterson Cooks College Kids that we watched on Kyle Kalinske. That was fine, but apparently Majority Report did not get the same thing. So, balls. Chicken or egg? What do you mean? Chicken or egg? Egg. Egg come before chicken. God make egg, then chicken. Is that what it is? I don't fucking know, man. More likely it was an egg and it just became something else right at that moment. And then all of a sudden it was a new species, and that's how it goes, because it was technically a mutation before it became a normalization. I don't fucking know. I'm a stoner who talks on the internet for 6 hours and fucking yeah, man. I don't really have hatred for addicts in general. It's just that, like, an understanding, like, mentally ill people, I can't fucking help them or predict their bullshit. Sounds like you might be a little bit there, bro. Which one came first? Oh, I just said. Let's call it. Sorry for the 6-second delay. I'm just collateral damage in their journey for the next tide. That's not necessarily true. If you're putting yourself in that position, then you might either be an enabler or you might be stupid. Because if you're putting yourself consistently in the way of drug addicts, then what the fuck are you doing? That's stupid. Like, don't go to the same area. No. Novel approach. But also, like, I don't know. That teeny bit of sympathy might be, I don't know. If it's too hard for you to come by, then this is where we differ. We differ. Oh, people are saying egg. Alright, I say egg. As a child, you don't have an option. So as an adult, you learn to fucking avoid them. What are you talking about? I mean, if you're mad at something that happened in your life, please, like, just be like, yeah, dude, I got something personal about this, but right now, what you're saying is coming off to me just as a little bit, like, impersonal, or impersonal, and also just like, I don't know, what's the harm in offering just a little bit of understanding? So, introvert is the way to live. Sure. There's no one's fighting you on that. I have introverted tendencies, but I'm not, like, I'm kind of extroverted. Like, I got a little mixture of both. These effers aren't owned. There, I will read your comment. Because apparently you can't self-censor from my chat. Like, I mean, if you're angry, like, what are you so angry at, man? Like, I'm not censoring you because you're a dick. I'm censoring you for a reason. I told you the reason, man. Like, dang. Can't even fucking, like, just... It's like that. Just a dang, by the way. I do understand them. They aren't owed anything more than, like, Facebook thoughts and prayers. You can just be better. You don't even have to. Like, you don't have to offer anything. You just... It costs nothing to not be a dick. Like, I don't know. I get it. Trust me, I get it, man. I have every reason to fucking hate people. I really do. I have every reason to hate the world. Absolutely have every reason to hate the world. You think I don't? Like, just because you guys don't see it on stream doesn't mean that I'm not encountering this stuff privately. Like, dude, I'm going through grief. You don't think that I don't understand? I don't know the TOS triggers. I don't care if it gets auto-modded. It's mostly just curse words. Just, if you're going to say, like, you know, fuck. Try, because I'm not, we can technically say this on my stream. It's literally one of these things where it counts it by the minute. So, like, if you have it too many times in your chat, if you have the thing that I sign up for where I have it on my screen, so if it shows up too many times, then I could get demonetized. It doesn't really matter to me right now, technically. Are you a veteran? No. Like, combat veteran? No. Comedy veteran? Yeah, but no. Not a comedy veteran. Yeah, that would imply that I've been doing this for a long time. No, I'm not. Not a veteran in anything. Yeah. So literally, just be cool, homie. Literally. We're just asking you to chill. That's it. It's not Twitch. It's not Twitch. It's YouTube. Honestly, if I was just on Twitch, you'd be fine. But, whatever. I digress. Well, actually, hold on. No. I was about to say, Twitch is the one flagging you, so. Sorry. They allow so much degeneracy in actual calls. No, they don't. They don't. They really don't, because I don't think you understand how much of, like, Hassan's bullshit they actually, like, demonetize, which, hey, good for him. He can afford it. I can't. You know? I've been doing this for almost 7 hours tonight. There's a reason that I mean, again, guys, like, I know. Like, you think that I'm fucking, like, dude, I'm not Vosh. I'm not Hassan. I'm not any of these guys. I barely make enough to squeak by. And honestly, the last 2 months, this hasn't been for monetization outside of my mom's fucking memorial fund. God, sorry. Blinked on that. So, like, for real, man. Like, I would love to do this, like, full-time. And I mean full-time. And, like, just be able to live, like, be able to actually pay for, you know, my life and eating, because I also don't eat enough. Like, I'm literally wrestling with that right now. But fucking A, like, ugh. That's why I'm just kind of like a little, all right, man, don't mess with the fucking ad revenue. As I mess with my own ad revenue, possibly. Yes. I'm way past my bedtime. I feel like a rebel. Yeah, dude, I am too. What you mean, don't eat enough? Oh, like, I barely eat enough. Like, whatever. That's a me thing. It's not like I don't, like, have food. I'm not like that, but it's more so just like, yeah. But also, yes, you know, you guys support, like, helping me eat for the most part. Again, when that money doesn't go to the most depressing bill fucking set ever. But you know what? Ooh, I just got an offer. Sweet dreams, cupcake. You dream about the perfect world you want to live in. Damn, Jaylee, what's up? Why are you so mad? No sweetie placing it. If he does, what's wrong with that? Why are people so mad at happiness? That was a sincere wish. Oh, I'm not mad. Oh. Oh shit, I just got lost in my own chat. I was like, oh, right. I don't know. I hope we get, I'm legit wishing him the best dreams. Oh, when I call him Cupcake, I don't really. Am I the only one that's like, oh, that's a little passive aggressive? Maybe that's a millennial thing. I don't fucking know anymore. How is this misconstrued as anger? 'Cause I am a millennial who takes passive aggressive cues, and also I am reading you through chat, so I don't have any actual like cute cues. So you could say maybe tism, maybe just, I don't know, stupidity. Don't care. Just kind of missing the cue. So if you actually are sincere, awesome. Cool. I am happy. I like when people aren't dicks here. For real. It's kind of my thing. But maybe I'm missing cues and he was mad at me. I don't think he's mad at you. Kirk's not mad at you. Kirk doesn't get mad like that. At least, like, it, you gotta pull some shit for Kirk to get mad. Like, I've seen this motherfucker get mad. You ain't getting him mad. Like, I having a solid 8 hours of good dreams. Oh. I can't remember the last time I had 8 hours of sleep consecutively. Oh, that'd be wonderful. Why'd you ask me if I'm a veteran? Free thinker, if you're still here, what the fuck was that about? Also asking me chicken or egg stuff. It's the weed. You need to take like a couple-month break from all weed and caffeine. Oh, thanks. Oh, so you're saying the things that keep me alive. Uh-huh. Yeah, cool. I'm glad it works for you, bruv, but nah. It's like the only thing that keeps me here. You fucking kidding me right now? All due respect there, Jaylee. I appreciate your advice, but I can just say no. Now's not the time. Just because, wait, Jaylee, did you not remember the whole mom dying thing? Like, and how, like, I'm not trying to run from my feelings. This is kind of the bitch. Like, when I'm on here and I'm getting high with y'all and doing this, this is when I'm not, like, this is my break. Like, dude, that's all I've been doing is feeling my feelings. I have been doing nothing but just fucking missing my mom and just going into devastatingly fucking, like, hard depression modes. But I'm able to compartmentalize them in a way where it's healthy, where I'm able to not just sit in bed and just live that and just want to die. Like, goddamn. Instead, I can come here, chill with y'all, have a good time, actually, like, enjoy myself, let myself, like, just let it go, like, let myself talk about this stuff, you know? Honestly, I think that's why trolls have such a hard time here, is because I'm so sincere, like, where they're just like, oh, I don't like this guy. This guy actually, like, cares. Which is the only thing that has kept me from intensely hurting from my conditions. It caused me to have uncontrollable bowel movements, but only when I was in the supermarket. Oh man, clean up on aisle 420. Oh! We have fun here. All right. time is it? 6:45. As good as time of any to fucking start wrapping this shit up. Oh, God. Just J-Leet, I hope you understand. For real, aloha. Yeah, sorry if I sounded insensitive. It's just weed and alcohol mess with your REM stuff. No, I know. Trust me, I know. I have insomnia otherwise, but yeah, melatonin, all that fun stuff. It's always a thing. It's always a thing. Like, I get my 4 hours. Right now, I have a dying dog. She wakes me up, she literally wakes me up same time, every time, 5 a.m. So it helps me with that, where I just can wake up, let her out, smoke, go back to sleep. I get enough, so permanent marker puts me to sleep. Nice. Yeah, I got a nice strain that puts me to sleep. I also have the mixture of CBD and THC edibles that put me out for just the right amount of time. So God damn it, why this is how we're ending the stream, eh? That's fucking community, I swear to God. I love you guys, but damn. Permanent markers put me to sleep too. I just deal with shit different than most people. Have been alone for a while now. Well, J-Lead, I'm sorry to hear that, man. Again, I know we're an online community, but this is a community, man. And if you ever want to come on and actually talk, you're more than welcome to. I'm opening the Discord to voice calls and all that. So, bruv, sorry. I was watching a lot of AEW this weekend, so you're welcome here. And honestly, you know what? I don't even know you, but I do care. So, and also, I get it. Like, let's put it this way, and I don't want to come off wrong. I get mad when people kind of try to insinuate that I'm not handling this right, or like that I'm either like handling this like a bitch, or like, no, like this is the one thing that's kind of getting me through is the fact that I'm like, no, I know where I'm at with this. Like, this is called emotional intelligence. I at least have that. It's like all I really have. If you've watched the stream long enough, that's pretty much like the one thing that I am kind of confident in. So, on that awkward ass note, I am going to call it because I've got dinner upstairs. But all right, guys, if you haven't already followed on Twitch, please do. If you guys haven't subscribed over on YouTube, please do, and then hit that like button before you go. It really helps me out a lot. If you guys would consider donating to the stream, it really helps me out. When I would just put monthly expenses up here, but I feel like that's boring. Although I should probably just put monthly expenses and then something fun. I'm gonna probably change that, but this is what it's going towards. If you guys need to know, I need new glasses. I haven't seen the eye doctor in quite some time, and that's the one thing that is going to cost me some money. And then yes, my desk broke. So trying to be as honest as fucking possible with y'all. So. Somebody told me, they're like, you don't need to be like that honest. I'm like, I don't know. Fuck this. I don't care. Where the fuck did this go? I need a new desk too. I need a standing desk. Yeah. It's kind of the bitch. Like, I'm not trying to be like that guy, but so this is the reason I'm actually able to do this. Make no mistake. I asked for a standing desk for like I put it on like an Amazon list that like my family does for like Christmas, right? They got me a standing desk. It is not the right size. So I have 2 desks right now. I have my little setup over here, and then I have my main setup right here. My corner setup is the desk that's broken. Yeah. Which was the main one, so that's why I'm like, oh, crap. But, oh, shit. Yeah, maybe I can figure that out. Last time I was here, I thought you said you were retired. Retired? No. I mean... Yeah, no, I mean, I sold a business. That doesn't mean I'm, like, retired. No, that means that I decided to get out of something that was morally questionable for me. In general. Like, not just morally questionable. It was just something that, it was sales, man. And I was not good at getting the, like, extra dollar bullshit. I was very bad at it. To the point where, like, again, like, I had a moment where it was like, oh, it just makes more sense for me to sell this business. And yes, did I sell it at a profit? None ya. And because of certain things in that business, I cannot discuss what it was. But that doesn't mean I'm retired by any means. That just means that I was able to, like, I don't know, make a few smart financial decisions and then put myself into a fucking I don't know how to get. I was able to chase my dream, and here I am, and I'm literally like, I'm doing it. I'm doing the thing. Am I making enough to, like, actually, like, make a living? Not really. But am I complaining? No. I am more so just being as honest as I can be about this. My grandfather and him sold the family business to a soul sucker, and he was going to stay on for a while, but quit. Yeah, that could have been an option. I just, when I'm able to talk about it, it'll be fun. I'll let you all know. Like, it was a lot, man. And I got a lot of stories. Like, when I'm able to talk about this, man, like, this is going to be fun for me. Like, I get to unload a lot of content, man. Because I did something that wasn't normal. Like, it wasn't your normal sales. It wasn't drugs. It was just, I met a lot of interesting people. I went a lot of interesting places. I saw real money. Honestly, that's what kind of radicalized me. And honestly, that's also what made me realize, like, what you honestly need in life and just what access is, where it's just like, holy shit. Like, the way that people fucking police, like, their neighbors for using snap cards for, like, buying steaks or, like, just getting a few extra things, or, like, oh, they're taking this to get their kids a pool. That's not what you should be worried about. Because honestly, if you guys saw it, like, if you actually saw it, it's fucking insane. Like, if you saw real money, you guys it would radicalize the most fucking right-winger. Like, it really would. Having money isn't everything, but not having it is. Yeah, no. Like, that's what I mean, though. Like, when you realize that, I don't know what it was. I just kind of, actually, I know exactly what it was. My grandmother was a millionaire, right? Multi-millionaire, business owner. She was the one who started the business that I eventually went into. Yes, it was family. But the thing is, I didn't know that. Like, the longest time growing up. And I grew up with her. Like, I stayed with my grandma more than, because we had a little bit of a divorce situation happening. So, I had a very like Spider-Man Aunt May situation where like my grandma like was the shit, man, like for real, and she totally like took me under her wing. But again, like the day that I found out that my grandma had like money, I was like, oh damn, like, and I just asked her, I'm like, why don't you have like a bigger house? And she was just like, because I'm old and I don't need to walk all the, like, who needs that much house? I was just like, okay. Then I looked at her car. I'm like, why do you have this car? Like, it was just like a normie car. And she was like, cuz, who needs all that? You know, she had one toy car. And she was like, it was the practical use of the money. And then like the fact that she like put it all back in the business and made it into what it was, like for me to even like be able to work in it. It was one of those situations where it was like, yeah, like it made me respect like having money and like what money can do for you, but also don't chase it. Like keeping up with the Joneses bullshit is exactly what it is. It's bullshit. Like once you figure out what like your like what's good enough for you, that's kind of like, I don't know, like for me personally, it was very, very relieving where I was just like, oh, I don't need to like have giant house. I don't need to have, you know, all the cars or any of that bullshit, which is what like most my contemporaries were chasing. Like it, and that's like what it was about. Like it to the point where it was disgusting. And like, again, I think I mentioned this earlier. This is why I have my thing about golf where I'm just like, you spend enough time with these assholes at these clubs where you're just like, This is my point, Jay Lee. Just say POS, man. Like, yeah. No. I like, it's, I can't have too many, like, you see the screen? You see that? You see that? That goes up on my VODs. And when my VODs, they get flagged, that's a problem. So, that's, bro, please, just, I hope I'm not pissing you off. Like, no, it's cool, bro. It's cool. Like, I just, POS. I get what you're saying. Like, trust me, I get your passion too. I get what you like. I swear all the time in people's chats. You know, it's just they don't do what I do. You know, like I'm not sure if Honeybee has her stuff on YouTube VODs. Like that's what I got, bro. So, and I appreciate your understanding. Find what you like and stop there. If you continue, you'll never be happy again. That's why I love this. This is what I wanted to do. Like, that's why, like, I am a, like, I'll admit some shit. Like, with that tarot reading that I had on Saturday, if you guys don't understand, like, what that tower card was, like, it was catastrophe, right? So, like, after all those two aces where it's, like, pointing to this, and then the devil, which would point to, like, what happened with my mom, like, I'm just waiting for that other shoe to drop and for it to do something to my channel or, like, just... I'm living my dream. And, like, that would be it. Like, you know? And I'm not saying, like, I would do anything, like, bad. I'm just saying... It's just... Man, it's such a weird headspace to be into and, like, try not to fucking fall into. But that's where I'm at. So... Just trying to be honest with y'all. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. You guys, you know. But yeah, for real. I'm trying to protect this channel. Because this is what I got. But beyond that. By the way, Jay Lee, thank you for apologizing. I appreciate that. Got real there right at the end. Yeah, I love that. Sorry, guys. I am kind of like getting rid of that mom's memorial thing. Really, you know what? I gotta change this. I gotta change this before I go, because I can't just stare at this. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the 5 subs. I really, anonymous viewer has donated 5 subs. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Sylvie, Elin, Sean. Oh, thank you. Okay. There we go. That was 5 gifted, right? Thank you. I believe that. We'll go. Without going too deep into what Twitch takes from me. There you go. Ooh, we'll give you a Macho Man for that. Yeah, got 2 Macho Mans. Get another one at tier 2. Yeah. Dude, my animated emotes are gonna be great. We're gonna be unloading these. Should be the next stream. All right, so. All right, guys. I do have to go. I have to go eat. It's that time. But I appreciate y'all being here. Thank you for our supporting the stream. Where the hell? Give me a second. Oh no. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. It's gone? Oh shit. Oh no, hold on, guys. This isn't good. I lost my screen. Oh no. Oh no, it's gone. Oh shit. Yeah, dude, it is like gone. Nope. God damn it. Nope. Why did it have to take it away from me? There it is. All right. Oh, fuck. All right, guys. Sorry about that. Real talk. My end screen that I usually have loaded up was, yeah, it's gone. Like, totally gone. Like, deleted, gone. So I had to go back into my deleted files and retrieve that bitch. So I don't know how that happened, but that sucked. But all right, y'all. I will see you guys tomorrow at 2:00 Central Standard Time. So look out for that. And yeah, we'll be hanging until 7:00. So I will catch you all then. Night.
Who the heck is Pep Talks?
I'm not gay, but I fantasize about Marco Rubio. Pep talks. Pep talks. Pep talks. Let's eradicate the Kung flu. I'm literally coming. Pep talks. Pep talks. Who the heck is Pep Talk? They want our women. They want our children. Pep talk. Sometimes no means yes. Grab them by the pep talk. Grab them by the Marco Rubio. Obama is a racist.
First of their 14.
I'm literally coming. I'm literally coming.
Pep talks. We found weapons of mass destruction. My fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.